Day 2 in Romania, and Lacul Calderușani is the lake nearby this Moara Vlasia cricket ground. It's one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in Europe, and it's the scene of this week's Fan Code European Cricket Series, where we saw 4 teams go head-to-head yesterday, but today ECL 19 representative Cluj joined the mix. Get ready for a big day of cricket. It's Mr. Maximo here for ECN. This is the Fan Code European Cricket Series Romania, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to Day 2 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Romania. Well, yesterday we saw 4 teams going head-to-head in our first 4 matches of action, but today Cluj, the ECL 19 Romanian representatives, will enter the fray, and they're up first up in matches 5 and 6 against United. And I'm sure both these teams would love to start the day with a win. The match referee, Rob Kemming, is with the 2 captains. Let's go to him now for the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Tails.
Tails is the call.
It is a hit.
What would you like to do, Aaron?
Bat.
You have the coin toss result there, and it's Arun Kumar, the Cluj captain, that has won the toss and elected to bat. Look, that's a good positive move from the skipper. And look, Cluj, they have had a lot of success over the last couple of years on the Romanian domestic scene. Of course, you might remember them from that European Cricket League appearance in 2019. And look, their captain, Arun Kumar, said his boys are ready to go. They've made the journey. Some of them have flown in from Cluj. It's about an hour flight. Some of them have driven in last night. It's about an 8 or 9 or even 10-hour drive. So it is a significant distance they've travelled to be here, but I do think that they'll be relying on their opening batsman, Taranjit Singh, to make big runs. He's probably going to open up with the keeper, Satvik Nadigodla, but also watch out for some other good players. Vasu Saini, in particular, is one that I enjoyed watching back in the ECL 2019. Well, United, what can you say about them? They had a very good start to the tournament yesterday with 2 good wins in the first 2 matches of the tournament. And their captain, Ramesh Satheesan, he was very good with the bat. He was dynamic in scoring 88 not out in the first game. And they have a big inclusion. They have wicketkeeper Stan Ahuja coming into the lineup. And you might remember Stan from Hungary a couple of weeks ago, where he was a winner with the Royal Tigers in that Fan Code European Cricket Series. And look, so I think both these teams, they've had a lot of success over the last couple of years, and I think it will be a really interesting matchup, a really feisty matchup to start the day here on Tuesday. Let's talk about the conditions, and I can tell you again, we're expecting a wonderful day of cricket and wonderful weather for it. So we're expecting a maximum temperature of 32 degrees. Currently, it's about 24 to get this one started. And one thing I've noticed here, because of the humidity and the lake nearby, there is a bit of moisture on the field, and so you'll see maybe it just glistening in the first hour or so as that moisture is on the field. It just slows down the outfield a little bit, but I also think it can make the ball slippery, so it can be a little bit difficult for the fielders, but I do expect it to dry out as the day goes on. And let's talk about this pitch. Well, I can tell you that, like I said yesterday, there's not so much bounce in it compared to some of the pitches that we've seen this year. You can hear it's a little bit hollow, and I just think that there's not that much bounce, so it does make it easier for the batsman, especially when it's short of a length. It just sits up and asks to be hit, so I think it's the sort of pitch that you have to pitch the ball up on. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to getting this day started with these 2 matches between Cluj and United. Why don't we head over the commentary box and get ready for the first ball. Yeah, so not too far away from a start now. Get ready for 5, 6, 7, 8. In the famous words of Steps, we're going to have some great cricket action today. We're going to see these 2 teams, United versus Cluj, this morning. And both these teams, very proud cricket teams in Romania. And the Cluj team have travelled, playing the first of their 8 matches this morning. And I'll play matches 5 and 6 against United. And then this afternoon we'll see ACCB, who were in red-hot form yesterday. They'll be taking on the Bucharest Gladiators, the team of Pavel Florin, who I'm sure will be joining me a little bit later in the morning. Pavel's having a little bit of a sleep in, which you can't blame him for, because he had a big journey himself up here before he played the 2 games yesterday. Let's have a look at these 2 teams. And look, Cluj, you might remember them. The first ever major tournament, the first ever European Cricket League that we had in 2019. Cluj as the champion club of Romania with their representatives. And You see there Taranjeet Singh at the top of the order. He is certainly one to watch, and he's probably going to open up with the keeper, Nani Gotla. But keep an eye out for Anand Rugshekara. He's new to the club, and they've been telling me that he hits the ball almost just as hard as Taranjeet Singh. Also, they've got some bowling options. They've got Gaurav Mishra with his spinners, and the captain himself, Arun Chandrasekaran, he could feature. Sukran Sahi, another spin option. So plenty of players to watch out for. Also, Vasu Saini, handy medium pace bowler and top order batsman for Cluj, and we saw plenty of him in 2019. United, though, they had a pretty good start to the tournament, and look at those fantasy points for Satheesan, and that's on the back of his day out yesterday. 88 not out in the first game. Then took a 5-for, the first one in a while. 5 for 3 he took in game 2 yesterday morning against the Bucharest Gladiators, and he finished their innings very quickly. But also watch out for Raj Kumar, and he's the sort of player who is very good in the field, also contributes with the bat and the ball, can bat in the top 4. And they've got some other fairly good options. I liked Ali Zawa, his bowling, and Kayani. He's been in form, Aftab Kayani. And you'll probably see him bowling around that kind of 3rd or 4th over mark, and just trying to build on the work of the openers. But also Vashisht. He's one player that I really liked. He brings a lot to the table for United. Have a look there. We've got United coming onto the field, and looks like Rohit Kumar is going to keep the gloves. I thought they may give them to Stan Ahuja, who has just arrived from Hungary, and he has spent a lot of time in Romania, so he's invited to play for the United team this week, and it's an invitation he's been able to take up, and that's the nature of these European competitions. We have seen players sometimes, they've lived in different nations, and so they make connections at different clubs. There's no real restrictions on being able to play for different clubs within series, as long as it's okay with the regular club of the player. So Stan Ahuja, you might remember him from the Royal Tigers a couple of weeks ago. They won that Hungarian series against the Budapest Blinders. Very hotly contested series it was too. And right now we're going to see Shantanu Vashisht, who I mentioned just a moment ago. He's going to open the bowling. And it'll be Tanan Singh, who will be the opening batsman for Cluj. He'll be facing the first ball. And Cluj, I'd love to see them in their Cluj helmets. And takes us back to the ECL 19 when they wore that fantastic magenta kit. And here is Vashisht. The first ball of day 2, match 5, getting underway from Bucharest, Romania. Settle in for a big day of T10 cricket. Worked away nicely, but straight at the fielder. I think what we saw yesterday is we can see some really high scores on this field, and it's pretty short, especially straight, but even square all the way around. I don't think it's too much more than the 50 metres. And once batsmen get going, they really can score boundaries in clumps. In the air, and this is just a little chip shot. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Taranjeet Singh did not take long to get going, and you see, certainly wasn't off the middle of the bat. And that's the power of the man. It's just timing. It hits him at that bottom of the bat, really. Raj Kumar, he thought he was in the game for a second. Had absolutely no chance. That was just a chip shot. That's why I think their scores 120 plus are a must. See the ball slightly greasy as well. And we mentioned the kind of dew, if you want to call it that, just the moisture. Also, it's very humid conditions with the nearby lake. And I think that just makes it a little bit uncomfortable for the fielding team. Now, it may slow down the outfield a little bit, but it doesn't matter when you hit them in the air. This one straight at the mid-wicket, so .6, start this one off. Yeah, so it's an interesting one. I mean, so on one hand, it will slow the outfield down a little bit, which disadvantages the batting team, but I think the fact that the moisture gets onto the ball makes it a little bit slippery. I think that creates more discomfort for the fielding side. I think that's a lot to do with Arun Kumar's decision, the Cluj captain, to bat first after winning the toss. A little bit short, and chase is going to be on for the fielder. And I don't think he's got there. And so it'll be 4 runs. It was certainly a great effort from Ali Hussain down there on the deep square leg boundary. He's running to his non-preferred side. Once again, not quite off the middle from Taran. And it was a good effort, but you see there, in contact with the ball as he's touching the rope and over the rope. So Karanjit Singh, one of the most successful domestic players, also a Romanian international representative. Slower ball. Time he goes with a hit, we'll get a run. Karanjit Singh was in good form in the recent quadrangular T20 International Series. That was a four-way series played in Bulgaria. The Romanian team actually won that series a couple of weeks ago, and that came from the ground where we had last week's Pancode European Cricket Series. I think it's going to be hard work for the bowlers in these first two games, just because of the batting weapons that both teams possess. Nadigotla gets a chance. It's in the air, but it's going to go all the way over the boundary. Maximo! Oh, Super Satvik, that's the way to start your series. And I mentioned in the intro that this pitch, there's not too much life in it for the bowlers. So if you do get short, if you do get on a length, batsman has a fraction longer to set up for the shot. And you see he just stays in his crease. Hits this one sweetly over the banner. It's the end of the first over. 17 for no loss. A very good one for Cluj. Well, some people were of the opinion that perhaps it'll take Cluj a bit of time to get into the series, having had to travel here. But the majority of the team, just speaking to their captain, Arun Kumar, said that most of them did fly. It's about a 1 hour flight, so it doesn't take too much out of you. And the rest of the team did make the drive, 3 or 4 of them. It's probably a 9 hour drive from Cluj to the capital, Bucharest. But certainly not looking too sleepy at the moment, are they? 17 off the first over. Romanian domestic champions in 2018 and 2019, Cluj. Against the United team, we are the most successful club in the history of Romanian cricket. Raj Kumar bowling over number 2. And I think it's just important in the field just to stick to the task. It could be one of those games that is high scoring. So if you can get a couple of good overs in, it can make all the difference. Even if you can restrict an over to about 10 or high single digits. This one gets through the bowler. And it'll just be a single. That's Satvik Nadigotla. You might remember him also from the European Cricket League in 2019. And he'll also do the job behind the stumps for the Cluj team. Raj Kumar, I like him as a cricketer. A little bit short this time. That fielder's been busy, hasn't he? And that is Ali Zain in that position. We'll probably see him with his little wrist spinners later in the innings. Raj Kumar. This one's hit pretty well. And again, the outfield you see there, not as fast first thing in the morning, but it certainly has enough on it to take it for 4. And Nadigotla going after him in the power play. This one would have been a wide for sure, but still he backed himself and he got enough bat on it. So it's pulling up quickly, but still had the legs to run to the boundary. So this is a very good start for Cluj. The way he stayed down, that kept his shape. This one, wow, this was a catch, I think. Have a look at this on the replay. You'll see here, some people thought it might have been a bump ball, but for me, this does get to him on the full. Yeah, that's straight off the bottom of the bat. And this will probably confirm it here. Yeah, certainly. It's a tough one, but one, if you can take it, just gets you up and about, doesn't it? So it takes us to the end of the second over. Actually, maybe an over to go. Maybe a ball to go, I should say. 23 now, 1.5. still will be 23 for no loss at the end of 2. So pretty good over from Raj Kumar. After the first one went for 17, only 6 off that one. And the score at the end of 2, it's 23 for no loss. So these openers, I think around 12 and over is what I'd be aiming for. I don't feel like 100 is really enough on this field. You can see why. Ball really travels, and the pitch, there's not too much in it for the bowlers, have to be honest. Ashish, he's going to come and bowl out, and here's a wicket taker. 17 off his first over though. This one a lot better. Kotler playing and missing. Again, the start's so important, isn't it? I think probably 35 to 40 is a par in the power play. Does get up from Vishesh. It'll probably be called a wide. Have a look at this. The odd one does take off. See this one, bit of extra bounce. It does get the wide. Have a look at this one. How high does this go through? Had a bit of life in it, didn't it? You have to do it with a new ball. Next ball. He swings across the line and doesn't make any contact. You see, these two obviously quite attacking players, both of them, but also I know that Anand Rajshekara probably come in at number 3. He's new to the club and a very good hitter of the cricket ball. Probably see Vasu Saini at 4, the all-rounder. This one is a good slower ball from Vashisht. That's also good running from Taran Singh, who spotted the fumble from the keeper, Rohit Kumar, and hustled through for a bye. And give him the strike back. Nanikotla just. He's hit the occasional big shot. There's been some dots in between. Oh, this one's in the air, and well, it's going to go all the way. And, well, that one, I was in danger. Raj Kumar. He thought again he was in the game, didn't he? One just gets over. Really not too much margin for error. Maybe it was slightly over pitched, but Taran backing himself. And that was in there before he knew it. Vashisht bowled some good deliveries, but his figures aren't looking too pretty. 24, he's conceded. 24 on his back as well. And this one is just a single. I mentioned that power play. I thought 35 to 40 is probably par in the power play. So they're hanging in there at the moment. Hanging in there on the account of a very good second over from Raj Kumar that only went for 6. Vashisht. Can he remove one of these openers with his last ball? You can see there, last ball of the power play. So after this, they'll have the protection of 5 outfielders. Nanikotla goes after him. This time, Taran's very quick to turn it down because he knows he'll have the strike to start the 4th over. After 3, it's 32 for no loss. Well, I think despite not taking a wicket, I actually think that's not the worst power play for United. We know they've got some attacking batsmen of their own, especially after that first over. You see the first over going for 17, but they have brought it back. And Nanikotla just maybe going off the boil a little bit. But you can see it's the kind of ground you can score quickly on once you're in. And here's a bowler I like, Aftab Kayani. He's going to bowl. And he's been in good form domestically. He's bowled his way into the national setup. Again, it's pretty difficult for the bowlers in this T10 format, especially these pitch and field conditions. But You'll see him trying a few things. 5 outfielders now. And they're all pretty much in front of the wicket. Deep forward square. Mid-wicket. Long on, long off. Deep cover. This one he gets wrong. Doesn't really swing for him. Can be a bit difficult. Again, the pitch is a little bit slippery first thing in the morning before it dries out. And also that ball, I don't think it swings too much once the moisture gets on it. And obviously they know that Taran, he likes to hit straight. That's why all of the outfielders kind of straight down the ground. No one behind him. That's where he goes this time. And it's a nice bit of fielding down there. It's good work by Ali Hussain. Carrying that one in. So it's been a good little comeback, hasn't it? We saw 17 off the first over, then 6, then 9. I think anytime you get an over in single digits, it's a good result as a fielding team. So once again, not hit out of the middle of the bat. Hegotler after the 6 first ball. He struggled a little bit. His next 8 balls, he's only scored 6 runs. There's a few swings and misses in there. Taranjit Singh back on strike now to Kayani. Well, it's an attempted slow ball. There's nothing slow about how quick it left the ground. Maximo! Kayani, we know we'll try things, and I don't mind the idea. It was an attempted kind of off-cutting slow ball. See here, but he just gets the length wrong, doesn't he? And Taran needs no invitation. He stands strong, hits it correctly, hits it straight, resists the temptation to try and swing across the line. And we've seen this straight boundary. It is very unforgiving for the bowlers. That one went over it by a long way. He moves up to 26. Well, once again, this one's going to go even further. Well, that one might be in the lake. That one's wet. Maximo! Back-to-back sixes. Well, send out the search party. That ball's gone a long way. Have a look at this. I mean, the height was also touch and go, wasn't it? I mean, maybe it was just below the waist. So some umpires call on that one. But I tell you what, it wasn't coming back. That's just a couple that he's tried to take the pace off and he's gotten the length wrong. So starts with double sixes. But don't go to jail. Just collect your runs. 47 now, and this is another good over. Already it's up to 15 with 2 balls remaining from Kayani. Better length. See the difference makes. Nice bit of keeping by Rohit Kumar. And I think they'll be pretty happy anytime they see Taranjit Singh at the other end. Just keeping an eye on that current run rate and sitting just under 13 at the moment. Again, something like 120, 130, even 140. You wouldn't quite feel safe against United. This one's just turned away just for a single. This will finish the 4th over. And the score at the end of 4. It's 49 for no loss. Good comeback last couple of balls from Kayani. Just a reminder to all of you out there, why don't you join us in the live chat at the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. And it's certainly a way you can interact with us live on air. And we always love hearing your questions and contributions. And I can see this morning, lots of people in there already. Jackson Redex, always great to see your comments. And well done all to the moderators as well. Keeping an eye on things, making sure everything stays respectful and in the right spirit. It's a great way to connect with people all around the world that are enjoying the Fancote European Cricket Series. Kerno's in there as well. And certainly saw Prakash Mishra in there as well yesterday. He was the MVP of the Bulgarian tournament last week, so even the players are getting involved, staying up to date with what's happening in the European Cricket Series. 1,000 matches this year. And this is in the air. It's not going to carry. Actually, it's an outstanding effort from Ali Hussain. Outstanding effort. And it didn't carry in the end, but what he did so well is he blocked the ball. And we've seen this happen before where the ball gets past the fielder and goes for 4. See. Great effort. Look at this. Just smothers it. Knocks it towards the other fielder. So just one run in the end. This one is a moon ball. It's going to be a no ball, and it'll be no ball left because this one's disappeared as well. Well, holy heavens, that one is a 7. And this is what Zion will do, and he's got some good variations. He gets this one wrong, and I think this is perhaps the slippery ball first thing in the morning. And Tarrant couldn't believe his luck. He had the immunity cloak on. He knows he can't be out. It's well above his waist. And even better, the next one will be a free hit. So Zion, it's a bit of a gamble whenever he gets the ball in his hand. Can bowl the wicket-taking delivery. You see these trying furiously to dry the ball off. That one just slipping out. He really will take the pace right off some balls, and some he'll push through. He's got a good flipper. It's got a good wrong'un as well. Very skillful bowler, but yeah, it can't be easy with a slippery ball. And once again, this one's even higher. You need a tennis racket for this one. And probably gets away with it. This one really had to jump and I think, at this pace, it's not necessarily the kind of delivery which is causing danger to the batsman, but we'll see that perhaps when you bowl 2 of those in a row, often in the umpires will step in and say, no, that's the end of it. I think match referee at the moment is probably going to do just that. And this will be a big blow for United. I suppose maybe it's not a bad thing if you can't grip the ball very well, because there'll be another bowler that has to finish the over. And unfortunately for Zion, with 2 of those high deliveries, he'll be out of the attack after only 1 legal delivery. And well, he'll be the owner of an economy rate of 60. That's certainly something that you don't really want to see. But I think somebody will have to finish the over. And, well, not a bad time to try the captain, Ramesh Satheesan. He's coming off a 5-wicket haul yesterday, albeit it was the end of the innings and against the bottom half of the Bucharest Gladiators. And he'll come back. And this one will be a free hit to start. Hits it pretty well. Sets a task for Vashisht, but he's a very good fielder. Shantanu Vashisht covers the ground very quickly. You can see even Satheesan very quick to try and dry that ball off. And that's why I think it was a good toss to win for Arun Kumar, the Cluj captain. Just having to contend with that. That wet ball isn't too easy. This one's pushed through by Satheesan. And Paramjit Singh moves to 40 with that single. I mean, it's almost like an extra over, isn't it? For nothing when you think of those high full tosses. One going for 6, one going for a single. This one's cut away, but straight at the fielder. Matty Gotler now. It's time where it's kind of hit out or get out time for him. When you think of some of the hitting that they got in the shed, and I think Matty Gotler, he's effective in the power play when there's only 2 outfielders. Once the field goes back, perhaps not necessarily the kind of batsman that can hit over the fielders, the outfielders with consistency. So I think he's effective, but the scoring rate at the moment, considering he hit a 6 first ball as well, it's slowed down, and at the moment he's just chewing up a few dot balls. Once again, big swing but no contact from Matty Gotler. We saw an ECL 19 as well sometimes. Matty Gotler, he's pretty good at batting time and the sort of player that batsmen can bat around, but at this stage they've got 10 wickets in hand. After this will be a halfway point of the inning, so I think I'd like a bit more run production. And he tries, he goes in the air, and it's going to be right back. Vashisht, he comes in and takes an excellent catch. Well, that's outstanding work from Shantanu. And it was miles in the air. I mean, I thought originally it was going to go back and he'd be right on the boundary, but it just held up. He had to make an adjustment. And Vashisht is an excellent catch. And what a good effort from Satheesan to pull this over out of the fire. had an awful start as Ali Zain had to be barred from the attack after bowling just one legal delivery. But at the end, he does very, very well. There's only 12 in total off the over, and the score at the end of 5 overs is 61 for 1. But I still think it might not be a bad thing that he got like going, because it does give a chance to number 3 and number 4 to come in, and they're the sort of batsmen that can hit from ball 1. So hello to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching around the world. It's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network today, and we'll have a few guest commentators. We're expecting to see Pavel Florin again in the commentary box. Also Arun Kumar, who is the Cluj captain. He will be joining me this afternoon and helping out in the commentary box. And we certainly want to welcome you, whether you're watching on Fangird in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's wonderful to have your company. Now, you might remember Cluj from 2019. They were the Romanian champions in 2018. And so they represented Romania in the first ever European Cricket League. We might have some footage of them as well. And what a tournament that was back in 2019. And unfortunately, they didn't win a game in their 4 matches. But tell you what, they really played some good cricket. And have a look at this. And of course, Pavel Florin representing Cluj back then before he joined the Gladiators. And we saw that moment where he always picked up the wicket. But, I mean, just have a look. That's Nadigotla, who you're seeing this morning. This is at the La Manga Club in Spain back in 2019. They're taking on VOC Rotterdam here, the eventual champions of Europe. And look at Vasu Saini, who we might see very shortly. And also see the work of Gaurav Mishra. He's certainly someone we'll probably see today as well. Have a look at this one. And at Cluj, I mean, what a 3 days they had. And I think they learned a lot. You see Nadigotla again. Charanjit Singh also made some runs in that tournament for them. Wasn't particularly lucky. And that's Mishra again. So that's an idea of what we can expect. There's Ali Zahid, who you might remember from Chandra Brescia, who we also saw in the ECS earlier this year. And isn't it great to see Cluj? There's Charanjit Singh in the background there. What an adventure for them. And you can see Charanjit Singh there, classy player. So that was 2019. This is now. And right now, in the first half of this match, they've compiled 61 runs off the first 5 overs. And it's going to be Ali Hussain with his spin in over number 6. First one is hit very hard, and it's not going to be stopped. And this is a player to watch, Anand Rajshekhara, making his ECS debut. He's new to the club, and my mail on him is that he hits the ball every bit as hard as Taran can. And judging by this first ball, I'm not going to disagree with that analysis. Wasn't too bad a ball from Ali Hussain. It was outside the off stump, maybe a little over pitched. He certainly didn't miss out on it, right off the middle of the bat, and that was a laser beam to the fence. Pushes this one through, played off the back foot. Once again, that deep cover will come into play. That's why I think probably wasn't the worst time to lose Nadigotla. No disrespect to Nadigotla, who's a good player. But I think it's all about using your resources. And when you're going to have batsmen that can score a little bit quicker, you need to get them there, especially in a game against United where they've got a fair bit of batting firepower themselves. Well, this one's knocked him over. It's kept a little bit low. And Ali Hussain, he gets the big wicket of Taranjit Singh. And we've seen this with this pitch a few times, haven't we? A few balls will stay down. And well, Ali Hussain, you've got to take your hat off to the left armour. He's done very well in the field this morning. This one just not bouncing as much as Taran Singh thought. Still a good contribution from him. He goes for 40 off 18 balls, and the second wicket falls 66 for 2. And so Ali Hussain, I should say, getting it right. And that's a good length. It's a dangerous pitch to play back to. That's what I would say. I don't see many jumping, but there are a few that just keep low. And I mentioned kind of hollow sound in the pitch. Not that concrete base. It's more of a firm, sandy base with an artificial grass overlay. And I think that's the kind of length that you can exploit, the occasional variable bounce in the wicket. Vasu Saini, the new batsman, and know that he's a good all-rounder. You see there also, back foot just not really getting across and covering it. I mean, would have been LBW anyway, you'd think, if it did hit him in the pad. Ali Hussain, 1 for 5. It's been a good start from him.
Real topsy-turvy first 5.5 overs on Tuesday morning from Myra Vlasier. This one's cut away nicely. And Saini is going to start with a boundary. An excellent bit of hitting. He's a good player, Vasu Saini. Keep an eye on him. About that number 3 or number 4 position. Probably pushed down to 4 now that Rajshekar is in the side. Also seen with his medium paces, I'm sure, in the second half of this match. But this one, he just hits at top of the bounce. And it's always a confidence booster when you start with a boundary off your very first ball. You wonder what Hussain's thinking next. Does he pitch up? Does he risk floating one up there? Well, Saini's new. Well, it's in the air, and Vashish, well, you know, he's not going to drop it. And he takes another catch. So Saini goes early. And this is good bowling from Ali Hussain. Vashish, well, he is very, very reliable. And one thing about Romanian cricket, they love their celebrations. Vashish, he's the coolest cat of them all. For him, it was all in a day's work. But Ali Hussain, he is ecstatic with a big wicket. Oh, Vasu Saini, who goes for only 4. It was 4 and out. Just keep an eye on Ali Hussain here. He sees it's up. He knows it's a chance. And Vashish, he's the man you want to see under it as well. And, well, he was pumped. Why not? So, 3 wickets now. And the Cluj innings just stalling a little bit. 3 dangerous players back in the shed. They've lost those wickets very quickly as well when you consider the first one fell at 61. So they've lost 3 wickets for only 9 runs. And the new batsman will be Ravindra Athapaththu. And he will be at the non-striker's end. As he crossed while that ball was in the air. It's been a really good over from Ali Hussain, especially when you consider it started with a blistering boundary off the bat of Rajshekar, who's on strike now for the last ball. It's hard. That should just be the single, and it will be. As we take it to the end of the 6th over, and the score is 71 for 3. So 6 over check-in time. You see they're kind of tracking around that to a ball, which I think's par on this field and under these conditions. So if they keep going at this rate, they'd score 120, and I always think it's a pretty good score to have on the board, 120 plus. Have a look at the bowling. And after Zion got taken out of the attack, I mean, it was a blessing in disguise, I think, for United. He didn't have to bowl out his over. Satheesan came on, 1 for 2 off the remainder of that over. And then 2 wickets for Ali Hussain in that last over. So Satheesan, he's going to bowl effectively his 2nd and final over. And I suppose that when you complete an incomplete over, it does count as one of your overs, but the thing about Satheesan, he still got to bowl 5 balls, so effectively it all but was a complete over anyway. This one's down leg side. Maybe he's a bit fortunate it's only a wide because the batsman hits this. It's probably 4. There's no one at fine leg. There's a kind of backward square inside the circle. He will have to re-bowl that one. Been very economical in this series, Satheesan. That one's really gotten after him. Well, maybe until now, because this one's a little bit short. It might have been out of the front of the hand. Rajshekar up where he gets his first Maximo of ECS 2021 for him. You see this one. It was a kind of variation, wasn't it? Rather than the orthodox off-spinning delivery, it came out the front of the hand and a little bit of right to left spin on it. But I said on this pitch, there's not too much pace in it. So if you get too short, or even a little bit short, the batsman has plenty of time to rock back on the back foot and send it out of here. Rajshekar certainly did that, and I think he's the key now for the Cluj innings. He's 12 of only 4 deliveries. Hasn't had much of the strike since he got there, but when he has had the strike, he has been devastating. Again, United will be just concentrating on just taking his wicket. If they can do that, they could save a lot of runs. He goes after this one and he gets it good. It's another Maximo. Back to back. Haven't we seen that a few times? And I said it's the kind of field that once you start hitting, it can be hard to stop. It's like a runaway freight train. Once again, goes back to the off spinner. He takes it on. Nothing too wrong with the ball, to be honest. The power of Rajashekara. Hits with the spin, gets 6 more. So as long as he's there, she'll think that kind of 120, even 130 or more score might be on for Cluj. I think they might need every one of those runs as well, especially when you consider the form of Sathisen yesterday with the bat when he scored 88 not out in the first game of the day. Quicker ball, and he gets a little feather on it. He's going to get 4 more. Well, this is clever stuff from the batsman. He knows there's no fine leg. So he just tries to flick it away. He didn't try to hit it straight or didn't try to hit it in front of square. He did very well to get inside the ball. That's the key here. Gets inside the ball. Doesn't get himself in a tangle. Rajashekara, he's proving to be a thorn in United's side since he's arrived at the crease. And already he's moved up to 22 off only 6 balls. He's got all the shots, doesn't he? And, well, this one, the fielder's back, but he can't go any further back. Maximo, a third for the over. It certainly has been a good one so far. It goes magical. With still 2 balls remaining. That's 23 of the first 4 balls of this over from Sathisen. Well, I said that no one's really gotten after him so far in the series. It's hard to stop a batsman that's come out and is seeing him so big so early. Rajashekara goes boom. Just like that, the score is up to 94. Still 2 balls to go for Sathisen, the captain. Also the Romanian national team captain. They can remove Rajashekara. And you feel like they have an avenue back into keeping Cluj to something reasonable. Goes after this one, and well, you can forget it. Maximo! Great fielding by Andy House as well. Andy House in the house. Takes on the one hop. It was probably too quick for the camera to see it though. This one is sending a message to his teammates. The 100 comes up for Cluj, and I say sending a message to his teammates because that's where it ended up. Just have a look at Andy here. Look at that in the background. Well, we can't show you his face on television. The next one is a handy dot to finish for Sathisen, but the damage was done, wasn't it? In the end, it's almost supersonic. 29 off the over from the captain, Ramesh Sathisen. And the score is up to 100 for 3 off 7 overs. Well, we're going to be going places on the European Cricket Series over the next few weeks. And we'll be in Stockholm next week for a 2-week series. Then Malmo in Sweden for a 2-week series. So 4 weeks in total in Sweden before we head back to Germany. We'll be in Dresden in the east of the country from the 16th of August. And then from the 30th of August, we can tell you we'll be in Capelli in the Netherlands for a series beginning the 30th of August. And after that, well, guess what? It's ECC time, European Cricket Championship, for 4 weeks starting the 30th of September. So join us over the next few weeks. On this one, it would have been caught. That's a good result, I think, at the Patu. Well, he's been there a while, but it's the first ball he's faced. And he gets off the mark with a single. And it would have been an outstanding catch if he could have taken it. Have a look at this one on the replay. Low full toss. And, well, he actually got there in the end. It's a bit of a wristy. Almost could have gone on the stumps as well. But Rajashekara, he gets back to the business end. So this is a big moment. Raj Kumar, who I think's bowled pretty well. Rajashekara on 34 off only 9 balls. He hits it hard. Vashisht is there, and this is a good result for United. Just be one. Now you hope you can just sneak a couple of dots on at the Patu. And that's the key from here. Easier said than done, though, at the moment. This is where maybe it's worth even pushing a short cover, a short mid-wicket in there to just try and keep him on strike and get him to feel some pressure. Because, you know, he's not really too worried about the big shot. I think he knows his role is to get Rajashekara back on strike. That's exactly what he does. Digs it out. Does his job. It's good batting by Athapaththu. So that will be an exciting few weeks as we get more and more excited as we get close to that European Cricket Championship starting on the 13th of September. Of course, Romania been drawn in Group B. They'll be in week 2 of action in Carlton, Spain. That's a real false shot from Rajshekara, who tries to get funky. And certainly had an idea, premeditated idea of what he wanted to do with that. But can't catch up with that one. So maybe he is human after all. Raj Kumar been the most effective, I think, of the bowlers so far. Been quite economical. It's a low full toss. Sometimes it's not the worst ball. It's not a slow ball. Slow ball full tosses generally get whacked out of the ground here. That one, pace on. Sometimes you can just force the batsman into kind of dragging it off the bottom of the bat. It's not an easy one to get under either if you're hurried. Now, big appeal. Umpire has a bit of a look at it, but says no. And so, Raj Kumar's once again stepping up for United. Look at this on the replay. So I think you can see it's clearly going down the leg side. But still, it's a very good over from him. 105. And you see, took a big turn, didn't it, that worm? But then, with that over from Kumar, just flatlined a little bit, didn't it? Only 5 runs off that over in the end. That's following up that 29 run over from the captain, Satheesan. That one scared the worm into action. So with 2 overs remaining, I still think you can hope to maybe restrict it to maybe under 130 if you're lucky, but you will have to get lucky. And this one, the fielder goes back and he won't stop this one. So Maximo time. And this time it's Addabatu who's getting in on the action. And he felt like he didn't quite get all of it. It's Kayani, gives him a bit of length to work with. And that kind of Midland leg line. We've seen a lot of runs coming in that area, haven't we? This is down the next one though. So again, if they can keep it to something like kind of 130, I don't think United will be too bothered by that. I know it's a lot of runs to chase, but under these conditions, you'd fancy yourself, especially with the batting resources they have at their disposal, to make a good chase of it. Now this is a Gundy ball down the leg side. It's gone all the way. Maximo Addabatu. Well, he is in the mood to party as well. It's party time. Last couple of overs. And it all happens in the 9th, as Rico would say. Kayani again, occasional one. He's just lost down the leg side. Quick hands through the ball there, Addabatu. Well, the Sri Lankan connection out there for Cluj at the moment. This one disappears. Both batsmen firing now. This one is a little bit of a low full toss. And it's good fielding in the end down there. Took a bit of a sideways bounce, but Addabatu just goes for a single. Rajshekara will be eyeing off a half century on debut. 36 of only 12 balls. A little edge on it, I think, onto the pad. It's not a bad result for the United side. It's given us a leg bye in the end. I don't think Rajshekara was too impressed about it. He felt he had an edge on it. United just hanging in the game. Maybe not. Maybe just straight off the pad. Last ball of the 9th over. Addabatu on strike. Swing and a miss. And that will be the end of the over. 9 down. It's 119 for 3. Yeah, well, I think that 120 to 130 is par. The more I'm seeing of this field and this pitch and these conditions, I think still a lot of runs to chase, but it's one of those things that when a batsman gets going, it's very hard to stop them. I think that's what we're going to see this week. Last overtime, though. Don't you love last overs? You know there's going to be a lot of action. And it's going to be Ali Hussain, who bowled a very good first over. Who's going to come back, bowl the last one. This one's hit well, and it's going to be amazing catch from Vashish. Well, this one is impossible. It's impossible what he just did. It's right in his fingertips. I don't know if he's got the long fingernails, but this is one of the best catches we have ever seen on the European Cricket Network. And it's that man, Shantanu Vashish. He gives Hussain a third wicket, but this one was impossible. Just have a look at it. That is a fingertipper. An absolute fingertipper. Well, he must have fingertips of steel to stop that. Unbelievable work. And it could not have been any higher because it would have gone for 6. It could not have been a millimetre higher. Vashish, he timed his run perfectly. Can you believe what you've just seen? And when you think about how close this match could be, that could be a huge moment. As I said, he's a pretty cool customer. But I tell you what, this got everyone excited. Look at this. It says right in his fingertips. What a way to get out. 119 for 4. Rajshekhara was going to take something pretty special to stop him. That's why I said 10th overs. And they're exciting. Next one. Oh, this one is going to hurt. It's probably going to be wides as well. So, that's not the follow-up you want after such an outstanding piece of cricket. 5 wides. Ali Hussain just trying to push it through, and it was just a little bit of lazy work from Rohit Kumar. He just kind of snatched at it, rushed, trying to get the ball back to the stumps, but he hadn't gloved the ball first. 124 now, 5 balls remaining. This one, overcorrection. It goes down the leg side, so it's very, very exciting stuff, isn't it, this T10 format? This one's in the air, should be caught, and it is. Well, this one's more of a regulation chance, and Hussain gets a 4th wicket. And isn't he happy about it? Ali Hussain, well, he loves taking wickets, and who can blame him? I'll tell you what, he's getting his steps in. This time it's Stan Ahuja, who is into the United lineup. And look, he's another dangerous hitter you can add to the mix for them. Right now, usually a wicket keeper, finds himself catching an edge of a different sort. And, well, he knows he's arrived. And so there's been some really good overs in amongst this innings for United, and 2 of them have been bowled by Ali Hussain. He picks up a 4th wicket. He's got 4 for 16 off 1.2 overs, but still 4 balls to go. Anything can happen. This is Gaurav Mishra, who we'll see with his medium paces later in this match, I'm sure. You saw some of the footage of him playing in the European Cricket League 2019. We're going to see a couple of high-scoring contests between these teams. This one does get some extra bounce, and he's a tall man, isn't he, Ali Hussain? He's one man that might be able to get some bounce out of this pitch. Just the angle of release. Still can't believe that catch from Vashish. 3 balls left. I certainly enjoyed that catch, and Keanu saying that's Ben Stokes' level of catching. Well, I don't think you can see any better. I don't think physically it's impossible to take a better catch than that. This time Ahuja knocks it down, and I know there's just going to be 1 run there. You'll get to see Nishant Devray for the first time. It's been really important to take those wickets. I mean, you think that, you know, if Rajshekhara stays around, this could quite easily be a 140 plus score. Even taking him at that stage does save you, I think, a bunch of runs. 2 balls remaining now, 126 the score. Down leg side, smart batting from Devray. Doesn't get in a tangle, knows it's missing leg stump, takes the wide. Probably the only thing that Hussain would probably look back and rue were a couple of wide deliveries, especially the one that went for 4. You've got to run him here, I think. In the gap. Might as well take him on. Good throw might have him. That one, I don't think he had the ball in the end. Have a look at this. And it was good running by Mishra. He kind of made up his mind he was coming back. See, they'll end up on 129 after this. I think you know at this stage, you might as well go for it. You might get an extra run. It could be a crucial one in the context of this game. They never had the ball. So, last ball coming up. 129 the score. And once again, might as well get your running shoes on. Go for one. A good throw will be in trouble. Well, that's a pretty good throw. Vashisht. Well, how about this guy? He cannot do anything wrong at all. And Shantanu Vashisht finishes the innings with a direct hit run out from the outfield. Why not when you've had an innings like that in the field? And for me, I think that's 3 catches and a direct hit run out. One of the catches, well, I think we haven't seen a lot better ever on the European Cricket Network. This one, well, I said a good throw will get him. Well, that's a pretty good throw. Nails down the stumps, guns him down from a distance. And they're going to finish this innings 130 for 6 off their 10 overs. I think it's on the high side of par, but I still think it's chaseable, especially under these conditions. But well, if you want action and excitement, you didn't have to wait too long, did you? On a terrific Tuesday, day 2 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, Romania. And it was the openers that went out there. Taranjeet Singh, he was just flexing his muscles early, and Natagotla, well, he got the first one away. Nothing wrong with that. Sent that high over mid-wicket for a Dorothy Dixer. Raj Kumar, though, I thought he bowled very well. This was a tough one that he put down early. A couple of these half chances. Vashisht, well, he'd have some highlights later on, but he did get a bit of treatment with the ball early. And look, it's hard when you've got a batsman like Taranjeet Singh. Look at the way he strikes the ball. There are a couple of gifts from Kayani, to be fair. A couple of slow balls went wrong, got a bit too full. And then, oh, this is an interesting moment as well, where they just got about 10 runs for nothing, didn't they? As Ali Zain sent a couple into orbit. And they didn't come down for a while, but then Satheesan came and he had immediate effect. And he closed out the over very, very well, as Satheesan would finish it with just a couple of runs off the 5 remaining balls of the over. But this man as well, Rajshekhar, how about his contribution? 37 off only 14 balls. Taranjeet Singh fell, and you thought that might be a moment where things just might go wrong for Cluj. That meant Vasu came in, and he hit a 4 first ball, but then he holed out. Once again, Vashisht, so safe. And I thought that was a good catch. Just wait till you see the next one. Ali Hussain, well, he was pumped. That was one of his 4 wickets he took in the innings. I did like this man on debut, Anand Rajshekhar. He showed some good cricketing skill. Had all the shots, didn't he? Seemed to make good decisions while he was out there. Then Adipatu, well, he started getting going as well. A couple of gifts that he was keen to unwrap. But then if you want to see a highlight, look no further than this. This is a double dipper finger tipper for Vashisht. And what a catch. That was 6 for all money. And not only did he stop it, he caught it in his fingertips. And then Stan Ahuja, well, he knows he's here now. Returns with 8-2, and that was the 4th for Ali Hussain. And in the end, the score, 130 for the loss of 6. We can have a look at the batting scorecard. Well, they shared it round, didn't they? A pair of 15s, Natagotla and Adipatu. And 4 batsmen in double figures in total. 37 for Rajshekhar, 37 off 14 balls. Taranjeet Singh, he started it all off, top scored 40 off 18 balls before he was bowled by Ali Hussain. They certainly hit a few boundaries in that innings as well. They ended up hitting 5 4s, but 12 maximos in the innings, and that's the reason they were able to get up to that score of 130. And with the ball, well, no doubt who stole the limelight, Ali Hussain, 4 for 21 off his 2 overs. Satheesan, 1 for 31, was very expensive in his 2nd over. Apart from that, not too much to write home about, although I did think Raj Kumar bowled well, only 10 runs conceded off his 2 overs. So we're back in a few minutes for the chase. It will be 131 required for victory by United in match 5, the first match of 4 today on a terrific Tuesday on ECN. See you in a few minutes, but until then, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we'll see you shortly for more Fancode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Romania. And you can have a look at that lake. Lake Calderușani, which is nearby this Mare Vlasia cricket ground, a little bit north of the capital, Bucharest, Romania. It's certainly considered one of the most picturesque grounds in Europe, and you can see why. Surrounded by a lot of, I won't call it forest, Jurassic Park you see in the foreground there. A lot of noise, a lot of little creatures in there. And there's probably a few cricket balls in there as well. It's a beautiful ground though, framed by around the village of Mare Vlasia. You see in the background there, the other side of the lake. Spinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and welcome back to Romania. This is the first of 4 games today, and I think it's going to be a really interesting one between Cluj and United. And you saw the momentum swings in that innings, and both teams, when they got going, they looked quite dominant. And I think the result of 130 runs, I think, is maybe a few runs above par. I'm putting par at around maybe 125, but we'll have to see as the tournament goes on how many runs are scored per over on average. I think, you wouldn't put it past United, who are the most successful team in the history of Romanian cricket, although Cluj certainly have had their measure in the last couple of years, last 2 or 3 years anyway. But I think it's just a sign of good competition when you've got several high-quality sides that can push each other, each with their own individual superstars. And certainly we're going to see one of them out there for United first up. It's a Thiessen. But right now with the ball, you can see Gaurav Mishra. We mentioned him and we showed some of the footage from Cluj when they were playing in the first ever European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European club cricket. They were the Romanian champions in 2018, so they represented Romania, who were one of the 8 nations that competed in the first edition of that tournament in 2019. Now the ECL will be back early in 2022, and it won't just be 8 nations, it'll be 29 nations that are represented, 30 clubs in total, the 29 domestic champions plus defending champions of the ECL, BOC Rotterdam. Right now, right here, it's going to be Mishra bowling to Stan Ahuja. Interestingly, they haven't actually opened up with Thiessen. That surprised me slightly. Ahuja starts by driving down the ground, and it's going to be a boundary. So Taranjit Singh, normally a pretty good fielder, but this one tested him. Not the one you want first up either when you come in cold off the bench, although it's not too cold here at the moment. And in fact, right, that is Thiessen out there who hits the boundary. I would have been very surprised if he wasn't out there. So they're not opening up with Ahuja, they're opening up with the captain, Ramesh Thiessen. Kicks this one out. Well, it could be in trouble if he throws. I think he might have just got home. Well, you don't have to wait too long for the action to start. And this is Mishra, who at the last moment, only Hussain took off. I think he was just home. And Hussain overcommitting somewhat. And this is really good keeping from Nadegodla. And he's such a weapon if you can have a keeper up to the stumps. This is the hardest take in the game, really, for the keeper, because you're obscured by the batsman. There's also a way you can get a good batsman occasionally if they just cross their feet over. Once again, this will be called a wide. Just missing the leg stump. So Thiessen's awake to it though. But and how often we've seen these go for 5 wides down leg side with the keeper up to the stumps. But so far, Nadegodla's been solid. Keeping myself, I have an appreciation for how difficult that skill is. You do have to anticipate it very quickly because you don't have a lot of time. Slower ball is hit, and it's hit well. And it's going to be 4 runs. And that one's gone halfway up the hill. And this one, it was just a matter if you could get over the mid-off, who's in the circle. That one skates away again. We've seen a couple of these slow balls slip out, and I think it's to do with the slightly greasy conditions, although it is drying out. And that's Ravi Atapattu at mid-off. If he's on the boundary, would have had a chance, but it wouldn't have been an easy one. That brand new ball, it's a bit greasy. was well bowled. And this is the channel that Mishra's going to be trying to bowl. And Seth Eason is a big, big component of this chase for United. Another slow ball turns into a full toss, and this one is just caressed away. I thought he might press the power button, but he decided, no, I'm going to go for placement. And Seth Eason did it very, very well. There's no one back on the leg side, square of the wicket, and so he says, you know what? I'm just going to flick it between those two fielders and get 4. That's exactly what he does. It's been a pretty productive first over for United. Just looking at that required run rate, it starts at 13 and over or so. And that's basically what you've got to be tracking at, I think. You don't want to leave yourself too many in the back half. Puts a lot of pressure on the batsman at that stage. So you want to be getting that 13 and over. They're 14 so far with the ball to go on the first. And they may have had a chance to get one there. But they turn it down. That will be the end of the over. Seth Eason looking good early. The first over is finished. It's 14 for no loss. And it's a great chance to welcome our viewers, no matter where you're watching around the world. You might be watching on Fancode in India, or you might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It certainly is wonderful to have your company. And there's a lot of people in the live chat that are contributing. And Keanu saying the German cricket have announced a 4-way T20 tournament against Norway, Spain and France. Which, he says will be shown on ECN. Nice news to me as well, Keanu. I've got my eyes on the prize here, but that's fantastic. And we did see some international T20 cricket last week, didn't we? And a lot of people enjoyed watching that Malta versus Belgium men's tournament, as well as the Germany versus France women's T20Is that we broadcast. So it's sensational that we're able to bring you so much cricket, and there certainly is a lot happening in the world of European cricket. Here's Ravindra at the Pathu. Oh, over number 2. He's the player we didn't see in the ECL 2 years ago. It's a pretty good start, but I tell you what, it was a good shot too, and he's going to get 4. And what a game Ali Hussain is having. 4 wickets with the ball. And there's not too much wrong with this ball from Ravi Antapattu, but he just times the cut shot perfectly and hits it so well, even though there's a third man in place. He couldn't make the stop. Only had to go maybe 5 to 10 metres to his left. Blues need some early wickets just to halt the attack. This time, digs it in. Bit of extra bounce. And so, if you are willing to bend the back, especially the new ball, you do get the occasional one to take off, but there's not many that do on this surface. It's quite batting friendly. One's in the air, and, well, it's probably going to carry all the way. Maximal! Shot by Hussain. Well, he's having a day out so far. And, well, we had the 4. Now we have the 6. 4 and 6 pick up sticks. United are away in the second over. This one is square. We've got on the leg side. And, well, Ali Hussain playing shots all around the wicket so far. He's off to a flyer. And sometimes, if you have some confidence in one aspect of the game, it can carry through to the other facets. And right now, we've seen Hussain coming off his 4-fer. He's come out swinging. And really, it's not too much wrong with these deliveries from Ravi Antapattu. Oh, with good pace, but the pace is being turned on him, and with only 2 outfielders allowed in the first 3 overs. It's spelling trouble for Cluj. Goes straight, but this might be a chance. Well, it's a little fingertip up for Taran. He did well to actually get something on it because it was probably going to go to the boundary. And was side on. Appeal, there's big appeal. And well, this is an interesting one, isn't it? Sir Thiessen was just kind of wandering towards the striker's end. And let's have a look here. When the ball comes in, well, it's one of these ones, isn't it, where the umpire may not have, I think if you look at that one, I think it's very touch and go for the umpire. The other issue is when the bail comes off. You see, it's that close that you'll see that. I think that's fair enough by the umpire. We have a look at that. Normal speed happens very, very quickly. 29 for no loss then. It'll go down as a long single for Hussein Thiessen. Can strike. And a good comeback from Atabatu. It wasn't the worst over. It went for 15 though. The score, 29 for no loss after 2 overs. We've seen a bit of everything, haven't we? I mean, that was really close. Just have a look at this in real time. This is what the umpire really sees. I mean, that's super quick, isn't it? I think if you really broke that down to a frame by frame, you'd probably find out that he's just out. But, I mean, the umpire calling it in real time, certainly as a batsman, you'd be feeling pretty hard done by it. The umpire's giving you on a whiff of suspicion. 29 for no loss after 2. Again, they'd want to be about 13 and over, so 26 would be after 2. So a little bit ahead of where they need to be, I think. Again, they have to sustain it. That is the thing at this stage. Mishrat to continue. Well, so I'm probably pitching outside the leg stump. This ball is in swingers to the right-hander, so they swing away from the left-hander. Just have a look. As soon as this ball bounces outside the left of the line of the wickets on your screen, and it cannot be out LBW, so that's a good decision by the umpire. Good bowling though. Hussein on strike. This is good bit of fielding. Gets it clean in the hand. Just get a single there. So, well, I haven't seen a golden ball yet in Romania. I feel like, particularly, I think the top 3 teams very, very closely matched with each other. So I think we're going to see some close games. This one is hit hard, although it's slightly fumbled by the fielder. He then throws it very hard. It'll take some stopping. Taranjit Singh does well. Luckily, he was a long way back there, because it was absolutely hurled by the fielder. But Cluj will have the confidence in each other to make those stops. Gaurav Mishra trying hard. And look, when you've got so many runs on the board, all you need is 1 or 2 overs that can really put the brakes on the batsman. And suddenly, it gets almost impossible for the batting team to make up those runs. That's why it's important that there's consistency from these batsmen at the crease, that they keep scoring. This one, once again, is hit straight at the mid-wicket fielder. That's Rajshekhara, who batted very well in the first half of this game. Ended up going to one of the best catches we've ever seen. Absolute hanger. Unbelievable fingertip up. We said one hand. It was more of a 2-finger catch. That's what was said in the chat. This time they get no run. Every dot ball so valuable. Only 60 balls in the contest. If there are any questions in the chat, make sure you send them through and I'll try and keep an eye on them. Bethany Taylor is joining us. Where are you watching from, Bethany? Some questions in the chat. The robot is answering, which I think is fantastic. The robot's watching as well. This one is worked away, and it's a good bit of timing. And Sathiesen's going to get 4. And look, maybe not the kind of destructive start that he had to his innings yesterday, but still, the captain's there. And as long as he's there, you think that United, a very good chance of chasing down these runs. So I'm just using the natural movement of Mishra against him. And it does take us to the end of the power play. 36 for no loss after 3. Well, it's quite simple, quite similar, I should say, to the power play of Cluj. You can see they scored 32 off their power play, didn't lose a wicket. And, well, just 4 runs ahead at this stage. United, 36 for no loss. But just have a look at that big over of 29 in the 7th over of the first innings. I wonder if that will come back to haunt United. But then again, they closed the innings out quite well. There's the 8th over 5, which kind of made up for it in the first innings. Right now it's Hussain who's on strike. Adipathu will continue. Stay on the ground and be a single now. We're out of the power play, so 5 outfielders can be employed from this stage of the match for Cluj. And Adipathu will be hunting his first wicket in ECS cricket in 2021. Sathieson, the Romanian captain, on strike. And this one gets him. It's an unpleasant one, I think. And just quite word to Natty Godler. Checking if he's all right. Have a look at this one. I can tell you as a batsman, these ones, they don't tickle. Well, might be singing a couple of octaves higher tonight. The Romanian skipper. This one off the pad. He just gets himself in a bit of a muddle there. You see he's frustrated. And when you make room outside the leg stump, you're pretty much increasing the bowler's kind of allowable zone. If he gets inside this, it's always going to be a wide. But you see, once he gets outside the leg stump, he can't get himself out of the way. He can't get himself back inside the line of the ball. So he just has to take it on the body. It uses up a delivery. They do get 1 run. I think if he had his time over, he would have loved to have gotten the wide for that one. He would have got that ball re-bowled. Wow, this is a pretty classy shot from Hussain. Well, everything he's trying seems to be working. And he identified that there's no fine leg back on the boundary. They do have 5 outfielders, but fine leg wasn't one of them. He steps across, and it's kind of easier sometimes to play this kind of a shot with the ball angling at you that way, even though you're hitting against the angle, but it just gives you a bit more angle to work with to get more bat on it. And once he got the bat on it, it was always flying over the infield and going for 4. So Hussain playing the game of his life in match 5 of this Fancode European Cricket Series. Adipathu, what's his reply? Well, it's a pretty straight one. Umpire says, yep, that's you gone. That was a full toss in the end, and he just played across the line once too often. You can see, again, he's favouring that leg side. He wanted it, didn't he? Adipathu, he does get the wicket in the end. For here, it's a matter of where it hits him. And I guess the issue here, you see, that hits him in line with leg stump. I think that's a good decision. And unfortunately for Hussain, that was the end of him. He played an excellent game though. Contributes 22 off 11 balls. The opening partnership is broken at 42. 42 for 1 in the 4th over. So, new batsman comes to the crease now, and interesting point in this match, I think. Keanu asking me how loud the cicadas are. How loud is it actually here? It's very loud, but you kind of get used to it, I think, when you hear it all day. Certainly are quite noisy. A tropical feel to this ground. This one chopped into the ground. And this will finish the 4th over. It's the end of 4, and it's 42 for 1. That was a pretty good over by Adipatu. Only goes for 6. Off his 4th. It's a good comeback from him. And, well, we were speaking about the European Cricket Championship, weren't we? And the Romanian skipper is out there at the moment in the middle of the action. Romania, they're right in the middle of that Group B, on the middle of your screen. And Sathisen, very good chance he'll be leading the Romanians into that tournament. And there's 4 weeks of T10 action, international T10 action coming away from the 13th of September until the 8th of October. We'll see who will win the first ever European Cricket Championship, and we'll be live right here on the European Cricket Network. 96 matches. And to think that that is actually 2 months today that we'll be starting the first ever European Cricket Championship. We're very excited to bring it to you. It'll be our showpiece tournament on the network this year. 42 for 1. Devray enters the fray, and there's a chance. It's not going to be an easy one. It's Rajshekhara who holds onto the catch. An excellent piece of fielding because it was so high in the air. And straight away, Rajshekhara said, well, I think that one's mine. And we've seen him contribute with the bat, and a good piece of fielding gets rid of the Romanian skipper. It's Sathisen who goes for 17. Never really recaptured the heights of his form yesterday morning. This one, it almost bounced out of there. And Rajshekhara holds on to an important catch, and the second wicket goes down. It's 42 for 2. And that's Devray, who gets the big wicket off his very first delivery. And so just keep an eye on that run rate required. I mean, it just takes one of those good overs, like I said. Now we've had 14, 15, 7 and 6. They're the overs so far. So that 7 and 6 combined is 13. So just basically got them an over behind where they want to be, I think, at this stage, United. And that puts pressure, especially when there's a new batsman that's coming out to the crease. This looks like Raj Kumar. It's coming out, number 4. We'll have 2 R Kumars. Number 12, Rohit Kumar, who is the keeper in this game for United. And then we'll have Raj Kumar, the all-rounder. It will be Rohit Kumar, who is on strike. The left-hander. So Devray going to be thrilled with that start. Huge wicket as Sathisen. This one's dragged away. It'll be a fair chase for the man at square leg, but he does make the stop. Just the single. That required rate, 15.25 and over. I think for me, 17.5, 18 is probably the point of no return. Once it gets up to 3 a ball, it's hard to pull back. Especially difficult when you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease who aren't set, because they don't really have the time to get themselves in. They're going to have to take some fairly calculated risks early in their innings. And this is well bowled by Devray. It's been a good start for him. I certainly think, as Ali from Neville says in the chat, the momentum has changed in the game. But look, it's not that different to the Cluj innings. Remember, they lost 3 wickets for 9 runs in the middle of their innings, but they were able to get a player in and going again. It was Rajshekhara that took it away for them. Make some strides down the wicket this time. And get one. So we've still got Saini. We haven't seen him with the ball yet. Still Taranjit Singh as a spin option. Devray certainly has been incredibly effective at keeping the pressure on. Away on the offside, just a single. Now it's kind of the stage where they need a big over, United. And that's why I think, batting first, we know statistically over the first over 500 games now, more teams have won batting first. I think that when you've got a target in mind, it just forces your hand a bit as the batting side and forces you into some risks that you might not otherwise take. Worked away nicely, but does find the fielder. Good bit of fielding. So at the moment, Cluj looking well on top. We've still got Stan Ahuja in the shed. Yet see him not batting in the top 4. So it's the end of 5 overs, 45 for 2. Great chance to say hello while the players have a drink. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we're really enjoying the action so far. And we've seen a lot of excitement. I mean, how's that catch from Vashish? I think that was one of the best catches we've ever seen. And we certainly have had some good ones. I think one day we're going to have to do our best catches of the year. And each one of the top 10, probably say it's about as good as the catch can be. But I'll talk about the conditions today in Bucharest, Romania, and I can tell you that it's very, very humid at the ground, and because we have the lake nearby, a lot of that moisture gets soaked up into the atmosphere. So we're expecting things to be around 37 degrees actually. That's the updated forecast. It's going to be very hot, but out there in the middle, feels a lot hotter. Has almost like a tropical feel to it, especially with all the greenery nearby. And you feel it's really, really muggy and a really heavy atmosphere for the players, and that's why it's only fair that they get the chance to have a little bit of drink at the 5 over mark. But there's one thing that I think will come into the equation. It will be the way that the players deal with the heat. And you can see there nearby the lake, and that just really creates the kind of muggy atmosphere that we're talking about. But certainly is a beautiful looking ground, Moira Vlasia ground, and the home of cricket in Romania. Just around about 20-25 minutes north of the centre of Bucharest. See the village of Moira Vlasia back in the background as well. We're just thrilled to be here. We were here for a 2-day series last year, but wonderful that we're playing for a little bit longer this time, a 6-day series. And we will know on Saturday afternoon who will be the champions of this Vancode European Cricket Series Romania. Taranjit Singh is going to come into the attack now. And we saw spin introduced into the attack with varying results for United in the first innings of this game. I mean, Ali Zain came in to bowl his wrist spinners, but he got it wrong. Bowled a couple of high full tosses. He was gone after only one legal delivery. Sathisan, he came in, kept it tight, but then they did get after him in the second over. So let's see what happens when Taranjit Singh is entered into the bowling attack. Starts with a wide. It is very harsh on the bowlers, but that's one of the lines there. Touch and go. Back to live action. This one does get right. And I think here, umpire may have been obscured by all of it. I think he's called it wide, but I think it'll probably be retracted. We'll wait and see. Maybe it wasn't hit by the batsman. Maybe it is a good call. This time it will be a dot. I thought for a second that the batsman got a bit of an under edge, but I think it was actually the ball hitting the keeper. This one will be a wide. So you don't necessarily mind giving the odd wide away outside off stump. This is a full toss, but it's completely mishit, and it's going to fall safely. A nice little play on from the captain, Arun Kumar. He's another spin option that you might see at some point in this innings. It would have been a hanger if Arun had held on to this. It just fell into a little gap, didn't it? But Taranjit Singh, national team player, very clever bowler as well. Mix up his pace. Veteran now of the Romanian cricket scene. This one dragged out to deep mid-wicket. Again, it'll be just the single. Think about a second. Well, this is actually pretty close, I think, in the end. And this was Rohit Kumar. He was looking for a second. There was a slight fumble from the fieldsman. Godler. It's very quick work by him. Let's see if he holds on to the ball. He just makes it back. That's good desperation. Rohit Kumar comes in the air, into the gap. It'll take some stopping, and it won't be stopped in the end. So that's a handy boundary for United. And that is Rex Shaker, who had to make the ground to his right. But it was well placed. It wasn't quite hit as well as the batsman intended. And again, points for placement. That went between the two fielders out there. And Aaron Kumar decides he'll go out to that deep wicket position. They certainly need more of those. This rate is climbing. I think that kind of 18 and over is pretty hard to sustain. I suppose anything's possible on this ground. This one mishit by Rohit Kumar. It'll just be one. So really anything under kind of 15 or 16 is actually a pretty good result for Cluj. I think you can see some high scoring matches. A couple of prize wickets already in the shed. And the Kumars, what can they do? This is clever bowling by Taranjit Singh. They think about two. There's no one guarding the stumps, and so that's clever running by Raj Kumar. Took a calculated risk there. Knew that Nadagodla went after the ball, and there's no one really keen to come in. Eventually, Mishra is the caretaker wicketkeeper, but it wasn't a great throw from Nadagodla either. They get 2 leg byes to finish the over. At the end of 6, it's 57 for 2. So at this stage, Cluj was 71 for 3. So just 14 behind on the comparison. I think that was clever bowling from Taranjit Singh, though, because he saw the batsman, Raj Kumar, coming down the wicket, and he knew that he could fire it in his pads, and the batsman would not want to let it go for a wide, because then he's at risk of being stumped. So he was forced to kind of just make sure he got some pad on it, but he wasn't able to get a good swing on it at all. And so it shows you how clever Taran Singh is as a cricketer. 4 overs remain now. Devray coming back to bowl his second over. It wasn't his first one, a good one. We're only 3 runs off it and picked up the big wicket of United skipper Ramesh Satheesan. 4 overs remain in match 5. And well, it's a full toss. It's gone miles in the air, though. It's gone higher than it's gone long. And it's just going to plug. And someone's going to have to get a shovel and dig that ball up, because that was so high. And he got it wrong. And you see here, it was a full toss from Devray. You thought it was going to disappear. It was kind of just below the waist, wasn't it? And that ball did absolutely plug into the outfield. Back to live action. Once again, full toss, but this one is not coming back. Well, that one's gone Jurassic. Halfway up the bank, Maximo. Rohit Kumar. This one, he wasn't going to miss out a second time, was he? It was knee-high full toss. Bang. That one is a no-doubter. Baseball swing on it. That was disappearing from this Moyle Vasea cricket ground. That was a 6 on any ground. Big hit. They certainly need some more of those. Run rate required up to 3 a ball. Maximo's will relieve the pressure for United. This time gets some length, and he just sits on it and goes 6 more. Well, there's a dozen of them. 6 and 6. Another Maximo for Rohit Kumar. And he has decided to press the go button. It's emergency time. Break the glass. And I think he knew this is clever batting, and he's always one step ahead of the bowler. He knew after those 2 full tosses he was going to get some length. So he just waited on it, and he deposited it over deep into wicket for 6 more. So game on. Devray over the wicket now. Slower ball. This one will probably be a no ball. It is called. And it will be caught, but it won't be out. And it'll be a free hit coming up. And yeah, I think the bowler knew it as well. Devray attempted slow ball. We've seen this happen a couple of times today. You see this one. Rohit Kumar. That was miles above his waist. That was probably chest high or higher. Good early call from the umpire. So that will be 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run. And it'll be Raj Kumar who's on strike for the free hit now from Devray. Doesn't quite get it. Well, Devray gets off the hook. Just 1 run. You know, they needed the kind of over. We have seen it a few times, haven't we? We saw it from Satheesan, who bowled a very tight first over. And then they got after him in the second. And that's just the nature of this form of the game. And Devray, his first over, only went for 3. And so far, this over is worth 17. 2 balls remaining in it. Rohit Kumar on strike again. He's got his measure, but this one's in the air, and he's right into the sun. It'll be a tough one. In the end, no one's going to get near it. And meanwhile, they're going to go for 2, and they're going to get it. So look, they're taking some calculated risks. Kumar and Kumar. I think they identified that the fielders didn't really have a great look at this ball. So they said, look, when it bounces, if you're not going to go and get the ball in quickly, we're going to take you on. Every run could be crucial. Last ball of the over. And what a catch. An excellent catch behind the subs from Natagodla. He's gone back. Takes an outstanding catch. And Rohit Kumar has given Devray some punishment, but he gets the last laugh. And this is all about the wicket keeping. Look at the balance. Natagodla, you see, he's in a great position to really get a good dive at it. It stays low, and he's got all that power off his right foot. And we've seen those fly for 4 more often than not. But I tell you what, a good wicket-keeper can save you a lot of runs. And that was an outstanding bit of work. Devray gets the last laugh. Finally gets Rohit Kumar. Take nothing away from the innings of Rohit Kumar. 25 off 13. That over. 19 runs, but a wicket off it. End of 7. The score is 76 for 3. And coming up next, well, if you liked what you've seen so far, there's more of the same coming. These two teams, I think they're very evenly matched. And they will be on the park again in around about 20 minutes, just to tick over that for match 6, the second match of the day. Cluj, once again, Arun Kumar Chandrasekhan has won the toss and elected to bat first. And you can see, perhaps maybe they could push Rajshekhar up to open the batting. That could be an attacking move. Or maybe they will stay with a combination. That saw them put 130 on the board. Vasu Saini, the new bowler. Immediately, there's top edge, but the third man was very, very fine. He's placed there for that shot, I think. Raj Kumar just can't get anything going. See, it's above 3 a ball required. They need that magical over. I mean, they did get 19 off the last one, but they pretty much need that every over from here on in if they're going to get near this target. Saini entrusted with the death bowling duties. You can imagine he'd bowl over 8 and perhaps over 10, depending on how this one goes. Just Stan Ahuja for the first time. Gets this one well, but drills it straight at the fieldsman. And they'll just get 1 run here. So Ahuja, we did see him feature for Royal Tigers 2 weeks ago in Hungary. He has spent a lot of time in Romania. Hence he's part of the United Cricket Club setup. Vasu Saini, I remember him from ECL in 2019. Well, this is up in the air, and this isn't being caught. That's a big hit. Maximo. 6 runs. Finally, Raj goes large. He's had to wait a few. He hasn't really been hitting them that well. Just a bit too much length. It wasn't a bad ball from Vasu Saini, but at this stage, sometimes you get that length. You see, the batsman went up and away, and Long have had no chance. And this one, swing and a miss. And so, good comeback from Saini. Actually, his wife, Alexandra Saini, is now the president of Cluj Cricket Club. Isn't that fantastic? There's a female president. I think that's wonderful for Romanian cricket. Of course, as Vasu has settled in Romania because of that relationship. Next one is pulled away and be a bit of a stop required. And it gets through. Siva Kumar Periawa out at deep backward square leg. And there's 4 runs. Really should have only been 1. They need a few things to go their way, don't they? Raj Kumar. First one was all him. This one was slightly assisted from Periawa. Just fumbled it. Rolled into the rope. Saini. His feet are being put to the fire at the moment. Nice ball the over. Hit hard, but should just be 1. Comfortable bounce. That's Ravi Atapattu. Hits the stumps, but batsman safely home. End of the 8th over. 89 for 3. Well, it's going to have to be something Herculean from here. They need 42 of the last 2. You need 2 magicals, don't you? You do. At this stage, you can see that Worm just pulling behind, and it takes me back to that over of 29 from Sathieson in the first innings. He did bowl a very tight first over, but you see that's kind of the moment where the Cluj Worm pulls away, and there's a bit of distance between it now. Taran Singh kind of all over number 9. We know it all happens in the 9th. They need something to happen, and something to happen very quickly. It's Raj Kumar on strike. Goes large, and this one is lifted out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's another Raj blast out of the ground. Taran Singh, not too much wrong with the delivery, but he just decided to be hyper-aggressive and turned it into pretty much a comfortable half volley. Kind of length he could pick up and send over the ropes for 6, and just the way they want to start this 9th over. They need to do something special if they're going to win it from here. 36 off 11 balls required. This time he's going to be stumped. And, well, it's a perfect reply from Taranjit Singh. And Matty Godler cleans up. Again, it's not so easy when it goes between the batsman and the stumps. See here. Yeah, it's an excellent piece of wicket keeping. And Raj, predictably, going after the next one. But I think it's a smart bowling by Taran. He just pulls length back and bowls a little bit quicker. And look at the good footwork from Matty Godler, I should say. Stays behind the line of the ball. And, we've seen wicketkeepers miss these, and they often become spectators when the ball is around the stumps or around the batsman. And, he's been really crucial. Don't underestimate the influence of the keeper, Nadagodla, in this defence. He took an excellent catch to get rid of Rohit Kumar when he was up and going. And now, smart bit of work to get Raj Kumar. So, batsman coming out. He's having a day out, and he did some pretty special things at the end of the first innings. It's Shantanu Vashisht. He took that amazing catch in the 10th over of the first innings. Let's see if he can do something mercurial here. 36 off 10. So you really got the mountain to climb. As we've seen, these 6s come. They can come in bursts. Don't count it out yet. Oh, this is well bowled by Taranjit Singh. Perfect delivery. Played for a bit of turn, but once again, smart work by Nadagodla. This one will be a wide. Once again, good keeping. And we've got to hand it to Cluj. They're not easy for them. Travelling, of course. They're a long way from their homes, about 500 kilometres. And made the trip up last night against the United side, who have had the benefit of playing a couple of matches yesterday morning. At Cluj, they've hit the ground running and look to be winning this first game of the day. This one should just be the one. Out to Siva. It's down to Ahuja. He's going to get the chance to face. He's only faced the one delivery so far. It just shows you again, 131. It was looking in range for so long, but almost everything has to go right for you as a batting team if you're going to chase down that kind of a score. Now, Ahuja can't get it away for anything more than a single. And looks like if they were to chase this down from here, it would be the most runs ever chased down off the last over to win a match in the Fancode European Cricket Series. This one, another finger tipper for Taran. He'll be pretty satisfied, I think, just to have taken some of the sting out of the ball in the context of the match. It's the end of an over. A very good over from Taranjit Singh, especially after that first ball disappeared for 6. And he got the big wicket, didn't he? Raj Kumar, stumped by Nadagodla. This one, wow, so close. It would have been another sensational catch, and we certainly have seen some so far in this series. But in the end, that over only going for 10. just what the doctor ordered for Cluj. And the score 99 for 4 after 9. Well, we did see Vashisht some 10th over heroics in the first innings of this match. Will have to be something pretty special here. 32 required. So 4 sixes, 2 fours will do it. Saini to bowl the 10th. Well, this is going to be one of the sixes. So, well, much like one of my favourite Bee Gees songs, Staying Alive, Vashisht turning on the 10th over tricks again. And he keeps United in the game. And Saini just giving him some length to work with. Like I said, 4 sixes, 2 fours. So that means from here, 3 sixes, 2 fours. That's not counting on any extras. I think Saini has to hold his nerve here. Vashisht needs to stay still and hit the ball. Don't have to be too crazy. Don't have to go running at the bowler. Just watch it and hit it hard. And this one won't go to the boundary. So just one. That's going to make it really tough. 4 sixes in a row to tie the match from here. But you've got to hand it to Cluj. They come out first game of the series. They've been tested by United, but they've stood up when it's counted. Sets up a very interesting rematch as well in match 6. That's one you don't want to miss, starting in about 15 minutes' time. Vasu has held his nerve at the death. And look, you know you're going to get the occasional one where you get a bit of tap. That's just part and parcel of the job if you're bowling at this stage of the innings. 4 balls remain. Well, this is in the air, and I don't think it's going to carry. It could be a chance as well, and it's a good catch by Ravi Atapattu. It's the end of a hooja. It was kind of on a hiding to nothing, wasn't he? Had to try and send the last 4 balls out of the ground to force the golden ball. And although he gets a piece of this, just kind of a bit of a top edge as well. And that brought Atapattu into the game, and he's been a pretty useful contributor for Cluj. And wicket goes down. That pretty much ices the game now for the men in red and black. 106 for 5 now with 3 balls remaining. Let us know how you've been enjoying the action. You've seen some high quality cricket and some really good stroke making. Jackson saying maybe we'll see a Hooja opening the batting in the next match. Yeah, I don't think it'd be a bad shout. Kayani comes to the crease. He'll be at the non-striker's end. Vashisht on strike. He goes for it as well, but this one, it's going to come down with snow on it. It's Ravi again, and this time he holds on to a very good catch once again. Wow, this one, he went to his left. So he's gone to his right, he's gone to his left. And Ravi Atapattu has done the job both times. Saini, well, he finds himself on a hat-trick. There was a fair bit of bat on this from Vashisht, but it was mostly vertical. And you've got to hand it to Atapattu. It wasn't an easy catch either. He also had to be a little bit aware of that boundary rope, and it wasn't an easy one to get set because these ones, even if you misjudge them slightly, they can just throw you off balance, and it might take you a step or two to set your feet after you take the catch, or attempt to take the catch. 106 for 6. Both teams passing the ton in the first innings of this match. Vasu Saini, well, he's on a hat-trick. 10th over hat-tricks. Haven't we seen a few of those this year on ECN? Hat-trick ball for Saini. He misses it. If that was straight up, he would have been every chance to take it, I think. I don't think he'll be too bothered about that. Would have been a nice little highlight. This one, he gets this on line. I can't see Kayani hitting it. Last ball of the match. And then he gets the wicket. So he gets 3 and 4. That was a clever bit of bowling. And I think it's a slow ball from Saini, who gets his 3rd wicket. 3 and 4 balls. You see, look, this one. The one before, he missed out, but he wasn't going to miss the next one, was he? Vasu Saini. That was a leg cutter slow ball. He really dragged down. But, well, pretty understated. Finishes with 3 for 20. And didn't he hold his nerve well, having to bowl overs 8 and 10 in a pressure situation. And Cluj, they make a winning start. They're going to win this one 130 to 106, the final score of Game 5 of this Fancode European Cricket Series. Romania and the captain Aaron Kumar having some words with his troops. They have to get back up and about because they'll be back out there in about 10 minutes time for the start of the second match of the day. It'll be a rematch, and once again Cluj will be batting first in that one. Let's go back to some of the highlights from this second innings. And 131, it was always going to be a lot of runs to chase, wasn't it, for United? And along the way, you knew that they were going to have to keep playing their shots, and it was the openers that were getting it done early. So Thiessen, he was in good form yesterday. It was this man, Ali Hussain, that really impressed me. He came out swinging 22 off 11 balls. So Thiessen survived a pretty close call here. Well, he would have been kicking himself if he was run out in that fashion, but Ali Hussain showed some real innovation in his stroke play, just manipulating the field. Eventually, he went once too often. LBW to a low full toss. He's hitting him in line with leg stump, going on to hit the stumps. That brought Rohit Kumar to the crease. Raj Kumar just couldn't really get going early in his innings. But Rohit, well, once he got a couple of these, he put them out of sight. A couple of knee-high full tosses. The Kumars, they set about trying to build a partnership that might put them in contention for a victory, but it was a great piece of wicket-keeping that removed Rohit Kumar. Matty Godler, well, he was outstanding behind the stumps, I think, in that innings. No buys at all, and a couple of very useful dismissals. Vasu Saini at the end. That one didn't get helped out by Periawa on the deep square leg fence, but Taranjit Singh, don't underestimate his contribution as well with the ball. And come the last over, they needed boundaries, they needed them now, they had to go for their shots. There was some good fielding by Adipatu, who really showed with the bat, the ball, and in the field what a useful addition he is to this Cluj team. Takes one from his right, takes one from his left. Saini, well, he puts the exclamation point on the victory with a wicket last ball. Finishes with 3 for 20. Now on this Fancode European Cricket Series, the action just keeps on coming. And see that these two teams will meet again in match 6. And it'll be Cluj batting first. Another toss, a good toss to win, I think, for Aaron Kumar, Chandrasekharan. And I'm sure we'll see them try and put a similar score on the board. Really puts the pressure on the team batting second. And United, well, whatever Cluj put on the board, they'll want to chase it down. They certainly have some attacking batsmen that can do it. Stan Ahuja, where will he bat? That's the question as well. But Thiessen, he's the Romanian captain, and he's capable of going big. They certainly have a lot of good players, as do Cluj. So I think it'll be a highly entertaining game. Join us in about 10 minutes for the start of that one. Let's have a look at the scorecard then. And the top 4 all making double figures, but no one could really go on and make a big innings. I thought that Rohit Kumar was looking very good. 25 off 13 before he was spectacularly caught behind the stumps by Matty Godler. But Ali Hussain, I like the way he batted as well. He was LBW to a straight ball from Adipatu in the end. It's a decent, just didn't quite get going. That's how they fell, 24 runs short of the total posted. And look, very consistent economy rates. All of the bowlers went between 20 and 22 off their 2 overs. So pretty clinical stuff. Saini gets the biggers with his 3 wickets in the last over. But don't underestimate the contributions from all the bowlers. Even Mishra, who, despite going for 14 in his first over, only went for 7 in his second. So it's confirmation of the result of match 5. Cluj 130 defeating United 106. And United, they'll be out to settle the score in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the next match, the second one of the day. Match 6 is on the way. In the meantime, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. Don't forget to check us out on our social media as well as Cluj. They have points on the board. And it will be a highly entertaining match. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few minutes with the second match of the day. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. You are watching the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Moira Vlasia ground just north of Bucharest, the capital of Romania, and it's time for match 6. It's going to be an interesting rematch between these two teams. It's United versus Cluj in the second match of the day. Let's go to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
Okay, you call. Heads.
Heads is the call.
Heads.
Heads it is. What would you like to do?
We bet.
Once again, Arun Kumar from Cluj has won the toss. They'll be batting first and putting the runs on the board. We thought we'd see some high scores today, and I'm sure it may pan out that way again. Over to the commentary box. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much. Let's get ready for another rumble between these two teams. Both highly decorated cricket teams in Romania and Cluj. They've made the trip up, and they are certainly pretty satisfied with their efforts so far after making a winning start. We knew it might be tough for them early in the tournament, but United, who looked very good yesterday, they ended up just being caught a few runs short in the second match. So, pardon me, the first match of the day, set 131 for victory. They were only able to manage 106, and the key times in that second innings, Cluj just stepped up and took some very, very good catches and opportunities, and I thought Natty Godler was outstanding behind the stumps for Cluj. And you see the surrounds of this cricket ground. It certainly is a wonderful place to play cricket. And that's why we just love being here, love bringing you the scenes from the east of the continent. You can see there, United, well, they would have been disappointed to go down in the first match. And I think also a bit frustrated, losing the toss again, being forced to field first. I think that their captain, Ramesh Satheesan, would have been keen to have a bat and put the runs on the board. But the coin didn't fall his way. Once again, Arun was very quick to say that they'll have a bat. And really what we saw from Cluj is they've got a couple of new weapons, particularly Rajshekhar, the way he batted when he came out. And we're probably likely to see him at number 3 again. Saini didn't fire, but we know that he's another one that is capable of scoring some runs. And they are going to go with the same opening combination. It's Taranjit Singh and Natty Godler at the top of the order. Have a look at these two teams. And you can see already that Taranjit Singh was racking up the points. He also bowled very well, didn't he, in that first game. Natty Godler was his opening partner. And I think we probably will see Rajshekhar at 3, Sain at 4, Adipatu at 5. Seems to be the way that their batting lineup is looking. But United, they've got some bowling options. And you look, Shantanu Vashisht is likely to open, and he's been outstanding so far in this series with the ball, and particularly his fielding. How was that catch that he took? Didn't see Sundararajan get a bowl in that last game. Sanahuja is the big in for them. But Ali Hussain, how well did he play in that first game? 4 wickets and then a handy 20-odd at the top of the order. So, let's take it all the way to the first ball now. Vashisht will be opening the bowling. No surprises there. And you know that United, they'll be out to settle the score. That won't sit well with them going down in the first match of the day. We've seen a lot of these double-headers split lately on ECN, haven't we? And well, let us know what you think in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I won't be alone for this game. I have a guest commentator who will be coming in very shortly. That will need no introduction. Right now, just waiting for that clock to tick over to 11 o'clock local time. It's 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and it's 1:30 p.m. in India, of course. So now we're ready to go. Here's the first ball of match 6. In the air, and it just gets over the fielder, Dharmendra. He's trying to race away to the boundary, and Taranjit Singh certainly is a very good timer of the cricket ball. And this one, again, look, there's not too much in the way of follow through or backlift there, but it's just perfectly timed. Just had to get it over that fielder at short cover. It's always going to be 4. So a great start for the Cluj team. Batting first once again. Vashisht. It's been a little bit expensive at times today. It's a slower ball. There's nothing slow about it off the bat of Taran. This is another one. Maximo. We talked about it before. I mean, slow ball is certainly worth a try, but if you get it wrong and if you're too full or if you're too short, on this pitch, it's very unforgiving. Taran smashes this one out of here. It was still on the way up the last I saw it. That one might be wet. There's another souvenir. The Loch Ness Monster in there. This one's worked away nicely, but he might be out, and he is. Wow, that's a big wicket at this stage of the game, and Vashish gets the last laugh. And it's all about taking your opportunities, and Taran, he doesn't give too many. Well, maybe it's a bit fortunate for Vashish. It's worked nicely. Probably timed it too well. Carried all the way to the fielder in the circle. And that is a big wicket for United. And Vashish, oh, he was up and away, wasn't he? There was no stopping him. He needed a parachute to slow him down. Taran, after a very, very bright start, well, that's cricket, I guess. He goes for 10. End of his innings coming a bit quicker than he thought. Well, look out. The attack was on, wasn't it? And Vashish, well, he was almost going to take off. Unfortunately for Taran, he's got to take off only 10 for 1 in the first over. All about taking chances, though. And certainly it was important that Zawa Ali that took the catch, that short fine leg position. I'd be so happy about that. I mean, it's probably a little bit fortunate for United that the ball got hit to a fielder, but I mean, that's, like I said, that's cricket, isn't it? Shaker, though, didn't he bat well earlier today? Vashish with his tail up. He has 1 for 10 now. Shaker, another big player for Cluj. Starts by driving a low full toss. And just be no run this time. In a different situation, I think, for Shaker. He came in with 61 on the board last time. This time, comes in the very first over. Well, doesn't bother him too much. He goes up and away and he slices. It's going to carry the boundary. Maximo. Rajshekhar. Well, signal 4 by the umpire. Might have a look at this. Have a look at this one. He just carries all the way. Yeah, I think we'll see this. This one does just get over, doesn't it? That's pretty conclusive. And so that one will go down as Maximo. This one's worked away. And it gets through the fielder. Ali Zion. Well, he hasn't had it in the morning to remember so far, has he? And this one was just timed from Rajshekhar. And this one, it's all pure timing, isn't it? And the fielder, well, I think he should have done better. Need to get something behind it. And so it will be 4 runs to finish the over. Certainly was an exciting one, a magical one, but the big wicket of Charanjit Singh, I think if you said, would you give up 20 runs to get him? I think you'd probably say yes. 20 for 1 after the first over. Well, for the first time today, great time to welcome into the commentary box, Mr. Pavel Florin. Hello, Pavel. How are you this morning?
Hi, everyone. I am good, and good to see you again here. A good day to cricket.
It certainly is. It's quite warm conditions, isn't it, today? A little bit muggy, but I know we'll see you later on playing for the Bucharest Gladiators against ACCB. Second over begins Raj Kumar with the ball. And Natagodla hasn't faced a ball yet. Won't get a run here. So how do you feel this morning, especially after playing 2 games yesterday and the long drive up Sunday night? How are you feeling?
It's better. I am fresh. I hope my colleagues, they are good also. We have a very tough game today.
Raj Kumar bangs this one in. It's hitting the air, but finds a gap. This is probably going to run away for 4, and it does. It shows this outfield quickening up as it dries out under the hot sun. This is well played by Natagotla. He gets off the mark in style. Yeah, so now big games, aren't they, this afternoon? Because, of course, you didn't get a win yesterday. You'd love to get one against ACCB, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we have a very tough opponents.
It's hit well, and it's going to go to the other side of the fielder. And well, this is pretty outstanding work. And just waited and punched that one off the back foot. And delightful work. That's Rohit Kumar, who's in that position at point. Doesn't have the gloves on this game. It's down to Hooja behind the stumps. Natagotla. That's why he's so dangerous in the power play, because he can hit these shots along the ground. He's a good cricketer. And I'm sure, Pavel, you would know these Cluj guys pretty well, of course. Haven't played a lot of cricket with them. In the air. It's not going to carry to Vashisht. And, well, he's going to go from downtown. Well, how about that for a piece of fielding? We saw him direct hit in the last over of the first innings of the previous game. He's such a good fielder. But tell me, Pavel, what do you think with these two teams? They're pretty evenly matched, aren't they?
Yeah, I think Cluj is the favorite of tournament. They have a very strong team, and in this year they come 2 or 3 very good players.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's a bit short, but it's in the air. Vashisht is in the game. He's going to have to get vertical, and he does it. Well, what a fieldsman he is. And once again, the big moment, and it's Vashisht who went back, and he was working in a shoebox, wasn't he? He had no room to work with. And well, believe it or not, it's not even the best catch he's taken today. And Pavel, once again, Vashisht, he's been so good in the field. And that is the end of a very dangerous batsman in Rajshekhara.
And he have safe hands every time.
Yeah, outstanding work. And United, well, that's 2 big fish that they've caught in the first 2 overs. 29 for 2. Disappointment for Rajshekhara, and that was heading for 6. But
now 2 of the top batsmen, they are out, so United have a chance to win, a big chance.
They've got to be, really. They've got to be happy with these 2 big wickets. I mean, there's still other threats. And Vasu Saini comes in a bit earlier than I think he planned to. And Natagotla, we talked about how effective he is in the power play, but once the field goes back, sometimes he struggles to keep that scoring rate going. And Raj Kumar gets a wicket, so I think they'll be extremely happy with this start, United. Trying to avenge that loss in match 5. He's driven. It's Vashisht, the magic man. He's just making things happen that you don't think are possible on a cricket field, particularly. Now, did you see that catch, Pavel? The one-handed catch from Vashisht earlier.
He played for the national team of Romania, and he catch many of my balls, so he's a very good teammate to have in the field.
Yeah, I think you'd certainly want him under a high ball or any kind of ball. End of the second over is 30 for 2 after 2 overs, and it's so important you have your best fielders in the positions where the ball is going most often. But still, the run rate's pretty good for Cluj. But those 2 wickets, again, I think if you said to United, would you take 30 off 2 overs to have the wickets of Taranjit Singh and Anand Rajshekhara? They'd say, absolutely, we will take that. Right now, here's Kayani.
Aftab Kayani.
Yeah, didn't bowl particularly well in the first match. You want to make up for it. This is a good start, though. I think, he normally swings the ball, but the ball wasn't really swinging for him this morning. And that's why there were a few balls that went down the leg side, but that was a very good start.
But now it's different day. I think Aftab do a good game, this second game.
Again, it's well pitched. And Vashisht, he's a threat from anywhere. It's just one to Natagotla. We'll get to see Vasu Saini on strike. And Vasu Saini, I'm sure that's a player that you know very well, Pavel.
Yeah, he's one of my friends. So he's live with me in Cluj.
Yeah, it's great to see. Great to see these players out there we have seen previously on ECN. It's a straight, but two straight. And the stumps go down. Only one bail was down, so still could have potentially got a direct hit run out. So eventually they decide that they won't take a run.
Very good call for Sani.
And so this one, see, with one bail off, you can then knock the other bail off and it's still considered breaking the stumps. There's a few funny rules in cricket, aren't there? And so
Until now, Aftab, a very good over. Just 2 runs.
yeah, it has been
1 run.
yeah, just one actually. This one, there's going to be more runs. This one, how far has it travelled? That's the question. I think it's gone all the way. Maximo Vasu Saini flicking this one, picking it up off the leg stump. This is the first one I think that Afi's really lost his line. He's been pretty disciplined outside the off stump. This one carries all the way. That's a 6. And Saini, we saw him hit a boundary in the first match, but then get out straight after. I'm sure this time he wants to go on with it. And there's a lot of time left in this innings. So we're going to have a comeback from Kayani. He'd been very tight before that ball. Goes again, but thankfully for Vasu, doesn't hit it that well. Just falls safely. It'll just be a single. So what sort of a score do you think is an average score in this tournament, Pavel, so far?
It's T10. You never know how it's going up or down.
You're certainly not wrong there. Short, and this one will probably be cut off by that man who's gone back to deep backward square leg. I think it's good field positioning.
I think safe score is 120, 130.
Yeah, get to the
To
end of
have a chance to win.
into the third over, 39 for 2. So I think that's pretty much a par power play. I think about 35 to 40 in the 3 over power play seems to be about what you can expect. But you can see it was mostly the first over where the damage was done, but the big wicket of Taranjit Singh for Vashisht. So in the end, they didn't bring Vashisht back for a second. They're obviously saving him up. And yeah, I think you're right. I think 120 to 130. I think that's pretty much what an average score is. But when you're chasing it, you feel that pressure, you know you have to get that many. But when you're batting first, you're just trying to get as many as you can. And here's Ali Zain, who had a very short trip to the bowling crease in the first game. And
He have a similar style with me sometimes.
yeah, sometimes he really takes the pace off, doesn't he? And Ali Zain, see if he floats any up like he did before. This time he does. And down the wicket. Now this is probably pretty high when he played it, but I think you can't call this a no ball because when he's back, it's going to be in the crease. I think that when the batsman's standing his crease, I think that definitely dips below his waist. Now this was better pitch, but it looks like it's hit into the gap, and it's going to be 4. And this is a nice shot. And this is where Satvik's got to stand up, doesn't he? Because he's lost Taranjit Singh, and he's lost Rajshekhara. And certainly this was well-placed sweep shot for 4.
Satvik Nagola is growing last time very much, and he's a very, very good wicket keeper. And now he also batsman.
Yeah, he's batting well today. Worked away on the offside. It'll be 1.
No run.
Run in the end. Yeah, so Satvik certainly was an excellent wicket-keeper in the last game. He's pretty skillful up to the stumps to the likes of Gaurav Mishra. Great catch back as well. Devray. Tossed up. This one will be a no ball, I think, and it's going to be deposited for a Maximo. And this one, to me, it was very, very high. This to me, because he doesn't really leave his crease this time. So for me, yeah, well, I mean, maybe it's touch and go. I think it is called a no ball. I think it's the right call, though. If you're not sure, you see where he hits this. He is, yeah, to me, the point of impact's above the waist there from Nadigodla. So once again, you see Ali Zain struggling with that full delivery, just getting too full. And he'll be very familiar with the procedure. If he bowls another one of those, he'll be out of the attack. And this next one will be a free hit.
He's a pressure to Ali.
Yeah, it's obviously going to make you feel even more pressure knowing that if you bowl one more of those, you won't be able to bowl anymore in the game. He goes for the quicker ball. It's a free hit, though. It won't matter if it's caught or not. It is caught. The batsmen are alert to it, and they just get a single, so he gets away with that one. 50 up for Cluj now in the 4th over. They are up and going. Ali is a very clever bowler. He can spin the ball both ways as well, just by changing his wrist position. He gets it right. It can be a tough proposition. Vasu Saini on strike. It's just worked away. And it'll just be a single. It takes us to the end of 4 overs, and the score, it's 54 for 2.
So this partnership is going very well for Cluj, and I think in this over they start to accelerate. They very good players, also Vasu and Sadvik. Sadvik is the best wicket keeper we have here in Romania.
Yeah, he certainly was impressive. And if you like what you're seeing, let us know on the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network. We hit the 4 over mark of this one. It's great to see Maya in the chat as well. And we've got Kawaja Shan. And Jackson Redex in there as well. Keep the chat coming. Always love your contributions. And Maya's got a question for you, Pavel. I don't really know if you'll have the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. First, we'll have a look at Ali Hussain, who's coming in for the first time, coming off 4 wickets last time. This one will be called a wide. Let's have a look at this one again. It's always touch and go with that offside wide line, isn't it? And this one clearly outside, and he will try and keep it outside the off stump. Here's Ali Hussain. This is hit pretty well by Vasu Saini, and it's going to skip away. Maximo! 6 straight down the ground. And, well, Ali Hussain certainly had some success in the last game. But this is just a good straight hit from Saini. He hits the ball really well in that direction, doesn't he, Pavel?
What I say, they start to accelerate this over.
You can feel it at the moment. So next one away for a single. So Maya's question was, Pavel, how do they choose uniforms? Can you give us any? I know your Gladiators uniforms look pretty cool. Can you have your name on it and your number as well? Is it, for example, the colours of the Gladiators? Told you it was a hard question, accent. Someone gives you a shirt and that's it. Yeah, but
I can say we can choose our numbers,
yeah.
And of course our names is from born.
Yeah.
But the color of uniform is the color of team in Gladiators.
As well bowled by Ali Hussain. Well, but speaking of your number 80, that's quite a high number. Well, what's the story behind number 80?
If you know, I make many sports before, and one of the sports was American football. I was in defense, and my number was 80.
Yeah, I'm a big American football fan myself. Look at this, another catch, another one in this position, and Vasu cannot believe it. Once again, he's gone in that direction, and Zawa Ali, wow, the ball just keeps following him. So, luck's of fortune for United again. It's one of those ones, if it goes 2 metres either side of Zawa Ali, then you know it's 4, but he's just in the right place at the right time. Oh, why wouldn't he be happy? He removes a dangerous batsman, Vasu Saini. He's got to go, and good sportsmanship as well. And so just find it funny when they get to have a little bit of a chat, and they might as well do it as we head to the drinks break. And with that one, it'll be 63 for the loss of 3. And and we were talking about United, they really would want to square the ledger after the first match where Cluj got the better of them. Yeah, so it's great to have your company this morning. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Romanian cricketing icon Pavel Florin. I like your Surrey Hills top that you've got on there.
There is my short, my team from Australia.
Yeah,
It's still my team. If I'm here, they forever, they are my team.
I'm sure they might be watching as well.
If I go, I have, I don't know, 3 or 4 shorts from there. Everywhere I go, I take with me because it's my team in my soul.
Yeah.
Maybe never I play with them, but it was the best cricket adventure for me with this team.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. And we know that you're invited as a guest of Surrey Hills. They flew you out from Romania. Going back to the ECL in 2019, though, this must give you some special memories as well. And we're seeing the Cluj team in action here. And see Nader Godler. He mentioned how good he is with his wicket keeping, and that was one. Well, he almost ate that one, but he still managed to catch it. But I'm sure they were exciting times, weren't they, for Romanian cricket and cricket in Europe in general. And it's such a shame we haven't had another ECL since then because of the pandemic. There's Siva Perialwa taking a catch, and it's been awesome to be able to reflect on that. And I'm sure it's quite exciting that we'll have more high-quality cricket on ECN coming up with European Cricket Championship, of course, in September. And you're every chance. If you keep taking wickets, I can't see you not making that national team for Romania in September. But then, of course, European Cricket League next year. It really creates a sense of competitiveness and friendly competition in the domestic scene, knowing that European Cricket League spot is on the line right now. Last ball, the 5th over coming up. And this will finish the over with a single. 64 for 3 at the halfway mark. But Pavel, tell us about what that experience was like in 2019. You went from a complete unknown to then everyone talking about you and everyone analysing your cricket. It must have been a very quick transition.
Yeah, you live in Transylvania, and for many people is the end of the world there. And you go in a competition, and after everything you explode. Everybody call you, and everybody. Wait a minute.
Here is the 6th over beginning now.
Everybody call you. Everybody want to talk with you. The social media explode. It was very tough days for me to answer everybody.
Yeah, for sure. It didn't really go viral, didn't it? Here's Thiessen with the ball. And got a very tight first over last time. The second one they got after him, 29 off it. But and how's it been since then? I know you've had quite a long time now, and it was a difficult season last year with the pandemic, and it was difficult for a lot of people around the world. But you had plans, I know, to play in Australia again last year. It's up in the air, but it won't carry the deep point. Must have been tough not having a regular cricket season last year, and also it's very difficult to get around at the moment, isn't it?
For 1 year and a half, just few games.
Decent.
So very hard to don't make sport, to don't make something you love.
Yeah.
But now the things they change. We are here, we are playing, and we are happy for this.
Yeah, we're certainly happy you can be here with us. Next one bounces a bit from Thiessen. New batsman out there is Ravi Atapattu, who I think is a good all-round cricketer for Cluj. So, things are on the up and up, and I know you would have featured in the European Cricket League last year, or even this year, if they'd gone ahead, but I think it's going to be wide down the leg side. Sanahuja not quite getting there. They've managed to keep that in the field of play. This one, I think, will be 3 wides in the end. Look at this, a bit of fancy footwork. Had to sort out the distancing. It was out the window, but yeah, it's a clean stop. never touches the rope and gets back in before he picks it up. So, takes us to the end of the over. And the score at the end of that over, it's going to be 71 for 3. So 6 overs down, and it's a great chance to a 6 over check-in. And at the moment, they're kind of going around that kind of 12 and over. I think they're on track for that 120 to 130 again. I do think losing those 2 key players is certainly affecting Cluj's ability to accelerate. 70 for 3 at the moment, the score. So here's Ali Hussein back for a second over. Tries to lift this one up. It'll just be one. So, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? And United, they couldn't quite chase down 132. There's a lot of runs to chase, but I mean, something in the kind of 110, 120, I think they'd fancy their chances. They have a lot of hitters at their disposal. A little late cut. The stop is made, but won't prevent 2. Another Godluck. He has stepped up, hasn't he? And he's moved up into the 20s. And Adipatu looks like a good player as well. We see him hit a couple of big 6s in the last game. This is just a clever little late cut for 2. And this one gets himself in a real tangle. Actually had to be pretty aware here, the batsman, because he almost fell out of his crease, and the ball, he hits it onto his leg and it goes back towards Danahuja. So he just knows he's got to get back quickly. So he does well to do that. It's going to be just a single. And Pavel, we know that, we talked about you playing cricket, go for one on the fumble, but he's going to have to hustle. I think that if there's just a slightly better throw and Ahuja gathers this, I think that Nadagodla's in trouble. He went on the fumble. Have a look at this. I think that if he grabs it, he's probably curtains for Nadagodla. As we get to the final ball, the 7th over. I do want to ask you about some other sports you've been playing, Pavel, in the interim. But first, we'll have a look at this ball. It's in the air, and this one is not going to carry. That's frustrating for the fielder. So they get to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 76 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up, though, before we get to the next question I want to ask you. And we've got series coming up, and each of these series coming up are 2 weeks each. And we have 2 weeks in Stockholm. That's starting 19th of July, and that's only a few days away. And then we'll be in Malmo in the south of Sweden for another 2-week series before we head to Dresden, where we were last year. All of these locations, actually, we were last year for some series. Dresden in the east of Germany from the 16th of August, then Capelli in the Netherlands from the 30th of August, and then after that, well, it's 2 months today that we will start the European Cricket Championship. And for more information about that tournament, you can go to ecc.cricket, including how you can be a part of the fan village. It's a beautiful part of the world to go, so make sure you stay tuned to the European Cricket Network to stay up to date with what is happening in the world of European cricket. Here's Kayani coming back to bowl. And does well, dot ball. So, you know, you love your cricket, but you love lots of sports. And what sort of sports have you been playing lately, apart from cricket?
So I have 2 other sports where I was champion in American football and futsal.
Yeah. Kayani. The dug out for a single. Yeah, futsal, it's the kind of indoor version of football, isn't it? Played on
like
it for those of our viewers
indoor
that aren't familiar.
cricket, indoor football.
Yeah. And you're a goalkeeper, is that right?
Yeah,
in
I'm a
futsal?
goalkeeper. But I make another sports. I love every sports. They have a reason to be these sports, and everybody needs to try it.
Yeah, but this one's not going to be caught by a fielder. It's a Maximo, and Nadagodla, well, he is holding this innings together. And with that shot, he moves into the 30s, and the score up into the 80s, and that's a nice straight hit from the keeper. Look at that, just hit straight through the line of the ball. Kayani maybe slightly over pitching. There's not much margin for error on this pitch. Yeah, I think you've been doing some boxing lately. Is that what you've been doing as well? You've been telling me your face has been busted up. You sure it's that you've been doing boxing? You're not just been getting into trouble at the nightclub where you see you working. And because you do have a, as we see, this next one is leaned on. It's 4 more for Nadagodla. Is a nice shot. He follows up the 6 and the 4. He's hungry for more. Satvik. He'll get 4 more. But you know, you have his security background and been a personal bodyguard in the past. And
we need to do this sports, MMA, boxing.
MMA,
I started boxing recently, just 2 years ago. But I like it. It's, you need to use your brain, not just your head. You know.
You need to use you need to use your brain, or your brain can get damaged in these sports. So I think it is important. Nadagodla batting out of his crease to Kiani. It's a full toss. He's keen to get in the front foot, isn't he? I mentioned it's dangerous playing back on this wicket. So how's the boxing going? Are you hitting people more than you're getting hit? Explain to me.
My partners have 120 kilos, and it's very tough.
He's tough to knock down. And you see here, this is in the air, and it's going to be 4 more. Adipatu, contrasting start to Nadagodla. He got back, he got deep in his crease. And the same kind of a ball, same kind of length. He goes back, and he hits it very well over cover. Just have a look at how deep he is in his crease. And so that allows him to get some length that he works with. And he finishes the 8th with a boundary, 92 for 3. It was a pretty good over for Cluj, getting back on track, 16 runs off it. And the score now is 92 with 2 overs remaining. So I think they're on target for that kind of around about 120 score, something like that. I think it's quite achievable. But here's a man who still has an over up his sleeve, Shantanu Vashisht.
I think he's the best bowler of UCC.
Yeah, I think so. I have gotten after him a couple of times today, though. Mid-off up in the circle for Vashisht. He's hit hard, but hit straight at line. It'll just be a single. Yeah, he's a good all-round cricketer, isn't he? And we've seen him bat well, and he bowls well, and his fielding. Well, his fielding's been amazing.
Yes.
Here he is again. Oh, in the air, but this isn't going to carry the distance. It'll be a difficult catch for the fielder coming in, and he spills it. Well, that's Ali Hussain, I think, who hasn't done much wrong today. Now they think about a third, but they won't take it. And again, these are the moments in the match that they could come back to haunt you, especially if it's a close contest. And this one did go very high. And Ali Hussain hasn't done much wrong today, but he couldn't hold on to this one. So, disappointment for the bowler, Vashisht. It's a good slow ball though, beats him. I suppose that's the annoying thing for Vashisht. He can't be everywhere at once, can he? And so he can't be bowling and fielding out the boundary at the same time. You see, Vashisht does mix up his pace. I haven't seen him bowl too much at the end of the innings. And this one is the pace on one, and this one disappears. Well, this is a big hit. This is what happens if you miss him. Well, Adipatu didn't miss this. And Vashisht, he put the pace back on this one, and it disappeared out of the cricket ground. Great shot. That brings up the 100 as well for Cluj. Well, you've got to love these big hits. Ravi goes large. It's party time now for the batting team. I always think every second ball's a slower ball. That's a call from off the field. We'll see what Vashisht. He decides to get the pace on. This one gets through the fielder, and it's going to be 4 more. So the wheels falling off a little bit. And Vashisht, well, he certainly carried the team in the field today, but they're not really repaying the favour. This one goes straight through Zohar Ali. He's done some good things in this innings. And now, with the ball remaining, the score's up to 105. Fielding's so important, isn't it, Pavel? In any form of cricket, particularly in this 10-over format.
In some this missed ball, they make you angry.
I understand why. They're thinking, playing some mind games off the bench. They're calling out slower ball, faster ball. See what Vashisht does. Does go the slow ball, and he knocks him over. And, well, he's just saying, everyone settle down. Settle down. I've got this under control. And, well, they certainly have done very well in this innings, United and Vashish, although he's gone for a few in this over. He gets the last laugh, and he knocks over Adipatu. But still a good innings from Adipatu. And he contributed 27 to the total of 17 balls. The score now after 9 overs, it's 105 for 4.
6 ball more. What you think is the target?
I think it'll be around 120.
I say 117.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. So, Sivakumar Periawa is coming out. There's a lot of tall towers, and see, there's no overs have really been that slow. I suppose 6 and 7 went for 6 each, and that's the only kind of period where you felt like they held Cluj, and those were Satheesan and Ali Hussain with a spin.
And in the crease is Shiva Kumar.
Yeah. Sometimes a wicket keeper.
Yeah, and also is one of my good friends. We travel a lot to reach here to play when we play for Cluj. I can't wait to see how it is going.
Here we go, 10th overtime. It should start with a wicket, and Satheesan, he's not going to miss it. And this is a handy wicket to get Nadigotla at this stage. And he goes for 40. And another wicket goes down. Raj Kumar's come back for this last over. It's pretty well pitched. I think Nadigotla just trying to hit across this one, gets a bit of a leading edge. And the captain perfectly placed. And again, important you keep taking your chances. They missed one last over, but they've been good apart from that. It'll bring Nishant Devray to the crease. 105 for 5 now. And I could see Rico Full, my commentary partner, has popped into the chat, which I always think's sensational. And Rico has a question for you, Pavel. I'm not sure you might have heard about this, but have you heard the European cricket song yet? And if so, what have you thought? Have you heard about the European cricket song yet, Rico? Rico, Pavel. Rico's asking a question.
I know the song of ECL.
Yeah, so that was the theme of ECL a couple of years ago. 5 balls remaining. Down leg side. This is well done by the batsman to get out the way of it. So he's going to get some wides. And they're going to get 3 of them in total. Because they get 1 for the wide, 2 for the extra runs. Yeah, well, Rico, late last year, he actually wrote a song, which is quickly becoming a bit of an anthem for European cricket. So we might even get it played at some point during the break. But it's, I think it talks about everything European cricket's about the chance you're showing what you can do, the skills on the big stage, and that it's really broadcast to millions around the world. This one in the air, and it's going to get 6. I think it's going to go all the way. Maximo Siva, well, he goes large.
Shiva.
I mean, well, you're 117. It's looking a little bit light on now because that takes us up to 114, and there's still 4 balls remaining in this innings.
6 in the first ball.
Yeah, take that against full toss. It's a hittable delivery from Raj Kumar. I like that from Siva. Just helped on its way. Sometimes we see batsmen really swing hard at this stage of the inning. I think a 120 type score, I think, will be a really interesting chase. I think it'll be interesting regardless. Raj Kumar, this is a good comeback, a really good comeback. It's all about the length here. I think Periawa is coming at him, and he turns it into a Yorker. He pretty much Yorks himself, I think, by coming down the wicket. Three balls remain then. This one will be called a wide. Not too much margin for error. That score creeps up. 115. This from Raj Kumar. Just swinging a little bit too much. It's a good decision by the umpire. That wide indication line. Anything that hits that line as it goes past the crease typically will be called a wide. Gets a bit about on this. And it's going to be a tough task for the fielder. Well, does very well. And somehow keeps in the field of play. That's outstanding work.
Very
Get
good
to.
fielding.
Excellent fielding. And these are the things that can make a difference, can't they, Pavel? Especially in a game that looks like it could be a very close one. Just kept it in, didn't he?
Very good effort.
Fortunately, didn't roll back onto the rope. Yeah, just checking this one, but to me this looks fine.
For me also.
See, gets rid of it very quickly. Just taps it back in. I think you'll have a look here. There's nothing for me to suggest that the ball's hit the rope there, or that he was in contact with the rope when he touched the ball. So 117, that's your score. 2 balls to go. Well, you can take that 117 because that's history now.
Shiva smashed my score.
And Periawa goes large. Half a dozen for Cluj. A big Maximo takes him up into the 120s. Well, once again, just gets the ball. That is in that comfortable kind of leg stump region. And he picks it up over leg side and hits it handsomely for a 6.
And this is the second 6 for him. And he have one chance to make another 6.
Yeah, well, he will have another chance. And if he does, it'll be around about the score that they scored in the first match. They scored 130 on that occasion. 123 the score, last ball of the innings. They're not going to get any more, I don't think. Should be an easy run out for Raj Kumar. And he will run him out. So it will be all over. And the score at the end of the first innings, first half of match 6 of the Spancode European Cricket Series Romania. It'll be 123 for 6. And I think all things considered, once again, it's in that kind of par region for me. 120 to 130 does seem to be an average score under these conditions, especially with these batsmen. So many of them are very adept at clearing these boundaries. Let's have a look back at the first innings. And Taranjeet Singh, he looked to be in the mood to party, but his innings was cut tragically short. It was gone too soon. Caught third ball. And well, you just know that if Taranjeet goes early, it's a big wicket for the opposition,
Very
isn't
big,
it?
very big.
Well, he had to go, and it was United that were flying here in match 6 of the ECS Romania. That one getting through the fielder, and Rajshekhar came out at number 3. Then he disappeared as well, and Vashisht, what a tournament he's having in the field. So the 2 big guns were gone, and you thought, well, maybe that will keep the Cluj innings under control. But really, to be fair, all the batsmen that came out, they came out and played their shots. Had a godluck, kept batting through it all. Got a bit of a gift there. That one went for 7. But Vasu played some nice shots. Again, probably didn't bat as long as he would have liked. But really, Cluj, they showed they were able to keep attacking, and that's probably the reason they were able to put 123 on the board. But how about this guy? That is Zawar Ali taking 2 big catches. Again, Vasu couldn't believe it. And that was the halfway point of the innings. And look, at halfway, they were 64. In the second half of the innings, they scored 59. So fairly consistent scoring, I suppose. Look at those 5-over splits. I think ultimately, United, they have a tough task ahead of them if they're going to chase this 124 for victory.
I think the chance is 50-50 now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that analysis. I think United, they'll be stung by that loss. They'll be pretty determined, and they've got a lot of good batsmen that are able to score quickly. That was Vashisht, who finally got the last laugh after he got some tap in that 9th over. It went for 13, and then 10th over. You know it's going to be party time for the batting team. And Siva really turned it on in the last couple of overs. And that's the reason they were able to get up to this score of 123. And we have a look at the batting scorecard. And you can see there, it was dominated by Nadagotla, who batted almost through the innings, 40. He scored off 23 before he was dismissed by Raj Kumar in the final over. And Adipatu, very handy contribution from him as well, 27. But really, the top 6 all contributed. All of the top 6 made it to double figures. You don't often see that many batsmen reaching double figures. And as far as the bowling went, it was pretty disciplined. Only 5 wides and 1 no ball in the 10 overs. There was 2 wickets apiece to Vashisht and Raj Kumar, although they did get some punishment, didn't they? I like the way Ali Hussain bowled as well, only conceding 16 of his 2 overs, picking up a wicket. And Sathisen only bowled 1 over this time, none for 6 of his over, so quite an economical over from him. So please join us in a few minutes. It will be the United side who are hoping to square this little mini-series this morning. They need 124 runs to do so. See you shortly in a few minutes on ECN. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Pavel Florin. We'll see you shortly for more Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bucharest in Romania. And we're getting to the second innings of the second match of the second day of action. There's certainly been some deuces wild so far. Certainly both teams rolling the dice in this match, both taking plenty of chances. And it was United that took a couple of chances early, wasn't it? Removing two dangerous batsmen in the first innings for Cluj. It was Taranjit Singh going in the first over. Rajshekhar went not too long after. They were both only able to contribute 10 to the score. But there was good middle order effort from Cluj. Got them up to this score of 123 for 6. I think it's more or less a pass score. I think it's one that I think United will fancy chasing. And I think it's one that Cluj will fancy defending. We haven't had a golden ball yet in this country. This is the kind of game you feel it might throw up a really close contest. Who's to say which way it'll go?
It was last year a golden ball.
And we have had a golden ball in Romania last year.
And I was part of that game.
Yeah, I remember that one actually. I'll bring it up in a second. We'll have the... I'll tell you, I can even tell you which golden ball it was. And that one, ECS Romania. We're going all the way back to the 12th of September. It was ICCB versus United. Yeah, you were playing with the United team. And it was hit to the fielder at long on. And then the ball came into the bowler, but he couldn't hold on, could he? So they did scramble the 2 runs. The batting team won that one. And it's amazing to think that is now, it's about 10 months ago, Pavel. Can you believe that?
It was the same team who is in the field now, United. He win the golden ball.
Yeah, it was a very memorable moment back then, 12th of September. That was golden ball number 7. And since then, we've had 12 more golden balls. You know, right now, it's 10 times won by the batting team and 9 times won by the fielding team. So it's very, very close.
Very close, almost 50-50.
Yeah, it's as close as you can get.
Maybe today we have another one.
Yeah, it's possible.
In this game is very possible.
Yeah, I think so. Because I think it's that kind of 50-50 total. We've already identified it, haven't we? Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Pavel Florent, Romanian national team player. Gaurav Mishra to open. Bowling. Having a good look at this. Maybe the height's an issue. I mean, it did hit him pretty high. Have a look at this one. He does swing the ball into the right-hander. See this one? For me, yeah, it's on the way up. And maybe he hit him outside the line, but if you have a look at where it hits him, it actually hits him above the pad. I think that's the indication. It may have been going over the top. This is well bowled by Mishra, and you can see he certainly gets the ball to swing, doesn't he, Gaurav Mishra?
Yeah. And Ramesh is a big target.
Yeah, well, you know that he's one player that can take the game away from Cluj very, very quickly if he gets going. Sathisen goes after this one. Doesn't get too much batting. He's been just slightly out of touch this morning compared to yesterday. And you saw how good a touch he was in, Sathisen. And he took 88 runs off you back in game 1. But since then, he hasn't really gotten going. Failed in the second game. And this morning, he never really hit his straps. So I'm sure he's got a big target on his back. But here's another man who's impressed me this morning. He's played some really good cricket, Ali Hussain, the left-hander. And he showed he's not afraid to play his shots in the power play. Now, in the air, but there's nobody in there, so it'll just be a single. And what do you think, Pav, as far as the approach here? Do you try and score lots and lots of runs in the power play and take risks, or do you just try and score at the 12 and over required and maybe hope to score a few more later on? I'll ask you in a second. Here's Mishra. It's hit nicely. It's timed pretty well. It's going to beat the fielder. Taran had no chance. The first boundary of the innings. What do you think, Pav? Do you think you take lots of risks in the power play?
I think you must hit every ball you can hit.
Yeah.
Because it's not so many chances and you need score. If you stay and wait,
Yeah, I think that's a good point you make. Every ball you can hit means maybe being a bit careful against balls that are a threat. So balls on the stumps or balls of a good line of length that you don't feel comfortable playing a big shot to. That's a pretty good first over from Mishra though. Only goes for 7 for no loss after 1.
It's just 60 balls. So
Yeah, you don't want to be too conservative either. I think that's...
you take like this is 6 balls for batsman.
Yeah.
You have 10 people.
Yeah, well, that's one way you can look at it for sure. I mean, I think United, they'll be hoping that Sathisen gets a lot more than 6 balls. And, he's such a big player for them, isn't he? Romanian national team captain. I know you know him very well from playing international cricket. And they've gone for Devray the second over. So this is a change from Cluj, who opened with Adipatu last time. Devray, this one's up in the air. It's going to be away from the fielders though. And this one's just going to plug. And they'll only get a single in the end. And it wasn't necessarily great running from Sathisen. He just was a bit concerned that it was going to fall safely. I think he spent a bit of time watching the ball. In the end, it's just one. It's one very, very big difference. I think this field compared to Sofia last week. I wouldn't say this outfield's slow, but it's definitely slower than it was in Bulgaria, where those kind of balls would bounce and maybe still go for 4. That time just plugging, and the batsman only get a single. This one hits the thigh pad of the batsman. They scramble through for a leg by. How did you enjoy playing in Bulgaria in that quadrangular T20 International Series? How did you go with that ground? How did you find it fielding on it? Because it wasn't particularly easy when the ball was hit at you, was it?
No, but when you play for national team, you don't think about this. You think a win. And
yeah, it's a good attitude. I like that. You do whatever it takes. So it's hit nicely and gets through the infield, but it won't get past the sweeper out there. And that is Adipatu. I was just talking about. I'm sure we'll see him at some point in the middle of the innings. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, any conditions, rain, hail, snow, tornado.
You play for national team, you can play also in the parking place, so it's not problem. It's for national team.
Yeah, I like that attitude. Anywhere, anytime. It's very, very Romanian way to look at it. Now it goes after this one, and it is a blast. It's super high. Where's it coming down? Well, it's a great effort from Adipatu out there. But have a look at this. This is a pitching wedge, and it just plugs probably 6 feet over the boundary line. And this one was so high, he could have ordered his lunch and had it delivered before it came down. Adipatu, look at this, and it was a great effort. He would have had to have been Matrix-style kind of effort to keep that in the field of play. Hussain just getting enough on it to carry the boundary. Maximo. And this time goes the same direction, and this one will, I think, cover it a bit more comfortably. Back-to-back Maximos. Hussain gets a dozen in 2 balls. Certainly, he's hitting him high, and he's hitting him just far enough to clear the boundary. Great shot. Oh, look at that. Vasu Saini came all the way from the infield, and he almost could have caught it the other side of the rope. That's how high it was. That's how long it was in the air. So, Devray getting some treatment in the second over. He goes a bit shorter. Yeah, he's got a bit of pace about him, doesn't he, Nishant Devray? He finishes the second over. The score now is 23 for no loss. And look, you know, they need basically 124. So that's basically 25 every 2 overs. So we'll keep an eye on how close they are. And they've got 23 off the first 2 overs. So they're pretty close at the moment. They'd want to be around 50 at the halfway mark. 50 off the 4 over mark, I should say.
They don't lose any wickets, so they are in track.
Yeah, that's certainly right. I mean, wickets are important because you want to keep the set batsmen there. But if they're not scoring at a high enough rate, then sometimes you want to lose a wicket. But they're certainly going at a good enough rate at the moment to chase these runs down. Gaurav Mishra is going to bowl out in the power play. His first over only went for 7. Only 2 outfielders are allowed, so they've got a fairly straight mid-wicket, and they've got a long off as the 2 fielders to Ali Hussain, who faces up to Mishra. 3rd over. And goes inside out. He slices it over the infield. He's not going to run all the way for 4. They'll trot back for a double. And Hussain, well, he likes to live dangerously in the power play, and exciting to watch, isn't it? See that one. Just sliced it up and away. Mishra would love the wicket of Hussain. Trying to make the most of these first 3 overs. And he goes out to deep mid-wicket, and he's gone. And Adipatu holds on, and he was just moved a few yards to his right at the start of the over, and he was perfectly placed because Hussain this time, he didn't get enough to get it over the fielder, didn't quite have the height to get it over Ravi, and Mishra gets the wicket. And it probably wasn't the best ball Mishra will bowl. It was slightly on his pads, but it was chipped straight to the boundary rider. The first wicket falls, and it falls at 25. The score in the 3rd over, it's 25 for 1. I suppose, Pavel, taking your catches is really important because, okay, if you don't catch that, maybe you give away 1 or 2 runs that ball, but think about all the runs it might cost you later in the innings if a player like Hussain sticks around.
Exactly, and the starter batsmen, they are the most important batsmen. The strongest batsmen in the team.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
They are a pressure on bowlers, these 2 guys.
Yeah, I agree with that. Number 3 is Vashish. He's not facing at the moment. This is the captain, Sathiesan. Hits this down to Taran, who eventually fields it, lying down. And that wicket just has the ability to throw the innings, doesn't it? Because we talked about that kind of 50 target at the end of 4 overs just to stay on track with the rate. But tell you what, this will bring a cricketer I've got a lot of time for, Shantanu Vashish, to face his first ball. We saw him do some damage at the end of the innings, actually. Batted a bit lower in the first match today. Facing Gaurav Mishra. In the air. Well, this is a chance for Taran. And he holds it. And, well, that's a big wicket. Vashish goes first ball. That didn't get it out of the middle. And Taran, well, he had to get on his bike, didn't he? The Romanian veteran. He chases this one down. And it wasn't an easy catch because he was on the move. You see, he didn't break stride, though. Vashish just showed too much of the ball to Taranjeet Singh. And he goes for a golden duck. And the second wicket is down. 26 for 2 in the 3rd.
Very good catch from Taran.
It was, wasn't it? But Stan Ahuja gets his opportunity at number 4 with a fair chunk of the innings still to play. And Mishra, well, what an over it's been from him so far. It's gone 2 wicket, 1 wicket. And Sathiesan, he's still there though. As long as he's there, do not count out United. Certainly he's been put under pressure as Vashish. I often say though, if you're going to make a duck, make it a first ball duck. I think that if you're going to go quickly, gives the other batsman more time to chase down these runs. This one is hit well, and it's in the air, but he's going to get 4. So Sathiesan on strike. He gets going. It's his second boundary. He's up to 12. This one's nicely chipped away. Mishra paying the penalty and just drifting onto the pads. 4 more runs to United. He's a great player to watch when he gets going, isn't he? Ramesh Sathiesan.
When he's still there, he's a danger. So it's a very important partnership between him and Stan Ahuja.
Yeah, Stan Ahuja with a 0 on his back. I often think batsmen don't particularly like having the 0 on their back. This one's a full toss. You can see why. I've played with a few players. They don't want to wear 0 when they're batsmen because I know they're going to get run here, but I'm not sure it'll be allowed. I think it'll be called a dead ball. I think over may have been called. And so, see here, they don't take a run. And then I think Natagotla just gets it in as he's throwing it back to the bowler. He's not watching, but I think the umpire had already started moving. I think over was called. And so they said, no, just we won't count that one. And there's the end of the third over. It's 30 for 2, so not a bad power play. I think a few short of where they wanted to be. And Cluj were 39 for 2 at the end of 3. So field can be pushed back now. Devray's going to continue to bowl his second over. 5 outfielders are allowed from this point in the match. And, you know, we're talking about that kind of 50 or 4 overs. That makes it tough. Mishra's 2 overs only went for 7 each. It's a really good contribution from the opening bowler. 2 for 13, his figures. Devray to bowl the 4th. That's a good delivery. Natagola with the overarm throw. It'll be called a wide. Really took off this one off the pitch. He's got a bit of spice about him. Just over that wide indication line, I think. And so we'll get that one again, but still, I liked it. And Devray certainly, he can bowl some pretty good pace, can't he? Devray. And Natagodla is back, keeping in the floppy hat at the moment. We've seen him do some good work up to the stumps, but also when he's back, he's done some good work. Took a good catch last game. Ahuja drives.
It's the first ball, so he's not all 0 on his shirt and his numbers.
Yeah, that gets him off the 0. Dan Ahuja, did see him, if you've been following ECN for a while, we saw him in the Hungarian series a couple of weeks ago. Devray. This one's hit, and it's hit towards Vasu, who took an actual banger of a catch. Sensational work. And this is a big wicket. Satheesan driving on the up. And in the end, he never really went through with a shot either. But you talk about your big moments in the match. And this could be a match-winning catch from Vasu Saini as Cluj attempt to sweep the series against United. This one I didn't think it was going to carry to him, but it just hung in the air too long. And he takes it expertly. Vasu Saini stepping up for Cluj. And there goes the Romanian captain.
Great catch.
32 for 3 now. United in some serious trouble in this chase.
They do very good in the field, the Cluj team. They don't drop any catch.
Yeah, certainly set high standard for themselves in the field. Raj Kumar comes to the crease. He joins Ahuja. I mean, they've still got Rohit Kumar to come, but how's this for a catch? Have a look at it again. Vasu Saini. Again, we've seen those go for 4 before. But Vasu stood up and was counted when the big moment came. So 3 wickets falling in quick succession. And they've now lost 3 wickets for just 7 runs in this last little period.
Now it's very hard to United to win the match.
You know, what I would say is they've got these 2. They've got Rohit Kumar. And so they still have some batsmen that can hit the ball hard and hit the ball often. This isn't hit by Raj Kumar. But I suppose it's one thing to be able to go at that kind of rate of about 14 and over for 2 or 3 overs, but another thing to do it for basically 7 overs, which is what they need to do if they're going to pull off this run chase. Satheesan, I'm sure he'll be so disappointed to fall in that fashion. Never really went through with a shot in a serious way. Once again, certainly Raj Kumar has signalled his intentions. He's going to try and swing hard.
2 dots, ball in the road.
Yeah, and so again, that hurts, doesn't it? There's just big shots. If you hit them, they can go for 6, but if you miss them, you get no runs at all. Oh, this is one that gets away from Devray. I think he apologises. This will be a no ball and a free hit. And actually, it's good work by Natagodla because these can easily get through the keeper. I mean, it's very high, and the batsman couldn't even really think about playing a shot. That's a head-high full toss. Called straight away. This is an awkward one because look where it bounces. And Natagodla does well to block it. He saves 4 for his team. Devray. There's no intent there. I think he was very quick to apologise. We'll get a warning for that. So another one of those that'll be out of the attack. Right now he's got a free hit. Kumar gets caught, but he won't be out. It's so easy to catch him when it doesn't matter. It's Rajashekar. Must be a strange rule to explain to new people to cricket when you can be out like that, but you're not out. We all know why. Last ball coming up of the 4th over. Once again, doesn't quite get the contact that he wanted. It's handled eventually by the captain, Arun Kumar. It's the end of the over. After 4, it's 34 for 3. And well, certainly ECN have been enjoying what's been going on. And we have the ECC coming up in 2 months today. Can you believe it, Pavel? And we talked a bit about
2 months.
How you'll be going there. And you'll be playing on the second week of action, which is the 20th of September. And you'll be playing against the Netherlands. You'll be playing against Austria, Portugal and Hungary. You play each of those teams 2 times. Now, if you can be in the top 2 of that week, you'll get to go through to Championship Week. And
we play against Austria, we play against Hungary, and we beat this team. But now Austria is more stronger. I don't know Hungary is grow.
Yeah, Hungary's got some good players in the T10 format. One of them is here, Stan Ahuja, number 0. You might see him, actually. You might be against him in the ECC. It's,
He's
catch
an
all the action.
excellent player.
We'll be live on ECN these 4 weeks, starting the 13th September. Can't wait. Here's Adipatu, who starts with a wicket, and it's a really good piece of bowling. Knocks him over, and it wasn't a happy stay at the crease for Raj Kumar this time. Adipatu, they held him back this time before they unleashed him on the middle order, and he certainly didn't let him down. This one, middle of middle stump. Ravi. Oh, he's super happy with that start. And it was just a really good, fast, full, straight delivery. And Raj Kumar can't make an impact. He goes for 1 off 6 deliveries. And the score now, it's 34 for 4. Well, Pav, certainly have enjoyed having you in the commentary box. I know that you'll have to leave this game a few overs early so you can get ready for your games. You have ACCB this afternoon, and I know it'll be a tough task, I suppose. You saw how well they played yesterday. You were commentating yesterday in the afternoon when we saw them disposing of Banasa.
It's a difficult task, but it's cricket. And every game is not important to win or lose. It's important to play. So it's a privilege for us.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they approach it. And so here is Adipatu, who's had the perfect start. This one is inside edge onto the pad, and it's going to be 4. Again, this is just using the pace of the bowler. And this one, lucky he got some bat on it, because if he didn't, then I think there's no doubt it was going to be LBW. Ravi, well, best possible start for him. Now, this is Rohit Kumar, who can hit. We saw it before. Doesn't hit this one, though. And you see this one from Adipatu. Just tries to launch it over that mid-wicket region. This one's a little bit short. He gets some length to work with, and he deposits it. That's just halfway up the bank. And that's 6 runs you can put in the bank. Maximo! Rohit Kumar. Well, he's gone 4.6. And he's arrived, and he says, don't forget about me. Because he is certainly one player that can be very, very damaging. This one, and I think he's got a little edge on this, and he's gone. Yeah, he walks. Once again, it's very sporting from the batsman. Right, Kumar, he'll be disappointed. And eventually, the decision is made, and he's given his marching orders. See a little edge, and there it goes. And so 44 for 5. In the United innings is in tatters. And you can say hello. And we've got Yonitz here. Say hello, Yonitz. And Yonitz is one of the local children. And it's been so great to see so many of the kids getting involved. And we've seen them practicing their bowling. And it's great to watch the cricket. And I'm sure you love watching there's some really good catches today as well. The kids love throwing the ball around. And Pavel, you can maybe ask Yonitz maybe a question in Romanian. How about that? I know it's his native language.
Ionuț, zi-ne câți ani ai și ce rol ai tu în cricket? Ce îți place să joci? He say he's a bowler and he like to bowling and catch the ball. And câți ani ai? And he have 12 years.
12 years old. He loves bowling. And he loves fielding as well. I think that's sensational. And that's what I've loved about the European cricket this year. And we saw it last week in Bulgaria as well. So many of the local kids are getting involved. And we have a lot of fun. And I'm sure we'll throw the ball around together when we get a chance in between games. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to ask him. Maybe you can ask him, Pavel, who's his favourite player? Maybe the answer will be you. We'll find out.
Cine e jucătorul tău preferat de aici, dintre toți jucătorii? Și din afară. De oriunde. Zi toți trei. Gohar.
Gohar Manan, who we'll see in the next game.
I am the second.
Of course, Pavel.
Și Taran.
Taranjit Singh. Taran's over there now. Well, that's sensational. We hope you enjoy the day's cricket. And it's been great to have you as a part of the broadcast. And, well, it's so great to get the kids involved. We've still got one ball actually left in this over. This one's picked up and it's going to be 4. So at least something there. And so United, despite losing those 5 wickets, I mean, they're trying hard to keep those boundaries going. And it's going to be 4 runs to finish the 5th over. Half the innings gone. 48 for 5 now after 5 overs. Hey ho, Pav, I know you've really enjoyed having you in the commentary box today. And I know that you have to go and get ready for your game, so I'm sure you'll leave us now. But good luck for your game, and I'm sure it'll be a really interesting afternoon of cricket, won't it?
And stay and just make like this to have for gladiators. Go gladiators, gladiators.
Yeah, we hope so. And, well, we'll let you go and get ready. And I know, hopefully you get a bowl. Hopefully we see you taking more wickets, because you took 4 wickets yesterday. And I'm sure that you'll be getting another chance to take some. And there's some big fish I'm sure you'd like to catch when you cast the line out in Game 7 and 8, which is coming soon on ECN. Here's the start of the 6th over. And we've got to start with just a single. This one is also hit into the leg side. And it's just going to be another one to the outfield. So that was good fielding by Mishra. This next one's hit hard, and this one will be in the gap. And Adapathu can't do anything about it. He's good fielder. Taran got away with the first couple. The next one goes to the boundary. And, well, it's frozen in time. So I tell you what, I can tell you that It was pretty sweetly struck by the batsman. And that run rate, it's not totally out of the equation, to be fair. Especially if you can get a batsman going, but they just lost those 5 wickets. I think it's going to be really tough. As long as Stan Ahuja's there, don't count him out just yet. This is a good bit of bowling. And Taran will bowl this one. If anything, it just leaves the batsman. It's more of an arm ball. And such an important all-rounder for Cluj and the Romanian national team as well, Taranjit Singh. This one's in the air, but it just gets away from the fielder in the circle. It's really well timed by the batsman. It'll get past Vasu at long off. And another boundary. That one is just out of the reach of Rajshekhara. It goes for 4. And that's the only way they're going to stay in this game. And Ahuja, feel like it's last stand saloon for Stan. Just a sweep, a little bit of pad. And I think this is just going down leg side. And eventually they make this stop. It'll just be 2 runs. And so take us to the end of the 6th over. It's 60 for 5 now. You can see that's 10 and over. That puts them on track for 100. And so 60 for 5, 59 for 5 actually. They took 1 off that one. That's a little bit of strategic running, I think, from Ahuja, who wanted to keep the strike. I would have thought they would have got 2, but still, he's either on track for about 100 at this rate. They need to find a couple of dozen more runs from somewhere. That rate is up to 16 and over. They need some sort of magical over. It's not going to be easy against Adipatu. He's got his tail up. And so, here is Adipatu. Yeah, good bit of fielding off his own bowling. I think these kind of balls, low full tosses at pace, they're difficult balls to lift up and get out of here. And so, he's always getting quite close to that sideline, isn't he, with the back foot? This one's just whipped away. The thing is, though, the umpire's got to be sure he's touching the line. Now, he's allowed to be over the line with his back foot as long as he doesn't touch it. So it's quite unusual how his heel stays in the air. You just have a look at this where he lands. See, he's so close to the line, but he's actually his heel's in the air the way that he bowls. So that's actually completely fine. It's a difficult call for the umpire to make. And if he's not sure, he's probably got to let it go. This one will be called a wide at the Adipatu. And certainly bowls with good pace, doesn't he? But this one certainly was the wrong side of the wide line. He's an exciting play to watch today. This one is a bit too spicy for the batsman. It's Dharmendra who's on strike now. And well, let us know what you think this afternoon. I'm going to see that United versus, pardon me, it'll be the ACCB versus Gladiators clash this afternoon. Gladiators. This one is, again, a bit too quick for Dharmendra. And hello to Sharad, who's in the chat. I just see that certainly just testing my knowledge of the no ball back foot rule. And I actually said, we had a bit of a laugh about it. Chad's one of our crew. I said, well, it's pretty much impossible to bowl with the heel raised, but Adipatu's proved me wrong at the moment. This one gets through the batsman. And this is just sealing things, I think, for Cluj. Forward to having Sharad back on the crew next week in Stockholm. We'll be in Sweden for 4 weeks. Here's the last ball of the 7th over. So this one will just be a single to finish over number 7. United is falling a bit short in this chase, and it's 62 for 5. This is what is coming up this afternoon. The man who you just saw in the commentary chair, he'll be out there on the field. Pavel Florin, 120 Dream 11 points to his name. Bucharest Gladiators will have to field first against ACCB. Well, their captain, Sukhvinder Singh, won the toss, had no hesitation in deciding to bat first. They're 2-0. Very contrasting starts for these two teams. And Gohar Manan coming off a century yesterday. How about Abdul Azif? The way he bowled as well, bowled and batted. Really quick time, 60 not out. Batting at number 3. Kartikian as well. Let's open the batting there for ACCB. Defending champions against the new kids on the block, the Gladiators. And so the game will be starting approximately half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network. This is quite a good piece of bowling by Basu Saini. He's come in to bowl the 8th over. Good change of pace, and elected to use him at the end of the innings, and I think he's done a very, very good job. He went for 20 in the last game. Vasu, a good story in himself. He came here intending to stay for a short time, but then he met a Romanian girl, and the rest is history. And this ball, I hope Saini wishes this is history. It's a slow ball gone wrong. And yeah, just saying the umpire, yeah, fair enough. I'll get a warning for this. I've seen a few of these getting away from the bowlers today. I think slightly slippery conditions. That one's miles above the head. Attempt to slow ball, I think slips out of the front of the hand. Again, Natagotla does well to block it. This will be a free hit then. This one does bounce and swing and a miss. It's called a wide though. And so still the free hit will be in place. Yeah, that's a good call from the umpire. So we'll get the dot inside the line, just marginally. So it certainly shows you again, runs on the board, what a difference it can make. Now this one is pretty well struck. It's just a length ball. And finally, Ahuja gets one out of the screws. Maximo! Half a dozen to United. That will lift them up into the 70s. And so, Vasu with the comeback ball. This one's a little bit shorter, and this one could easily go all the way as well. I think it has. Maximo Ahuja goes back to back. And this will often happen when you play a shot off the front foot. As a batsman, you know, next one might be a little bit shorter, and he just set himself for that one, Stan Ahuja, and put it up on the bank, using all the pace of Saini against him. Nice shot. It's his first day of playing this series. Comes in the air, and this time Adipatu should clean up. Deputising for Saini in his regular position. That long off, it takes us to the end of the 8th over. And the score now, it's 78 for 5. Well, keep those comments coming in the live chat. It's always sensational. It was great to hear from Sharad in there. And Maya is in there. And if you do have any questions, and perhaps if you're new to cricket as well, you can always send them through on the live chat. Just try and hashtag them. Ask Mr. Maximo. Or tag me, Vinny Sandhu, in the live chat. And United, well, they had an outstanding start to the tournament yesterday morning, but they're going to finish the day 2-2, it looks like. 46 runs required in 12 balls. So Ahuja on strike, though. He's got to go. This one's in the air, and it's not going to carry. It's a catching opportunity. And, oh, it's put down. And that's the captain, Arun Kumar. Well, Arun is likely to join me in the commentary box this afternoon. Maybe I'll have to ask him about this one. It hung in the air a long time. I think it's coming down from that high. You've got to be in exactly the right spot. The next ball is whacked away, and it's going to go behind square. It's gone for 4 in the end. Actually, umpire, I think he changed his mind to 6, so maybe it's 10. Let's have a look. See if we can keep up with this one. And yeah, that one's actually gone for 6. Yeah, for me, that's miles the other side of the line. So I think the umpire got the idea. In the end, gets it right. Ahuja trying to keep him in the game. And this time, I feel like you've got to go for 2 here. Oh, again, that's poor running. It's their only chance really to stay in the game. Is to get Ahuja down there hitting boundaries. They've got to go for 2 there. And they would have got it too. It's just a bit of lack of awareness from United. We've seen funnier things happen. And now the wicket falls, so Dharmendra probably shouldn't have been down there really. Should have taken the 2 off the ball before, but Taranjit gets it just right. And Dharmendra becomes the 6th wicket to fall, now 87 for 6. That one just hitting the outside of the off stump, ending up in the gloves of Nadigotla. And Cluj now look certain to sweep the series against United. They'll be really happy with their entry into this tournament. 87 for 6 in the 9th over. We'll bring Aftab Kayani out to the middle. And now 8 deliveries remaining. I mean, if there is a positive, I think in this innings for United, it's Dan Ahuja has some time in the middle. And we saw him making some runs in Hungary and Budapest just a couple of weeks ago. But what he would also say is that these conditions are slightly different pitch conditions, and take a bit of a time for him to adjust. So I think the 17 balls he's faced, I think it gives him a good opportunity to work his way into the match, into the series. Kayani tries to go first ball, and it should be an easy catch for Rajshekhara. And Taranjit Singh will find himself on a hat-trick. And so it's an unhappy stay at the crease, although be it a brief one. Kayani, well, you can't blame him for going for it. And he ends up holding out. Rajshekhara takes the catch. And the score now, it's 87 for 7. And there's not long left in this one. Taranjit Singh will find himself on a hat-trick. And you've got to love a cheap hat-trick opportunity. 37 required off 7 balls now. Sundara Rajan, the new batsman on striker's end. Well, probably won't be able to run here because it'll probably be a dead ball. Didn't play a shot. He was given a leg by. Sure, in the end he'll get away with this one. We'll have a look at it. It's actually pretty close. I mean, maybe just going down the leg side. But Stan Ahuja, I think now it's been called a dead ball. So I think that Stan Ahuja probably had an inkling that was going to be the call in the end, because you can't run a leg by if there's no shot of it unless you're trying to avoid the ball. And for me, it didn't look like he was really trying to avoid the ball there. And he certainly wasn't playing a stroke. So that's why it'll just be a dot in the end. And what that has the effect of doing is it means that Sundara Rajan will be on strike for the start of the 10th over instead of Ahuja. But I mean, it's all academic from here, isn't it? Last overtime. Starts with a wide. Vasu Saini is the bowler. And I think United, they'll look back and they'll think what might have been in this morning's series. And you feel like you may may see these two teams meeting on finals day. Certainly quite evenly matched, but Cluj have just had their measure this morning. Also, this one angled away to third man. And the other thing is, Cluj won both the tosses this morning. United didn't get the opportunity to bat first, which I still think is a bit of an advantage. Go out there and bat with freedom. And look at Phil G in the chat. I love your work, Phil. Saying for latest toss news, you can scroll up and look for the star. It's so easy. We'll just make sure you stay under the 3 emoji limit, Phil G. Hate to block you. Says swing and a miss from Ahuja. Really, players going through the motions. It has been energy-sapping conditions out there. You consider the fact that we've had almost 4 hours of cricket this morning already. And the temperature's getting up there. It's above 30, but it feels a lot hotter. It's very muggy with that lake nearby. This is hit pretty well. It's going to be just inside the field of play. And Ahuja gets another boundary, moves to 38. It will be a bit too little too late for United. And to see what Ahuja can do. He's a good batsman and he can play correct cricket shots. He's got the full toss from Saini and had no problems. He hit it right in the gap. 3 balls remain. He tries to get funky. And doesn't get away with it. So the only question now is, can they crack the 3 figures? And both margins in the end, I think today will be fairly similar. If you have a look at the scores in these 2 games, so it will be wide. I mean, 24 runs was the margin in the first game, 130 to 106. In this game, the score's up to 94, so at the moment the margin is 29. I think that's fitting. It's pretty well hit, and it should be stopped out there. So Ahuja will finish on 39. Sundararajan will get to face the last ball of match number 6. Don't forget, we have 2 more matches today on ECN. It will be ACCB, the defending champions, taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. Cosmin Zavoyu and his men in the next game. Here's the last ball of the match. It's played down to long on. So they're going to finish on 96, so that final margin of victory will be 28 runs. So 24 runs in match 5, 28 runs in match 6, and the margins of victory for Cluj. Hey, look, like I said, they did win both tosses. They got to do what they wanted. They got to bat first. But still, they had to overcome a United side who have had high hopes of squaring the series, the mini-series this morning. Chasing 124 for victory. But Cluj, well, they've arrived. Some of them by plane, some of them by road. And speaking of air traffic, this one was an absolute bomb from Ali Hussain. He hit a couple like that, but this one was a bit flatter and it brought the fielder Adipatu into the game. And you knew United, they needed one of their key batsmen to stay there and go on with it. And we saw a couple of really good catches. The first one from Adipatu, then that one from Taranjeet Singh. And so much was on the captain, Satheesan. And when he fell, you knew it was going to be some serious trouble for United. Satheesan only making a dozen. And, well, when this happened, you thought the writing was on the wall. Adipatu unleashed into the attack. And then a little feather on this one. So, it's sportsmanship as well. Batsman turned and went straight away. It just wasn't United's day, was it? And this one was spilt by Arun Kumar. But he's a man we'll see some more of this afternoon as he joins me in the commentary box. In the end, they fell 28 runs short of the total set by Cluj. Chasing 124 for victory. United 95 for 7. And here's the scorecard. Stan Ahuja, like I said, is probably the positive to come out of the innings. 39 of 22 for him. And I think he'll be better for that time at the crease. But 3 other players reached double figures, both openers, but they fell not long after reaching double digits. And Rohit Kumar, 10 off 4. But apart from that, wasn't too much delight for United. Pretty disciplined bowling, 5 wides, 2 no balls. Once again, none of the Cluj bowlers really got the treatment. Unlike Mishra, 2 for 13 in 2 overs, his contribution was really important in the power play. And really 2 wickets each for Adipatu, Taranjit Singh. The other one went to Devray, who I think bowled really well, 1 for 18 off his 2. Bowled with some fire and good pace, as did Adipatu. And Saini, well, he didn't disgrace himself at the end. And the game has had to be closed out. So, there's confirmation of the results of match 6. It was Cluj 123 over United 96, and they make it a pair of victories this morning. What a great start to their tournament. United, well, they're 2-2, and they'll have to try and get some wins against some other teams if they are to push for that top 2 position, which I think they'll be shooting for still. They've still got matches against Banasa and ACCB to look forward to. So we hope you are enjoying the day so far on ECN. Certainly has been a terrific Tuesday. You can go to our website, europeancricket.com, have a look at match preview for the next match, which is coming up very shortly, only about 15 minutes away from that one. And also our social media at European Cricket, a great place to go to keep your finger on the pulse of what's happening in European cricket. I'll see you in around about 10 minutes to take you into the next match. But for now, it's Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo. And thanks also to Pavel Florin for his contributions in the commentary box today. And we'll see him on the field just after this on ECN. You're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Moara Vlasia ground just north of Bucharest in Romania, and we're halfway through the action on day 2. We've had 6 matches so far in this 24 match series, and matches 7 and 8 we'll see ACCB taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. Well, these two teams, they've had contrasting fortunes so far in this series, but I'm sure the Gladiators, they'll be keen to pull off an upset against the defending champions. The two captains are with the match referee Rob Kemming. Let's go to the coin toss for match 7.
Your call. Heads.
Heads is the call.
It's tails.
Tails, what would you like to do?
Bat first. Okay.
It's ACCB. Their skipper, Sukhvinder Singh, has won the toss and elected to bat. Look, I think that's a good, confident move. They'll be looking to put a pile of runs on the board. The Gladiators, can they stop them? We know that the Gladiators have the first Romanian-born skipper, Cosmin Zavoiu, so he'll have to pull his troops together. And look, Pavel Florin, he was very good with the ball yesterday as far as taking wickets. It's just a matter of when he bowls and if he bowls in the innings. He's a little bit of a risk against ACCB, but we know he is a proven wicket taker and he can force the batsman into mistakes with his unusual deliveries. Also watch out for Moiz Mohammed for the Bucharest Gladiators at the top of the order. He is a destructive batsman. But ACCB, what can you say about them? Goham Manan was in destructive form, scoring a century yesterday off only 32 balls. If he gets going, I don't think ACCB will be able to be stopped. So it's all to play for. Match 7 is on the way over the commentary box. Let's get ready for an afternoon of exciting T10 cricket.
Hello and welcome back. It is the second half of the day. And we are at this Moara Vlasia cricket ground. We are 2 games in. There's 2 matches to go. And look at this wonderful cricket ground. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in Europe. A lot of work's gone into it as well. And just around 20 minutes north of the capital. And look who we got. We got Prabjit Singh and his dad, Taranjit Singh, right here. And Taran, it's great to have you in commentary
for
with
having
us.
me. Thank you very much.
And yeah, we've got a little Prabjit here. And Prabjit, how old are you? Can you tell us, how old are you?
I'm 4 years old.
4 years old. And do you love to watch your daddy playing cricket?
Yes.
Yeah. And what's your favourite thing? Let me lift you up so we can get you in for the camera. There we go. And tell me, what's your favourite thing watching your daddy bat? Do you like him doing big hits?
Yes.
Yeah. And how about when you grow up? Are you going to play cricket just like your daddy?
Yes.
What do you think? Well, that is so cool. And Taran, I really enjoyed seeing the family kind of feel to this tournament. And it is a community, isn't it, the cricket community in Romania?
It is. I mean, if you are on weekends, you will see some kids coming, families coming, and it's more on the, let's say, the outing for the families as well on the weekend.
Yeah, I think it's great. And you know, it's a real festival atmosphere. And, you know, sometimes the cameras are here, sometimes they're not. But regardless, I'm sure you really enjoy it, playing cricket. And it's great to have Prabjit here. And well, father and son, we'll see. Maybe, who knows? And depending how long you can play, Taran, maybe one day you'll play together. It's possible. We've seen it before.
Let's see. I can play till 55, I guess. Maybe 50.
I'll tell you what, we're looking forward to this afternoon's games. And we might have a look at the fantasy dashboard for these two. And, you know, ACCB, defending champions. They won it last year as Indian CC Bucharest. ACCB this year, and they're taking on the Gladiators. And what you would say is Goham Manan, he's a really destructive batsman, isn't he? And his century yesterday, he hit the ball so well.
He can hit a couple of centuries in a couple of days, I can tell you.
Yeah, I believe it. And speaking of 55-year-olds, and maybe you'll play that long, look at Doki as well for ACCB, who we saw opening the batting and opening the bowling yesterday for them. He's a player to watch. And, well, the Gladiators as well. You know, it's great to see Cosmin Zavoiu leading them, and, you know, they're a development team. And Pavel Florin as well. You know him pretty well as a former teammate as well. Certainly, have you ever faced Pavel in the game? How do you handle it if you have to face him?
You have to be careful. I know you go to full bludge him over the mid-wicket or square leg, but you have to wait for the right balls. He do bowl a couple of good balls, which are outside off stump, but you have to wait. You cannot hit every ball.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? And I think he does kind of play on your ego a little bit. That's you know, it's not a ball that you shouldn't be getting out to. But
exactly.
It's so slow. It is easy
you
to
still get
mistarget.
out. I'm telling you, Vinny, you still get out.
Yeah, well, I've seen it close up when I was wicket keeping and played a couple of games in Australia, and it wasn't particularly high level of cricket, but I've never seen batsmen so scared to get out in my life. And I was keeping up to the stumps to Pavel, and it was certainly an experience.
Well, you saw in the ECL the first time how it was. The people are trying to hit him for sixes, but he couldn't.
Yeah, exactly right. And didn't get hit for a 6 in that series. But Gladiators, they've got the task, don't they? And they didn't come up with a win yesterday in their 2 matches against United. And this is Mohammed Moiz who's going to be opening the bowling for them. And he's a key player. He'll also probably open the batting.
Yeah. Look, this team is a very new team. It's a new bunch of people, but I think it's a good group. It's a good group, and hopefully they will be getting better game by game, and we will see them growing in future as well.
Yeah, I think it is really an important part of the process in these developing cricket playing countries. We've seen it time and time again, and we saw it in Hungary a couple of weeks ago, where some of the stronger clubs, they start breaking up into new clubs, offshoots if you like. Here's Moyes with the first ball of Game 7. It's played back. This is the man we were talking about a second ago, Gohar Manan, fresh off his century yesterday.
Yeah, I think he will just start from the second ball probably.
Yeah, well, did go cheaply in the second game, but I mean, you don't. You're a similar kind of player, opening batsman and very attacking. That can spur you on to...
You can't keep him silent for
That's
long.
exactly right. So,
Moyes is also an experienced campaigner. He was playing from UCC last time. Now he plays.
wait, there's something in the background that's just
Something in the background. Yeah.
it's just glowing. There's a few bits of metal around at the moment, so maybe we're just getting the sun reflecting off it. But yeah, you're right. You can't keep them silent for long. And I think it's important, gladiators, they can remove them as quickly as possible. And Moy is just the man that might be able to do it. And so, can just have a bit of a hold up. So, we're going to get Moyes. Well, this is well bowled, and certainly, Manan, one thing you would say, it does give you a chance early in his innings.
He gives. I mean, when we are also playing the national championship matches or the other matches, it does give you a chance, but again, you have to grab this chance. If you don't, I mean, it's over.
It can be pretty messy for the fielding team. This is another pretty good delivery by Moyes, but he gets a little bit of out on it. Bit of foot fielding. And it looks like Cosman's Voy in that position.
Yeah, they changed their batting order today. So I see Shaji. So his nickname is Shaji. We call him Shaji here. So he's opening the batting now. He can also be very destructive.
Yeah, well, I saw a couple of their players yesterday. We didn't get to see all of them bat. Mrs. Asad Abbas that you're talking about, who gets off the mark with that single, but certainly saw some big hitting from Abdul Azif yesterday. Here's Moyes. He's got the pad. He's probably going down the leg side. And once again,
He does get a good shape on the ball.
Yeah.
If you see outswing.
see these Kookaburra balls, they do swing around for the first couple of overs. That one just straightening, but not quite enough to interest the umpire.
Yeah, it was going down.
But, yeah, I mean, that's one thing about this ACCB lineup. The challenge for them will be to kind of manage their batsmen so they all get enough time at the crease during this series. It's pretty well struck, and this is hit so hard. It wasn't that far from the fieldsman, but it was just absolutely timed so well. And the fielder had no chance. That's Kohli there. 4 runs, nice looking cover drive.
Let me give you an insight of his bat. His bat is 1800 grams, if you know.
What's that in pounds? I think in pounds and ounces.
So usually the players are using a bat of 1150 or 1200. His bat in 1800 grams.
1,800 grams. Oh, I'm just going to Google that because I want to know what that is in pounds and ounces. But this one's in the air. And then watch out, this one's coming our way. It's a Maximo. What a shot, hitting on the up. And Manan, well, he means business. And first one was on the ground. This one was in the air. And it was so high. Thought we were under attack for a second. Again, not too much wrong with the delivery from Moyes. But he's just got so much power. And that's the first 6 of the game.
It took him 3 balls for the first 6. The end of the over.
End of the over. The first over. Score gets doubled off the last ball. And it's 12 for no loss after 1. And well, pretty good start. And this is a cool move. I like this. Mihai Akim, the young Romanian. And, you know, he's got a lot of potential, doesn't he? Left armour. Took a good wicket yesterday. And
he's one of the young, bright players here in Romania.
Great to see a homegrown Romanian talent. I know that Andrew Begg, the Romanian national team coach, has worked a lot with Hakim. He starts the second over. but gives him a little bit of length, and this one disappears. Abracadabra. This one is out of here. Maximo.
Balle balle lag gaya shaka. Mr. Rico is not here, but I still can feel his shoes.
Yeah.
Probably not, but still with this phrase, lag gaya shaka. Massive shot.
Kina Sona.
Kina Sona.
Yeah, Rico. Hello to you if you're watching. We know he has been watching as well today back in Spain. And Taranjit, more than able replacement. And that one is dispatched for 6. And that's actually what happened to Mihai Akim yesterday. He got hit for a couple of 6s, but did come back with a big wicket. Now tries it again, and there's no one back here. And what's the result this time? And the result is 4 runs, so 6 and 4. And Akim, I don't know about this round the wicket tactic. I think sometimes it plays into what the right-hander wants. It gives him that angle, and he can just whack it away into that leg side.
No, that's his natural bowling style. He does here also in the national championship. He bowled round the wicket. I have not seen him bowling over the wicket.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because sometimes the left-hander gets a bit of an advantage from going across the right-handed batsman. This one just goes down leg side, but it's one of those things, I suppose, you know, it's such a great story. He took up cricket at the age of 10. Now just weeks away from his 16th birthday, but it must give you a lot of satisfaction to see native-born Romanian kids playing the game and now playing at this level.
The game can only grow when you have the natives playing and the people like him growing. Ball him!
Yeah, he's chopped on, and how about that? Akim gets the wicket, and just on cue, the teenager gets the wicket. Oh, what a moment for the young man.
The ball was coming inside and it was too close to cut, but it's a massive wicket, I would say.
Yeah, sensational. And I love to see the young talent coming through. Look at, he's got a good action. This one gets it right, doesn't he? The others that disappeared, they were a bit too straight, kind of straying onto the pads, but this one, well, assistance from the inside edge, but still, that's a great moment for the young man. His second wicket of the series. ACCB lose their first in this match. It's 23 for 1.
Great start by both the teams.
Yeah, that's got to make you feel good, and I'm sure Andrew Begg appreciated that one as well. You know, he's worked very hard with Mihai on his bowling. And it wasn't the man that we saw do the damage yesterday that it's dismissed, but still, end of a batsman that just started going. And Abbas, he's got to go.
He was trying to hit the ball very hard.
Yeah, almost too hard, wasn't it? Wasn't really one to go after, was it? Yeah, it's one of those things. You do want to be attacking, and you probably know better than me, but you want to be attacking, but then also you still have to be quite selective with what you go after. It's all quick decision-making, isn't it?
I think people think T20 is all smashing the balls here and there, but it's also important as to take singles as well. Samula is the new batsman.
Yeah, so once again, we see them kind of mixing up their batting order. We did see Abdul Asif at 3 yesterday. And it seems like a conscious choice. And no, it was just a 2-day series we had here last year. But over a 6-day series, it really gives you the opportunity to get a lot of batsmen some time at the crease, especially if you've got a lot of good batsmen, because in the finals, you just never know who you might need to call on. This is pretty well bowled. Nicely
bowled, yeah.
And how about you guys? I mean, Taran, I can't imagine you being too thrilled if you weren't in the opening batting spot for Cluj. But is that something that you guys have talked about? How you might change your batting order as the week goes on, or do you just kind of take it as it comes?
We might not shuffle our batting order too much just for it, because
just hit down the ground. Won't be an easy stop, but it's nice work by Nepali.
Yeah, we might not change our batting because the team is coming from different places, from Cluj, from Timisoara. I'm from Bucharest.
Yeah.
So we are getting one game after 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to make the combination, and you don't want to experiment too much.
Yeah, I can understand that as well. Into the second over, 26 for 1. But I got to tell you what, I really enjoyed saying, no, I've seen a lot of you in the ECL 2 years ago. Of course, that would have been an amazing experience for you. But, you know, seeing some of the new players I hadn't seen before, and Anand Rajshekara, I think he's a really good find, isn't he? What a player to come in at number 3.
He's very destructive with the spinners, I must tell you. When he's also knocking the ball with the spinners, it's very hard to get him away.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching him, and a couple of others I might mention in a second. Right now, let's have a look at Manmeet Kohli, who's coming into the attack for the first time.
Nicely
swing and miss from Samiola. Yeah, so another one I wanted to mention is Ravindra Adapathu, Ravi. And he's a good all-round cricketer, isn't he? He's good with the ball, quite nippy with the ball, can bat, and really good fielder.
He doesn't seem to be that quick when he's coming, but when he bowls, it's like hitting the pitch very hard and it goes to the keeper very, very, very fast. So yeah, we have these couple of players who are coming last year, and it's a good combination now.
Kohli gets an edge and it's going to fly away over Akeem. It's going to be 4 runs. Oh, he'd be a bowler.
Cheeky 4 runs.
In this format, you can only have 2 fielders out in the first 3 overs. They've got a long off. Has one of them at the moment. And, well, unfortunately for the bowler, he wins the moral battle. And the batsman gets the runs. There's 4 of them. Look, and there's another player, Nishant Devray, who I think he may have been playing for you for a little while.
No, he also came the last year.
Yeah, so definitely since ECL started. But he's another player, I think, that bowls pretty good pace and can run in and hit the pitch pretty hard.
That's the one way to escape here with the fast bowlers. Otherwise, you see what happens.
Yeah, especially these short boundaries. Their man back now, and Kohli loses this one down leg side. And
third man is a very key position here even in this short ground, because when you have people smashing, trying to smash here and there, most of the edges are going through the third man. So it's a very, very important position.
Yeah.
You know, Kohli was also last year. He was also part of our Prem, but since we had a big pool now, we said let's give some players to others.
Yeah, we mentioned this yesterday. You see the next one driven away. Yeah, this might be a chance. He can't really get the throw out. This one, I hope he's not hurt himself here, Nepali. Wow, look at this. I thought a good throw had him, but this wasn't a good throw. And have a look at this. And
it could have been a chance, slight chance.
I think he's just favouring that shoulder at the moment, and he couldn't pull the trigger, could he? Here's Kohli again. Slower ball.
It's a chance, I believe.
Well, Pavel, he's gone a long way back. And, well, in the end, he finds a way to keep it in the field of play. That one was just dipping, I think. But one thing I would say is it's a sign of a healthy competition, and we've seen it. We've talked about it before, haven't we? Kohli, I know it's part of your setup, and obviously Florence played for you before. And it's a sign of a healthy competition when, you know, clubs, especially because you don't really have the different levels of cricket here. So you can't really have a first team and a second team because there's one level of competition. So I think it's just a natural thing. And it gives someone like Kohli an opportunity to be a leader in this Gladiators team.
And that was the whole thought process behind his transfer to the club.
2 balls left in the power play. There's still 2 balls left after this one. And now thinking about taking an extra, but they won't take one in the end. You know, I think that's just a sign. And you definitely, I believe, you know, if you're standing still, you're going backwards. And so it's good to see some new teams, and especially I'm excited by the fact that there's native-born Romanian talent coming through. I mean, we've talked about Cosmin Zavoiu and how much he loves the game, and it's an honour for him to be the first Romanian-born skipper of a club. This is well struck down the ground. One bounce, it's going to be 4, and it can't get much straighter than that. This is just a pure cricket shot from Manan, and well,
that's his hitting square. That's his hitting area. You know, most of the times you can find him hitting straight. It's
about as straight as it gets. Full face to the bat. That's the key. I think the better players, you know, they show the full face. They don't necessarily try and swipe across the line and everything because it increases that margin of error. Anyway, last ball of power play coming up. It's been a pretty good one for ACCB.
Smashed through the offside.
This one is smashed. You're exactly right. And it goes between the fielders. So that's a bang blow to finish the power play. 43 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. And Kohli, well, he pays the penalty for giving Manan a little bit of width, but it wasn't the worst delivery. And so you can have a look at that power play. You can see that the staircase is away. 12, 14 and 17, the 3 overs. And now we're going to go to over number 4, and it's going to be another good player. It's Patras Masi. I call him Peter. I'm calling him Peter around the ground.
He's also a nice bowler. He gets a shape away from the batsman as well. And we have to see how he now bowls to these 2 batsmen, because these 2 batsmen will try to go after him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's that time of the innings, isn't it? Middle overs. It'll make hay while the sun's shining, and they still have 9 wickets left in hand. We see for the first time. Big swing and a miss. And one thing I'd say is that I think with Messi is that he's actually a pretty handy bowler. So one thing I would say is about this Gladiators team. They have some really talented players. You know,
Yeah.
they're big underdogs, but I mean, in this T10 format, you only need 1 or 2 of those players to fire. This is hit.
Again, it's a chance for Kohli. Just dropped in front of him.
Yeah, it wasn't struck that well. It's probably lucky for Ulla that it wasn't struck better because it was heading straight for Kohli at deep cover.
They will give you chances here and there, and probably you have to catch if you caught a catch, which is very, very, very difficult, but they will give chances.
Oh, that's edge. It's away from the keeper. And well, spare a thought for Imran Haider, who I actually think's kept really well in this series so far. And he needed the go-go gadget arms. And once again, even if it was a third man back, I couldn't see him stopping this. Just a little edge. And look at that. Well, that's your chance to be a hero if you're the keeper. But it was a good dive from Imran, but just couldn't quite track down that edge.
It was a perfect catch for a first slip.
It was, wasn't it? And so, SCCB, a bit of luck as well going their way. It's pretty well bowled, but once again it's worked way behind square leg. May think about 2 here. That was a great stop by Florin. And well, the Romanians combined to get that ball back in. It was Florin that hunted it down. He's all the way back on the boundary today.
He's always enthusiastic with the fielding.
He is,
You can
isn't
see
he?
him jumping, diving here and there just to save the ball.
Look at this.
Nice stop. Very nice.
Zavoyu then throws it back in. So that's nice work from Pavel. Well, he warmed up in the commentary box this morning. He certainly hit the ground running there. And this one, total miscue. I think it's might be cut a cue end of the bat. It will just be a
Just
single.
a toe on the bat, yeah.
So what do you think's a good score on this pitch? What do you think's an average score? This is a question we get all the time.
It really depends what kind of bowling attack do you have. It can be a hard to score even 120 as well. So 130 I would say it's the good score.
Half a bill there. But certainly was a bit of an optimistic shout, I suppose. It will take us to the end of 4 overs. And 4 overs in, the score is 52 for 1. And just a reminder, all of you out there, why don't you join us on the live chat? We certainly have a lot of great discussion in there every day. And we have millions, literally millions of viewers all around the world on all platforms that are watching the European Cricket Series today. And it's so wonderful to have your company, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, EZN European Cricket Network. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And don't forget to turn the bell icon on. So we'll tell you when the cricket is coming. And I'll give you a clue. It's pretty much every day, Mondays to Saturdays. 24 matches a week, T10 action, and here's Mihai! Mihai! And he gets the second wicket. What a moment for the young man. And this one was just a perfectly pitched Yorker.
Brilliant delivery.
Teenagers got 2. Exciting moments, Taranjit Singh.
I mean, that's why you play the game. I mean, you see this youngster growing and bowling like this. Again, perfect length, Yorker. There was no answer to this delivery.
Oh, excellent work. And you know the batsmen are going to attack. They're going to give you a bit of a chance. And that is sensational bowling. You got to love it.
And you know, one of the things happening during this week, since most of the people are working, the players are working, not everyone can come on a daily basis.
Sure.
So there are people who are switching here and there, and you might see, I mean, a different thing today, maybe a different game today, because Asif is not there.
Yeah.
That's their premier batsman.
Sure.
So yeah, it can be anyone's game.
Oh, that's right. I mean, especially when you think of some of the batsmen that the Gladiators have at their disposal. I mean, Moyes is obviously one that you'd mention, but I actually like the batting of Messi. He really has a go, doesn't he? Kohli as well. So don't count him out. At the moment, they're taking the key wickets. Doki is going to come to the crease. The 55-year-old, he doesn't look like it, doesn't play like it though, does he?
You must see his fielding as well.
Well, this is
He's diving. He's going everywhere.
it's the younger generation against the older generation now.
Yep.
40 years between these two, but right now there's only 22 yards between them, and we've got a contest on our hands.
It will be an interesting contest because the ball is coming in. Let's see what shots does Ishwahan has in his pocket.
This one is just a low full toss, played out to deep cover for a single. So Manan, strange actually. I mean, had slightly less than half the strike, I suppose. He's played some good shots, but
That's one way to keep him away from the stumps to the non-striker. And yeah, I think he's quite in this innings. Let's see.
in the air.
In the
Is this going to
air.
be a chance? Oh, Moyes, he can't get up there. He couldn't climb the ladder, could he? And he's had a few teasers there during this series. And well, in the end, unlucky for Akeem. If he had 2 more metres to play with, you felt that Moyes probably tracks this down. With the result, 6 runs, big Maximo.
Yeah, we just mentioned to keep quiet Gohar, and there was a 1-6.
Outside the off stump, be called a wide. But really, you got to hand it to Akeem. Think about the fact he's only been playing cricket a few years, but go here with all the cameras and get involved. But he certainly has delivered, and he seems quite mature.
I
for a
think
man of only
he's
15
handling
or
the
16
situation very, very good. Again,
This one is going to make it.
just over.
And so, well, it's another Maximo. And he's gone for a few, but he has picked up a couple of wickets. And again, Savani has little to no margin of error when it comes to bowling at a batsman like Gohar Manan. This is just another good straight hit, full face of the bat.
6 runs. I have a feeling there is a chance coming in this over, Vinny.
Well,
I don't know. I just have a feeling.
Oh, this might be it, but it's only a chance if you're a long way back. That's one in the cheap seats. Maximo!
Maximo.
Yeah,
I can also incline to say Maximo with
Well,
Mr. Maximo.
You're going to get plenty of practice if Manan gets going. And he moves up to 47 off only 15 balls. And again, just over pitching, maybe striving for that Yorker, but overcooking it slightly. And it will take him within reach of his half century. This time, it could be a chance. He's going to have to do it himself. Oh, and he can't do it. Well, how about that? And Tharan, you called it. You said there will be a chance this over.
I told you. I sense somehow the way he's bowling. Yes, he's getting smacked for 6s, but I feel he has a chance somewhere in this over.
This was it, wasn't it? I mean, it went straight up in the air. And Akeem, it was an awkward one. It almost fell onto the stumps. He might have had a chance to run him out. And we get to the end of 5th over. And well, how about this? This is one of the perks of being in the commentary box. You get some ice creams. It certainly is a good day for an ice cream, isn't it, Taran?
Definitely, it's very hot here, and then you have someone giving you the chocolates.
We got Prabjeet as well. Come
Yeah.
on, Prabjeet, buddy. You want to show us the ice cream? How good's the ice cream? You're loving what you're doing there, aren't you? It's okay. We can clean you up later. Like I said, it's a family affair. And I don't exactly know if I'll get a chance to eat this before it melts, but I'll definitely give it a go. That's a halfway point, and it just gives you a bit of a chance to assess what's been going on. They did get the 2 wickets, Akeem in particular. I think he bowled very well, but of course, I mean, there's so many ways they can hurt you. ACC beat. They're 74 at the halfway point. It's a lot of runs.
They need the wicket of Gohar. If they want to stop the runs, I mean, I see this going to 140 if Gohar is still there. So if they want to restrict them to 120, 125, they need Gohar's wicket.
Yeah, that might have been the chance. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, the full ones, he's been very consistent in punching those full tosses. I think low full tosses can be effective if they're bowled at pace, but I think that when they're a little bit slower, medium pace, they're comfortable shots to hit out of the ground. But we've seen, for example, low full tosses from Ravi, for example, and Apatu in your team. They're not easy balls to get under, and you can miscue them, or at least kind of bunt them out for one. But Akeem not quite having the pace to trouble Manan, but still, chances are happening. And the Gladiators, no, it's not just this game they're playing. They're going to play game 8 as well. So even if, for example, don't quite chase these runs down. They want to at least field well in the second half of the innings and then bat well.
I still feel over pitch is still far better ball than the under pitch.
Yeah,
Because
especially
it gives you some chances.
on this surface, because there's not really a lot of pace in it, isn't it? That short ball really sets up, and the batsmen have plenty of time to get back on the back foot and send it over that short square leg boundary.
You see this wicket in Bulgaria. It was quick, bouncy, because they have the concrete below the carpet.
Yeah.
Here you have the soil.
Bit more of a dead surface,
Exactly.
isn't it? It's a bit, and that's something that we identified, when we saw it. And see, this is the chance though. Hakeem, and he had to go find it. It's a bit of what I call the cricket zombie, because he was just after it, running with the pace. Well, that would have been a huge scalp, but as a teenager, you got to hand it to him as well. And in the end, he'll finish with figures of 2 for 36, and the score at the end of 5 is 74 for 2. So we're out to play the second half, and so this is a good chance to see Massey with the ball again.
Yeah, I see Peter has reduced his run-up. I don't know why, but still. Again, short ball outside the leg stump, just pulled away for 4 runs through the fine leg boundary. That's 50 for Gohar. In 17 balls, he moved to 52.
Yeah, it's been a really good innings, hasn't it? He's scored 5 4s and 4 6s in that knock. And really wouldn't put it past him to go back-to-back centuries. I think that's something you said. Don't put it past him. I think he's coming off 112 yesterday. Every chance that he could double up and go 2 centuries in 2 days, and what achievement that would be.
I told you he can hit a couple of centuries in a couple of days. Again, offside after the off stump, just sliced from the bat to deep cover for a single.
Yeah, so he's at the non-strikers end. I think that the longer he spends at the non-strikers end, the happier the Gladiators will be.
Very nice ball, and it beats the batsman, it beats the keeper through to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, well, this doesn't help you either. And look, Hyder, I think he's kept really well, but this one maybe keeping a little bit low. He gets an awkward second bounce and just can't get the legs behind it. That's 4 runs to the batting team, and must see. I'll be disappointed with that. Won't come off his figures, but still, you want to stop every run you can. Perhaps he's just a little bit deep there. Like I said, there's not a lot of bounce in this pitch. That's a good one though, isn't it? And once again, full and straight, and Doki is just a bit upset he couldn't catch up with it.
Yeah, that's his channel of bowling. Yeah, it's quite heat today, so probably Patras is also struggling a bit.
Flicked away in the air. Just made the one. Bring Munham back on strike. There's Pavel Florin. Haven't seen him yet. And
Yeah.
this is probably a situation, I know, like, you just need to take a wicket from somewhere. And Pavel, it can be very expensive, but maybe this is a time.
But he take big wickets. You just have to remember this.
This is what I was thinking as well. I'd actually think about bowling him maybe in the 4th over, 4th or 5th, and I'll tell you the reasoning in a minute. As we get to the last ball of this, the 6th over. Let's hit away. Some more work for Pavel. He's not going to be able to catch this one. That was just hit too well from Munham. He moves to 57. Scores 88 for 2 after 6 overs. And yeah, my reasoning was, Pavel can be expensive, but he does take wickets. So if you can get one of those big wickets, one of the, say, the top 3, it takes them out of the equation for maybe half the innings. Whereas if you bowl them in overs 7 or 9 or later, well then the wickets aren't really worth as much, because you know that the batsmen are going to come in and not be afraid to go for their shots straight away.
Definitely, and that's how you want to use this kind of bowler. And you have to understand what kind of game is happening right now, what's the conditions, and then you have to bowl accordingly. And I think, if you ask me, he's coming on the 7th over. Probably he would have come a couple of hours before, and there might be another big chances.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. But here's the moment. We're going to see Pavel Florin. We saw him in the commentary box this morning. And he can bowl over number 7. But at the other end, he's got Doki at the moment, who's on 2. Manan is the immediate threat. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment. And well, you always know when Florin enters the game, you don't want to look away. It will be very interesting. Sends the first one to the moon. This one will be just the one. This is one of the things, the ball's dropped so much that, I mean, if you can play a ball, if you're a metre out of your crease, you can play it chest high, and it might not be a no ball because if you're back in your crease, it might be below the waist. Let's have a look. So, I think that's completely fine.
That was a fair delivery, I think. And that's why I'm saying you have to just be there and play him.
Here's Munnan versus Florin. This will be interesting. Well, this one, you can forget it because this one is out of here. Maximo! 6 to the best. Florin round the wicket.
6 runs. Chaka Lagya.
It is a pretty good hit, isn't it? And I talked about timing, not having margin of error, but a man that's in and set, you see that he timed that just right.
Yeah, maybe this is over. But probably he will give one chance as well, Vinny. And that's what Powell creates. He creates chances.
Well, someone's found a cricket ball. We're going to continue. This one is straight, and it's going to be 6 more. This one's, for me, it's the nicest shot. He's used the full face to the bat. And again, these short boundaries are pretty unforgiving for the slow bowler of Pavel Florin. Florin's pace. Again, it pitches it right where he wants, but it's just hit too well by Munnan.
And that's the difference you see. He's just still on his crease. He's very still. He's waiting for the ball to come, but if you see the other players, he's trying to go after him, and they're trying to hit him over mid-wicket and square leg. But in this time, look, Gohar is standing still there, just waiting for the ball.
And Pavel's accuracy has improved a lot, I think, over the past couple of years. And I think that's pretty much where he wanted that to go, but he didn't want it to bounce off the bat and over the boundary. And this one is absolutely nailed. I think this one's into the lake. That's a big Maximo. Again, this is the danger, I think, about bringing on Florin too late, is that they've got nothing to lose. And, well, this over has gone 1, 6, 6, 6.
And that's the biggest hit of the day so far. There are still 2 deliveries left in this over, so it will be interesting to see what Gohar's approach will be.
I think his approach will be to try and hit the next 2 for 6 as well, because he might not get another look at Florin. Once again, this time, again, see, that's the kind of one that can create the chance, but just bounces before Nepali. And unfortunately for Florin, that was the half chance. It didn't carry the man long on.
Ishwan will face the last ball for Pavel. Again, try to smash his just edge for a single to the short third man.
That's the thing, though, is, you can get to him on the full. You kind of got to work out what your strategy is. I mean, almost all of them, because they're tossed up so much, you can't get to them on the full. But it's what you do with it. And he got there, but he wasn't really balanced when he hit that shot. 109 for 2 after 7 overs. That was a pretty expensive over from Florin. It was magical for the batting team. 21 runs off it. And, we've got an adventure, Taranjeet, and certainly are enjoying where all the places we've been, and this is what's coming up over the next couple of months. We've got 2 weeks in Stockholm, 2 weeks in Malmo, so 4 weeks in total in Sweden before we head to the east of Germany, where we'll be in Dresden. We'll be in the Netherlands for 2 weeks, and then, well, this will be exciting, the European Cricket Championship.
Lots of cricket, Vinny, lots of cricket.
So much cricket, and 6 days a week. And we've got 13th of September, ECC starting. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Right now, Cosmin Savoy, the captain, well, he's going to take matters into his own hands. And, well, it's a good bit of keeping from Hyder, but it was just so far from the stumps. It'll just be a wide. And Doki, he turned around pretty quickly then. You see here, the issue, the keeper's fault. He has to go and get it. And then, by the time he gets back to the stumps, he's a long way off the pitch, isn't he? But I want to ask you about the European Cricket Championship. You must be really excited as a Romanian national team player, and a real key player as well, for the opportunity to play in that tournament.
Another ball. Just push toward the single. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, definitely. It will be a very, very big week for us as a Romanian team because all the European teams are gathering there. So it will be a good contest between the teams, and definitely we are looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing you when you've been drawn in Group B in week 2.
Yeah.
This one's hit hard, and I think this has got enough to go. Yeah, it's a shakalagia. Balle, balle, balle.
Maximo, I can say Maximo.
You can say plenty of them today, and this one was just stand and deliver job. It was a voy. Like you say, if you get too short on this pitch, it just sits up, and it's a comfortable hitting height. It's just like range hitting there. So he just needs to get a little bit fuller, I think. But really, next to no margin of error.
He's catching his strike rate very quickly, Gohar, in the last over and this over.
He's up to 82 and climbing.
Nice ball.
Yeah, that's a good comeback. And that's where he needs to be. Full, but not a full toss. I think that's the key. And Savoy does his own fielding. Fires it back in. So a quarter of the innings left. ACCB up and about. And yeah, you know, you've got some competition. You've got the Netherlands 11. I mean, I'm sure
Yes.
they'll give you some stiff competition. You've got Austria, you've got Portugal, and you've got Hungary in that group. And
I think we also have a very good team, balanced team, so we will see.
this is hit into the gap, but should be cleaned up. And that's some good work from Nepali. He does the fielding. That's well bowled by Savoy. He's come back well after that Maximo.
Yeah, I think Nepal is struggling with his shoulder a bit because he's just throwing the ball to the other players to throw him.
He was lying down, wasn't he?
Yeah.
But you know, this is danger time now. Munnan is up and going. He's on 83. And this one's in
This
the
one
air.
is a chance.
Could be a chance, but I think it is taken. Well, how about that? And that is Coley, I think, out there that takes the catch. And, well, end of an excellent innings. Look, he doesn't make the 3 figures, but still, Munnan, you've got to take your hat off. An amazing scoring rate, 83 of 26 balls in the end. Eventually, it's all about taking the chances. And it's the captain, the Romanian, native-born Romanian, Cosmin Savoiu, that gets the big wicket of Gohar Munnan for
That's
83.
a big wicket. That's definitely a big wicket. And you can see it was not an under pitch. It was still an over pitch ball, which is still you have to hit it. Not an easy, but still.
Yeah,
That's
certainly.
and also nice catch by Kohli on the deep mid wicket boundary.
I'm sure he'd be disappointed to go for so close to the century. And it doesn't feel that close, 83, but you know, it could just be 3 or 4 balls. But excellent piece of fielding out there. Savoiu, well, take your hat off to the captain as well. He had the courage to step up and bowl this over. And he gets the big wicket of Munnan. Next one, just watch this one go past for a wide.
And Munnan is replaced by Asif. He's still a destructive
Well,
batsman.
This is something that doesn't get much easier, does it?
Yeah.
At the moment, this is Doki on strike. That crossed while that ball was in the air. Last ball for Savoy. Bowled a very good over. 11 off it. And this one, pretty close, and he's gone. So Savoy gets the second. How about that? And Cosmin Savoy, we had to wait a while to see him at the bowling crease.
Where
Yeah.
was he for first 7 overs, Vinny?
This is great stuff. And have a look at it. He shows a lot of his stumps, doesn't he? I think that's a pretty fair call for me. Couldn't
Yeah.
see that one missing.
Again, full delivery. It was not short. Again, you have to be a very good, let's say, the batsman, or you have to be very good in hitting these shots because it was dead plumb.
It certainly was. And isn't it nice to see the native Romanians getting involved and in the key aspects of the game? That's what the Gladiators team gives them the opportunity to do. So Cosmin Savoiu, what a great over for him.
Yeah, very nice over. Only conceded 11 runs and 2 wickets, 2 important wickets.
Moyes will bowl the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. And it's all going to happen here. This one disappears. And, well, Abdul Asif, welcome to the crease. He starts with the Maximo.
That's his first delivery, and it just smashed over the mid wicket for 6 runs. Excellent shot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And you've got to stay away from his pads. I mean, such a powerful hitter straight down the ground as well. It didn't take him long to get into the action, did it? Abdul Azif, also a very good bowler.
There is no breather for the Gladiators here.
Exactly. Eventually they find that one. And you got, I think you probably, do you go back to Savoy then the 10th over? He's still got one up his sleeve. He's kind of done the best of any of the bowlers available. we'll have to see. Right now it's Moyes.
Again, chance. It's a very nice catch.
And Napoli, well, he doesn't have to worry about throwing this one in. Is that really well judged, isn't it? That long on. You can see why he's there. And I'll be very happy to see the end of Abdul Azif, who goes 6 and out. And you know they're just going to go for it at this stage. Can't recreate his heroics of yesterday in this innings. He goes for only 6. And the score now, in the 9th over, it's 126 for 5. Well, one thing you would say is that Gladiators, some positives. They have taken some wickets. They have taken some chances. With the first 4 wickets all going to native-born Romanians.
Yes.
The first 2 went to Akeem, and then the second 2 to the captain, Zavoyu. But then this is just a nice bit of fielding from Nepali to take the 5th wicket of the innings, the end of Abdul Azif.
And that's the only way to score, to stop the runs, to take wickets. There is no other way.
That's right. Can't let the batsman settle, can you? This is go time now, an over and a half to go. Still 5 wickets in hand.
I think these last 10 balls are very important because they will try to restrict them below 145, I guess. And one time they were going probably over 150. So let's see the last 10 balls.
And we'll soon find out. It's Moyes. Pretty good delivery. Should be fielded down deep backward point. And I'll just settle for a single. So this is Mohammad Ishaq, who has come to the crease. And he's batting with Syed Ullah, who's about to face his first ball.
Yeah, both new batsmen. So let's see what their approach will be.
Moyes. Yeah, pretty good ball. This is where you've got to be at the end of the innings, and full and straight. And even a set batsman have trouble with those kind of those full York deliveries.
Dot balls are the key. That's it. So far, pretty good over.
I think so. Would love another wicket though. Saidullah eyeing off that leg side. I think he spotted there's nobody back. Kind of square of the wicket on the boundary on the leg side. That's where he aims it.
The ball was there, Vinny. The ball was there.
Yeah, well, he'd be happy enough with a wide. I'm curious, Taran, how did you end up in Romania? Where are you from originally, and how did you end up in this part of the world?
Originally, I'm from Karnal. It's in Haryana.
Yeah.
And I was working in a multinational company in Delhi. So I moved to Poland, and from Poland I moved to Romania.
Wow. This one goes in that direction. It'll be a big chase for Zavoyu. And I think they'll have time to go for 2, but well fielded by the skipper.
Yeah, good throw.
Yeah. So how long is it now that you've been in Romania?
So it's now I'm here from the last 3.5 years, but in Europe you can say close to 5 years.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. It's great following your cricketing journey as well. I bet you never imagined when you first arrived in Europe that you'd be playing cricket at this magnitude and of this scale, with this much attention.
I don't think 2 years ago anybody believed it. Again, outside the leg stump. I don't think anybody believed in whole of the Europe with this ECL, ECS, the things will go this way. If you ask me this question, maybe you can ask this question to anyone. In any other countries, they will say the same thing.
Oh, exactly right. But it's been such an appetite for the cricket here. That's what really...
People want to win their national championship to go to ECL. People want to win their everything now.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Everywhere I go, it's the same story. Last ball of the night. Well, it won't be, because Moyes loses this one again. And it's really frustrating on a hot day when you think you're bowling your last ball, and then you cook a couple down the leg side. Now the big man's going to have to go back and do it again.
Yeah, it was a nice over so far, but the 3 wides didn't make it that good. But still, I believe they can restrict them below 150.
Yeah, well, Moyes tries to finish it again. Oh no, he's going to hate this. It's going to be another wide down the leg side. So it's a bit like the old beep test. And one thing I think they're going to have to worry about is the time, because these wides are not helping. There are some allowances. Look, they do have the quick drinks break, but they're really on the border of the time, and you need to start your 10th over. And it's very hard to start your 10th over without finishing your 9th over. So hopefully this doesn't cost them an additional 5 runs.
Yeah, already 5 wides in the over. And another one.
This one will be another one. So you just have to, doesn't matter what happens, you just have to make sure. And how often we might even see a wide outside the off stump because You can
And that too
overcorrect
on
it.
the last ball of the over. To bowl
Yeah.
6 wides.
Yeah, this one's wide.
At least someone
wide.
is bowling 3 overs in a T10 game.
Yeah, well, exactly. We've seen it a few times. In Bulgaria last week we had a few. Oh no, one more time. And now it's got to sort out. I think that's 5 in a row. It's gone wide to, this is the last couple of balls. Wide to, wide. So again, it's costing him time as well as costing him a few runs at the end, Moyes. He's the kind of batsman, if he bowls 6 wides, when he's got the bat in his hand, he can get them all back with one swing of the bat. Right
We
now,
will see that. We will see that definitely in the second innings.
he gets it right. And, you know, considering how accurate he was in the first bit of that over, he'll be disappointed to finish with all the extras, but it does take us to the end of the 9th over. And the score is 136 for 5.
Yeah, now they are looking for that 150 mark because they got the extra 8 runs in this over.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think, who we see on the last one, looks like they may be going back to Kohli.
Yeah, Kohli is one.
I wonder if they were tempted, if he was
Massey is
tempted to
also
bowl
one.
himself, Zavoyu.
Yeah, he bowled a very nice over last one, so I think it's Kohli coming on to bowl the last over.
Yeah, it is. So his first over went for 17. And that was back in the power play, back in over number 3.
So captain still has belief on his strike bowlers and he wants to give them the chance as well in the last one.
And they're staring down the barrel of the same kind of a total they were chasing yesterday morning, the Gladiators. Kohli to bowl the 10th. And this one is absolutely blasted. Maximo!
Shaka, lag gaya. Too big. It's big hit.
It was absolutely smashed, wasn't it? And it's Saidullah. It goes large again. It's that kind of length that you can just pick it up. You see, it's such a small margin for error. If he bowls that a little bit fuller, then it becomes a Yorker. But he just gives him enough length to still get the middle of the bat on it. It's a beautiful straight hit for 6.
That's why it's a cruel game. It can be difficult at times.
See why I gave up bowling now. This one.
So now some.
Yeah, it's going to be called a wide.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's really go time now, isn't it, for ACCB, the defending champions. Kohli, see what he's trying, but just wrong side of that hash mark.
Another
This
one.
could be a chance, though. He's going back. Oh, Moyes. Now, this man has been teased with so many of these this week so far. And this one, another one. Well, you need to be about 10 feet tall to rein this one in. And it's another good straight hit. And the 150 comes up in style for ACCB.
Yeah, I was thinking they will probably get short of 150, but these last 2 overs and these big hits make sure that they are over it.
It makes you think perhaps it was worth going back to Zavoyu. Could
Yeah.
have had 3 or 4 wickets. At the moment, can't be going a lot worse than what Kohli's having to put up with. And they put, man, very, very straight long off now.
Much straighter delivery on the pads.
Bit of panic. Sometimes you get away with that one, sometimes you don't, but at least it was something different. And Pavel does the fielding, still prowling around. But this is where I think, the Gladiators, it's unlikely that they'll be chased this many runs down, but it looks to me like they might be in a 2-way fight with Banasa.
But Vinny, you are just a question. You are traveling a lot throughout Europe,
Sure.
in different countries. So how do you feel about all this ECS and all the initiatives?
It's a great question. I'll tell you in a second. Here's Moyes. And gets one he can field for a change.
And what's the feedback from the people
The
around?
feedback is that people are loving what we're doing. They're loving the format. They're loving that we get to see lots of different cricketers ply their trade. And we see, because we have so many matches, you see so many highlights. And this next one will just be the one. You get to see some of the best pieces of cricket you'll ever see. And I don't care if it's at a professional level, any level. I mean, that catch from Vashisht earlier today, right in his fingertips, right on the
Exactly.
boundary. That's as
agree.
good as anything you can see on a cricket field. And because it's such an unprecedented amount of cricket that we're bringing you, over 1,000 matches this year, I just think, pound for pound, you won't find better entertainment anywhere in the world. Here's the last ball of the innings. It's a swing and a miss. Well, they're going to run, but I don't think he'll ever make it as Imran Haider eventually It eventually affects the run out. So they scored a lot of runs. They don't score any off the last. Have a look at this. I think the non-striker wasn't too plussed about it. He just turned around before he even reached the line. Imran takes the bails, but still the damage was done. And in that 10 overs, the score for ACCB will be 157 for 6. And well, Taran, as we reflect on the first innings of match 7, ACCB winning the toss, going out to bat, and you knew that the Gladiators, they had to take wickets early if they were going to keep ACCB under control, but it's something that was very difficult. But there were some really bright moments in there as well, and I liked Akeem. This was his first wicket. He wasn't done yet, and the teenager, Romanian born and bred, it's great to see him out there performing on the big stage. In amongst it, there were a lot of big hits, weren't there, from ACCB?
Loved his bowling, even though he was smacked for sixes, but still, he really bowled very well.
And then, well, the other bowlers took a bit of stick as well, didn't they? But it was certainly a lot of endeavour in the field, and this is the second wicket from Akeem, and wasn't he fired up as he knocked over the castle? But then a couple of times got too full, and a player like Goham Anand, you know, if you get it wrong to him, you are going to get hurt.
That was a chance.
This one is a chance. Look at this one here. Akeem puts it down, and that would have been a great opportunity to get rid of a marquee player. And, well, Pavel came on, and it doesn't always work. And the result this time, there were a few big hits, and it wasn't easy for the big Pav, was it, against a set batsman like Manan?
Yeah, Zavoyo did also very good in his one over. I was also expecting him to see probably the second one, and he did not turn up.
Zavoy, it was a surprise packet, wasn't he? Came bowled a key over, only 11 off it in the 8th. Picked up 2 wickets along the way, but they weren't done yet. Like I say, there was some bright... So, there you go. The score on the board is 157 to ACCB. Look through the scorecards, and we'll see you in a few minutes for the chase. It will be the Bucharest Gladiators chasing 158 for victory here in match 7. Still plenty of action today to go on ECN. Thanks to Taranjit Singh for his help so far in the commentary box. Sure, we'll see you after the break.
Thanks, Winnie.
Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'll see you shortly for more cricket. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Bucharest, Romania. And we're all set for the second half of the third match of the day. It's been a terrific Tuesday so far, match 7. And it's ACC beat the defending champions of the European Cricket Series in this part of the world. They're taking on the new kids on the block, the Bucharest Gladiators. So far, we've seen a lot of runs put on the board by ACC beat. They won the toss, they elected to bat first. And 157 of those runs are on the board. And it'll be the Gladiators. They go out chasing, fairly unlikely total, 158 they'd require for victory. If they were to chase this down, it would be the highest successful chase in the history of the European Cricket Network. They've got one man there, Mohamed Moyes, just in the foreground. He is a powerful striker of the ball, and they certainly have a few of them, the Gladiators. But it's a large mountain to climb. But I think this is important that you don't necessarily focus too much on the target, because I think when it comes down to it, the Bucharest Gladiators, they look to me destined to have a bit of a two-way battle for the final qualifying spot. And once you make the final 4, anything can happen, of course. And that's why I think net run rate is important. It's definitely something they have to have on their mind. They won't want to be blown away in this game. They don't want to be single-mindedly just, focused on that 158, because I think it's important that if they do lose, the margin of the loss isn't too great. But I mean, plan A, I suppose, is to get the runs, and now we're going to see Moyes out there opening the batting, and we'll be batting with Shalitha Prabhath. Prabhath, still a bit short of runs in this series, but he's going to be facing Abdul Asif. He's having a very good series. Here's the first ball to reply. It's worked away nicely by Prabhath. It'll just be a single. And so, hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. We're not honoured to have Taranjeet Singh in the commentary box for the first half of this match. And every chance we might be able to get him back for the second half. And let's see if very good piece of bowling. And Moyes, obviously not wasting any time. He does tend to favour that leg side. I've noticed that with Mohamed Moyes. And this is a ball. This is a ball that you see just misses the off stump. And it's the kind of ball where maybe more percentage players to hit it straight down the ground. This one's edged and dropped. Wow, it went very quickly. Moyes, he's kind of stunned. He stays where he is. It was certainly one I think that should have been taken. I think the fielder was a bit surprised. See, that one just flew away. This will give you a good view of it here. And he didn't really get balanced, did he? End up down on his knees. So a chance goes begging early in this second innings. Moyes once again doesn't get any bat on this. And Asif is such a good cricketer. He ended up being 6 and out in the first innings. But with the ball, he's just a bit of a triple threat because he's a good fieldsman as well. Only one solitary run on the board so far. This one he gets. And how much has he got? Well, he doesn't have enough, but it doesn't matter because this one is fumbled over the line. That's Mohammad Zakaria out there. Well, this will be a replay that'll tell us the story. And it looked like it was heading for 6, but it's Zakaria. He intercepted the ball, and then he seemed to have most of it, and then the third juggle took it over the line for 6. Now, that's a Juglixamo. Last ball of the over. Doesn't get enough of this, so highly entertaining first over. 7 for no loss. It's a great time to welcome back into the commentary box Taranjeet Singh. Well, Taran, what an entertaining start that was. How was that catch on the boundary? It could have been caught. Instead, went all the way for 6.
Yeah, it was just here and there, and it was just pushed over the boundary for 6 runs. Thanks, Vinny. I just grabbed my quick lunch in between the break.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things. There's a lot of cricket going on. It's hard to juggle all the things you need to do in a day, isn't it? and eating, and I certainly want to thank your lovely wife for looking after me with some food this morning. It was very, very thoughtful. And Prabjeet, of course, in the box with us at the moment, behaving perfectly. Second over about to begin. And it'll be Samiullah.
We need to see Shalita.
Oh, this one's
Very
blasted. Yeah, you can forget that one. That one's all the way into the dugout. Now, take cover, guys. That's a Maximo. That one was into the Gladiator tent.
Brilliant shot. And that's why I was telling you, we need to see this batsman as well, because he is also hitting very long sixes. So probably we will see a lot of him this innings.
Yeah, that one was a really nice strike. I mean, he never really got going yesterday, did he, Prabhath? And so this one was nicely struck. This one outside the off stump and no contact made. But I mean, this is the thing for the Gladiators. I think, you know, if they're not going to get this 158, and it seems pretty unlikely, I think the smart thing is just to make as many as they can. Kind of treat it like they were batting first, because if they are in that kind of two-way battle for fourth place, which it seems like at the moment, that's the way things are panning out, could be important. This
Nice
one,
shot.
yeah, it's going to get over the infield, and there's no one back there at deep mid-wicket, so it's going to be 4 runs. And once again, we talked about it before, anything that's short of a length, it's really easy pickings for the batsman on this surface.
And as a team, you have to be careful with your run rate, because at the end, the first, second, third, fourth, all the positions can be determined by the run rate. So you have to be careful. You keep scoring as much as you can, and you keep saving as much as you can.
So Samiullah, get a new ball, because I think that one is not coming back once it goes down that hill. We don't really see them coming back.
It's a big area with some bushes,
Yeah,
so they're always behind the bushes.
you get the village children out and searching with the balls, and like searching for Easter eggs, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the nicest area of Bucharest, and this ground, you can see the forest on your left side and then the lake on your right side. Nicely bowled.
That's good. Straight Yorker, isn't it? Yeah, it certainly is a nice part of the city. And you said you live in Bucharest now. What part of the city
Yeah.
do you live in compared
I
to
live
the
in
centre?
I live in the center of the city.
Yeah, I was there last night. I was in the Old Town, actually. Went to the Old Town. That was an interesting place to visit.
Yeah,
A lot going on. I couldn't believe it was a Monday. when
I
went down there.
hope you are staying for Saturday and Friday and Saturday as well.
Might not make it to Sweden if I do. This one might have been hit to Sweden. It's a big one, and it's just a little bit of length, and this one has disappeared. Maximo! That's a great hit by Moyes. Doubles his score. Now both batsmen are a dozen.
And again, you can see it was a short ball. It was a short ball which was picked up from the outside off stump and clubbed it over the mid wicket for 6.
Great shot. This one is another one. And, well, let's get some more balls out there because they're disappearing very quickly. And that's another one out of the ground.
It's a Maximo!
Moyes. That's a Maximo Moyes special. And he's up to 30.
Yeah, great shot. Flicked it over the square leg for huge 6.
That was absolutely smashed.
So, good start by Gladiators.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, let's not count them out. I mean, you get 2 batsmen that are scoring at this rate. If they can do it for another 8 overs, then they'll get close to that target. I think maybe I'm talking a little bit too negatively. It's 30 for no loss after 2. And the first over went for 7. The second one from Samiullah, well, it was a magical over. Any over 20 or above, we normally call a magical over for the batsman. 23 off it. And 30 for no loss after 2 overs. But Abdul Asif, who bowled that very good first over, come back to bowl the third. And you see that he's one of the bowlers that can get a bit of life out of this pitch, and you can see the effort he puts in there. That one just a bit too much bounce for the batsman.
He's one of the fastest bowlers we have in Romania, and we have seen him bowling really good spells. And again, we play mostly T20, and he can bowl all 4 overs straight through with the same pace.
Yeah, certainly exciting talent. This one dragged to mid-wicket. They won't get a run here.
The captain doing the fielding.
Yeah, Sukhvinder Singh. I love getting to know him a little bit, and he has actually won the toss for match 8. With the toss news for you. And once again, ACCB will be batting first. It's in the air, but it's not going to carry to cover. Nice bit of fielding, but won't print a single. So I think that gives Bucharest another chance to try and restrict them, but maybe they can do a little bit better. We saw the Bucharest Gladiators improve Game 2 versus Game 1 yesterday, because I think they just kind of stuck with the things that worked in the first game. But again, it'll be tough, especially if Manan and the likes of this man, Asif, get going. It's a good pull shot. It's in the gap, and it won't be an easy stop, but it's actually a pretty good stop by the fielder, Samiula.
Yeah.
A single.
Currently, still is a nice over. Four balls and 2 runs. Yeah, he's a very that kind of a bowler. It's very hard to get away. He will bowl you straight lines, a bit of pace, and yeah.
This is well bowled. I've got a question for you though, Taran. Of course, you've opened the batting in the T20 and the T10 formats, but tell me, is there any difference in your mindset when you are opening the batting in a T10 match versus playing in the T20 format?
Yeah, it is, because when you see the boundary size, it gets on your mind, and you are trying to hit sixes. You are trying to hit too hard the balls, and sometimes in T10, that's why you also miss it.
Yeah, still won't get past the fielder at point. He cleans up.
And the game is so fast. T10 game is so fast. You don't get too many overs to settle in.
Before you know it, it's in the second half of your innings, aren't you?
Exactly, and that's why it's put on your mind. It's just on your mind. You have to hit sixes. That's it, and that's why you see in all the matches the percentage of hitting sixes are more than the boundaries.
Yeah, exactly right. Especially filled with these dimensions. What a good over that was, though. Only 2 runs off that over from Abdul Asif. So he ends up only conceding 9 of his 2 overs. And that just shows you what an important player he is. At the end of the power play, 32 for no loss. We get a chance to see Saeed Ullah now in over number 4. Outfield can be filled with more outfielders now. 5 are allowed from this point in the match, but
a couple of good overs in a T10 can change the course of the game.
Yeah, that's one thing that really surprised me, and of course the ECL that you were playing in 2019. That was the first time I'd commentated T10 cricket, and what surprised me for a game that was so short that the momentum swings can change so quickly.
And that was the first time we played T10 as well.
Saidullah. This one is completely miscued by the batsman. That would have been a wide. And it'll just be a single. But we saw it happen before. I mean, but you're never really out of the game. You're only ever that 1 or 2 good overs away from getting yourself back in it.
The only difference it makes for us from that year to this year is now we understand how to approach the innings with a T10.
Swans.
Miscued.
Miss it. This could be a chance, but the fielders are converging, and it's taken. What an excellent catch that is by Samiula. And you know what he does really cleverly here? I don't think it was that secure in his hands, but then he doesn't use his arms to impact the ground. You see, he kind of just turns his body slightly. Have a look at this. And Moyes is just trying to go large, wasn't he? But you see here, he uses his body, kind of hugs the ball into his chest. And so it's a really good piece of fielding. Takes the first wicket of the Gladiators. They're 33 for 1 in the 4th over.
Yeah, and again, a full ball, not a short ball. And that's the chances you need to take. These are the chances you need to take. Otherwise, with these short boundaries, the balls are not dropping inside the boundary. It's mostly going out.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, you said you kind of know how to approach your T10 innings. Can you expand on that a little bit and tell us, what have you learnt about how to set up a T10 innings?
So what we understand is, even though the wickets will be going, but still you will make runs in a 1 over, and that's what we realized.
It's gone straight through his legs. Look at this one on the replay.
I think it's going from
leg
inside
stump
the
will
legs.
be a wide. Unless something like this happened, and straight through the 5-hole. They say in ice hockey. It's gone. And so
what was I saying? Even though, if you saw the last match, even though we lost 1 wicket, but we still scored 20 runs.
Yeah.
And that's the change of the approach.
Just flick the pad, I fancy, down the leg side. Wait on the umpire. And, sweet, it's going to be called a wide. And Moyes actually still there. It was Prabhath that was dismissed. Look at this one. Maybe just missing the pad, so 2 wide to the total. Yeah, so you're right. So the fact you can't be put off by the fact there's wickets, you still need to attack. And we've seen that before as well. And we see sometimes teams come out, they may lose 3 early wickets, but they do better if they just keep attacking because someone will come off for you. And it's when they've taken 2, 3, 4, 5 overs to kind of consolidate their innings and not lose wickets. But then they find often they lose a flurry again when they try and pick up the scoring because they need so many runs in the second half of the innings.
And the other issue is, since the ground size is smaller, you cannot run 2s. So you have to keep striking it. 4s and 6s.
This one's in the air.
Nice shot.
Going to be in the gap. Good bit of fielding though. And they will keep it to 1. That was nicely done by Karthikeyan. He's out there at deep cover. Yeah, and I think it's a difficult. I've found it just watching. Obviously, played a lot of cricket myself. You know, all your life you're taught to value your wicket, but it's kind of part of this game that you do have to take calculated risks and accept that maybe you will lose your wicket, but it's for the best and it's in the interest of the team that you take those kind of risks. Well, there's no risk in this one. This one is absolutely smashed. Let's hear it. Maximo! That's the big one to finish the 4th. And the score at the end of 4 overs, it's 42 for 1. And, you know, I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts as well, Taran. And you talk about the Cluj team, the fact that you've played so much T10 cricket. Now, is that the sort of thing that you'll kind of experience that you'll be passing on to your national teammates as you head into this international T10 tournament, the ECC, which will be beginning 2 months today, by the way?
Yeah.
We'll see you in Group B in week 2. And so, what do you think, you can learn at an international level from your club T10 experience?
No, definitely. We discussed about this between the teams, and we are going to share how it is because, again, we have experience to play with the Rotterdam team, which has most Netherlands national team players in it.
Yeah.
So, I think we are going to discuss about the culture and how the environment is because it's totally different from ECS as well. I mean,
of course.
Here we are playing at the club level, there we are playing at the national level, so it will be a very different competition.
Yeah, I agree. Samuela is back. Starts with the dot. And, the best 2 teams out of each 5 in the group stage, they will go to Championship Week. And I think, look, you've certainly got some talented players. I'm sure you're eyeing off one of those qualification spots.
We are. And but again, we need to see what kind of what quality of cricket we are going to play there.
This one goes up and away, and this is going to get over the fine leg, and I think it'll be over the rope as well. And in the end, I think it has gone all the way. Maximo! I see. I like him with the bat as well. He's not afraid. He particularly likes to turn things to the leg side. He has this kind of free swing of the bat. If you get too straight to him, that's
his area, the mid wicket and the square leg.
Yeah, he just loves to swivel on those ones, doesn't he? So Samuel has been a little bit expensive. This one's in the air, but Karthikeyan should do the fielding. It's a nice attacking bit of work. And I know a lot of people around the world looking forward to that ECC tournament, especially with no ECL this year. And I'm sure that was a shame. And I know that Cluj, you guys had qualified the last couple of years to be the Romanian representatives. And I suppose now you'll have to earn that qualification spot again by winning the domestic championship this year.
Yes. So probably we are going to finish it in.
Certainly, sent him back. And, if he picked that up clean, he might have had a chance. But certainly, I'm sure that puts another bit of, another huge carrot on the club domestic competition here.
Yes. Now everyone wants to win the domestic championship just to be there in ECL.
Slower ball.
Nice shot.
And this has hit really well. It's gone into the gap, and it's gone for a Maximo. So Moyes just keeps the shots coming. He's up into the 30s, and the 50's up now in the 5th over.
His weight was on back foot, you can see. Just through with the arm and 6 runs.
Yeah, it would have been a wide, actually. But he said, don't worry about the wide, I'll take 6. And now they're up to 55 with the ball remaining in the 5th. Here's the last ball of the 5th over. And this one, I think I'll just settle for a single out here. And so that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 56 for 1. As the players go off for a quick drink, it gives us a chance to maybe talk a bit more about ECC. And I want to just also welcome all of our viewers, whether you're watching on Fancode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Taranjeet Singh, the Cluj and Romanian international opening batsman. And I'm interested about team selection. And I know you're probably not a selector yourself, but you know, I think for me it'll be interesting to see how countries choose their ECC team, because sometimes your best T20 players might not be your best T10 players. So I think some countries will go with their kind of regular T20 team, but you know, you'd know from playing in this form of the game that, you know, it's sometimes some more skills, different kinds of skills are valuable in T10.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ICC criteria will still be the same. You have to be 3 years in the country to be eligible. And then again, based on the scenarios, we went to Bulgaria a couple of weeks ago. We had a different team. As you can see, those players are not playing in this T10 tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the selection criteria will be totally different.
Yeah, and I think it's an opportunity, especially for a country like Romania, you know, especially a team like Austria. Now, let's say if Austria, and we don't know, if Austria play their T20 team, but you have a specialist T10 team, I think it gives you a chance to beat those higher ranked opponents.
And I think before we go, we need to play some simulation games with the second best team in Romania, because that's how you will understand. And the matches will be on the AstroTurf.
Yeah.
So probably we are going to shave this grass, and we are also going to play some matches on the AstroTurf just to habitual with the environment, because again the artificial and the AstroTurf is totally different ball game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly right. And I think that, you know, it's really important that you, for example, you have your specialist wicketkeeper. I think that's a key position. And you don't normally need as many batsmen in a T10 game. So I think, you know, in a longer game, maybe the batting comes into it as far as the keeper. But I mean, Natagodla, I think he's done a very good job.
I think you need to choose your bowling very wisely. I think if you are scoring 110, 120, you can still defend if you have a good bowling attack.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing, I suppose, is the fielding. You need good fielders, and there's a lot going on in the 10 overs while you're out there. And so I think we'll probably see some interesting team selections. I mean, I think some countries, they may just, especially if they haven't had an ECS, for example, and they may not realise, you know, the subtle differences. And, you know, these middle order batting positions, I think, are the most important to get right, because you need players that can come in and they can hit boundaries straight away. Whereas in a T20, you often have a few balls to kind of work your way into your innings, but you don't really have that. And we've seen that some players can do it, and some players aren't so good at doing it.
And I believe all of the countries which are coming, they are playing the T10 cricket. So they are now experienced enough to understand how the game works, what different, let's say, techniques you need to bring in a T10 game. So it will be a very, very interesting 4 weeks of cricket there.
It certainly will. 96 matches of ECC. Here's the captain, Satvinder Singh, who comes into the attack. And Moyes plays him away. It'll just be a single.
So they need 20 runs per over.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about now. I mean, it seems a little bit out of sight, but you know, one thing I think the Gladiators, I mean, they're building in confidence every time they play. I think being able to put a 100-plus score on the board, I think would give them a lot of confidence against ACCB, and also would reduce that margin of the loss. It's hit reasonably well, but the field's well placed. There's 3 men back on the leg side. It'll just be one. And the reason I'm saying that's important is, you know, Banasa also haven't got a win yet. And so, I mean, a lot will be on the games between the Gladiators and Banasa as far as that kind of 4th place, which will be the final qualifying place.
Yeah, and the captain is on attack. And you know one thing, you cannot rule out spinners from this game.
Yeah, this is Manan. He doesn't drop too many. He's got a very safe pair of hands. And once again, he takes the catch. Well, he's such a good cricketer, isn't he? And one thing we have seen is we've seen some really good fielding. And then Gohart says, well, I'm right here. And don't forget about me. And we certainly have seen plenty of them today. 83 with that, and an excellent catch.
And you cannot rule out spinners from the game. Even though T10, small boundaries, but you still need some good spinners.
Yeah, I think so. And Satvinder Singh will be thrilled with that effort. He ends up catching it well inside the circle. But, I mean, that's one thing. And I remember when T20 really took off in a big way about 15 years ago, and everyone said, well, this will be the end of spinners. You know, they'll be too easy to hit, and it's going to be all kind of seam bowling from here on in. Really, the opposite's true. Exactly. If you go to that format, the T20 format, actually spinners typically have a lower economy rate than the fast men. You'd like that as an off-spinner yourself, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think that's why we also develop some different deliveries when we are coming and playing T10.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you about that in a second, because I noticed you bowled a couple. There's This one's into a gap. If they run hard here, they'll get two. Eventually, you might get with the program. He left it very late to run, but such was the distance the fielder had to cover.
Rare too in the ground.
Yeah, really have to get in the gap, don't you? I mean, you can sometimes get a two on a misfield or calculated risk, I suppose, late in the innings. There's not too many genuine twos. I want to ask you about your off spinners because you seem to have a delivery that kind of holds its line if anything kind of moves away from the right-hander. And I want to ask you about that delivery in a second. And is that just a case of not really spinning the ball left to right as much, or is there a certain way you hold it that allows you to get that movement?
It's just not the case of spinning the ball, because if you are spinning the ball, you are giving a very good chance for the batter to hit on the line, with the line.
This one's hit pretty well, and I think it's going to carry. Yeah, that's a Shakalagia Akira.
Shakalagia.
That one is out of here, and that one's just, once again, it's the length, isn't it? And it's too short. You can pretty much choose where you want to hit it.
Yes.
And he decided to go over cover and he hit it very well. 6 more to the total for the Gladiators.
It's not an easy shot to pick up.
So you're saying that one, you're just trying to put no side spin on it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm just throwing with the arm so that it drifts away from the batsman like an outswinger.
Yeah, the drift. And that's probably what I noticed about that delivery. And you see the batsman often playing for that spin, don't you? And,
exactly.
And you can get a stumping, for example, if they run past it. It's so important to have that variation.
And it's going to a different direction, and that's why you might have a miss hit on the mid wicket or mid on.
On full toss, it says hit me please, and it wasn't really struck very cleanly at all. Brings the fielder into the game. This time he'll only get the one. Nassi moves up to 18. Yeah, but I think that arm ball, as we call it, is a pretty useful delivery, and it just, especially if the batsman doesn't pick it, can create problems.
So if I'm bowling 2 overs, I'm just bowling a couple of off spinners.
Yeah.
The 8 or 10 deliveries are just going with the arm.
Yeah, that's interesting to get that insight. Into the 6 overs, 69 for 2. And it was an interesting over from Sukhbinder, wasn't it? Who were 12 off it, but picked up the wicket. And it was well held by Gohar Manan at long off. Right now, we're going to see Saidullah back to bowl his second over. His first one went for 10 when he bowled over number 4.
So probably I think we can count last 4 overs, probably 40, 50 runs, and it will be
I think Gladiators will be happy with that. Well, this was a spicy chance. And
the drop by the captain himself.
Now, I'll tell you what, that one came at him at a rate of knots. And we saw a very good catch by Gohar Manan off the captain. But the captain, unfortunately, can't produce it for Saidullah. This one was a full-blooded pull shot. And
he has nobody to blame it.
Bounced a long way off his fingers, didn't it? Saidullah. This one's hit pretty well, straight down the ground. Take some stopping. And even Manan can't stop this. Down the ground.
Nicely played. Just short of the land, but he threw the line over the bowler's head for 4 runs.
That's what I keep saying about the Gladiators. They certainly have got plenty of shots in them. I mean, sometimes we see teams that are struggling and they don't really have the firepower to hit boundaries, but you certainly wouldn't say that about the Gladiators. They just need maybe a bit of luck and to get a couple of players in. Coley starts with the boundary. And this one in the air, and it's that man Manan. He's going to have to go right back, but he takes the catch. Well, you can't put the ball anywhere near Gohar Manan, and he just has the knack of being in the right place. And once again, he judges it perfectly. So Coley, unfortunately, his innings is over. Just the one boundary for him, and this second wicket, obviously the third wicket now goes down. It's 74 for 3.
Yeah, this long on and long off is a busy area today. We have seen throughout the day so many catches and the runouts in this area.
Yeah, well, it's also one of the shortest boundaries, so that's why you got to have your best fielders at long on and long off. I think that's something you would know already, and we often see you in that long on position. But there's a few that aren't catchable. The ones go over your head, but the ones that are, you want to hold on to. And so far, Gohar Manan hasn't put a foot wrong at all. It's a wicket for Saidullah.
Brings Vinod Nepali.
This one's in the air, and this one could be 2 in 2. The fielder comes around and holds it. Well, once again, it's all about taking your chances. And Masih, now he's gone.
And Saidullah is on the hat-trick.
Yeah, once again, we see a bowler on a hat-trick. Well, you're on a hat-trick, I think, this morning, weren't
you? Yeah.
At one point. But, you can't blame the batsman just going for it at this stage. And Masih, he goes for 19.
And I think Gladiators are also playing first time the T10 tournament, so they will get experience. But I think now they will understand how to build their inning. 1 wicket was already gone down in the over. Probably the other batsman would have seen through it
Yeah.
and probably gone in the next over. But that's how they will get experience with the games.
So hard though, isn't it? I mean, that's the kind of a ball, if it hits in the middle of the bat, it probably disappears for 6, doesn't it? But Mohamed Zakaria, he held on to a very good catch out there at deep in wicket. And look at this. This was the first one. And that was Gohamanan that held on to the catch. And the very next ball, another outfield catch. And it is so important, the fielding, isn't it? I mean, it can be the difference between winning and losing so often. But Zakaria certainly did a good job holding on to that. So here we go. We haven't seen one taken this week yet.
Saidullah is on a hat trick. Vinod Nepali is facing. Let's see what his strategy will be.
Hat-trick ball. Oh, this one right past the outside edge.
And you see all the fielders are coming up now.
Yeah, well, why not? I mean, they had a chance for a hat-trick. And we saw Vasu get 3 and 4 earlier today. He was on a hat-trick in the last over.
Yesterday we saw Ramesh taking 5 wickets for 3 runs.
wickets for 3. I mean, how about that? And he didn't even bowl in the first game, I don't think. And certainly made an immediate impact in game 2. Here's the last ball of Ulla's spell. He won't get a run here. So he'll finish with 3 for 15. Really good figures for him.
Yeah.
The score at the end of 7 overs, it's 74 for 4. And well, Taran, I know that you'll be a keen spectator for the last match of the day. It's match 8, ACCB against the Gladiators. So a rematch of this one. And well, the toss went the same way as well. It was ACCB skipper Sukhvinder Singh that won the toss and elected to bat first. So very likely we'll get Gohamanan out there. And so we know we're in for a feast of aggressive strokes. But it's not just Manan, is it? I mean, they've got so many ways they can hurt you, ACCB. The Gladiators, though, they had some good players of their own. And I love the bowling of Mihai Akim, picked up 2 wickets. And, well, Cosman Zavoyu, I think you might see more of him bowling. And he was quite effective picking up 2 wickets in that innings as well. And Pavel Florent, keep an eye on him as well. Didn't come off in this match, but we may see him bowl again in match 8. Speaking of the captain, here's Sukhvinder Singh bowling over number 8. We should mention that that game will start in approximately half an hour's time. I'm sure it's something that you've noticed, Taran. The cricket just keeps on coming, and there's not too many breaks. And you'd know from playing these double headers that you finish one game, but you can't really dwell on the result because you have to suit up and get ready for the next.
We also play double header T20s when the Cluj team is coming over the weekends here, because we are coming.
This could be a chance, but I don't think it's going to carry this time.
Yeah.
To Manan. A bit of injury news though. Abdul Asif, he's left the field with an injury, and 12th man Harpreet Singh is on at the moment for ACCB. So I'm not quite sure what that injury is, but he's someone that I'm sure we will want to get right.
Yeah.
ACCB. And look, there's a chance that if he does get an injury. Oh, that's a nasty one. That's jumped up off the pitch. That's a bit of a nasty one for the keeper. Can you occasionally get these ones that...
Yeah, it's just on the corner of the wicket.
Yeah, and so it can bounce really unpredictably.
Yeah.
And this one, luckily it's taken him in the body. So Asad Abbas won't be much better taking it in the body than above the neck, put it that way.
And you have to be careful when you are playing these double headers. You don't get the injuries. And if you are getting also hit in a hand, you have to be treated right away.
Yeah, that's right. This one could be
Another
another
one.
chance. Well, what a good effort. And I think he stopped this. Now we'll come back for 2. And we'll have to have a look at his last step to see if he stays inside the field of play. It'll be a very interesting replay. Seeing this on the replay. Yeah, seems fine to me. What a great bit of fielding.
Great effort. He just saved 4 runs.
Yeah, he certainly did. Great fielding by Zakaria out there. Sukhvinder Singh will be pretty happy as well. And it looks like may just be missing the leg stump.
Yeah, it's just going down the leg.
So, and the ECC coming up, we mentioned that, and the fact, it will be on artificial surface, so that's why I think these ECS tournaments are such good preparation. Now, this one's hit really well, and Nepali finally goes boom. And this one, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubter. And something to shout about for the Gladiators. They move up into the 80s, and this is just a nice clean strike.
Rightly pitched up there, and he just smacked it over mid-on for 6 runs.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. And Imran Haider, I've got a lot of time for him as a cricketer as well. He does a pretty good job behind the stumps, and he's had to adapt his game, I'm sure, for T10. But I think at the moment, he's definitely one to watch.
Yeah,
Plenty.
he's one of the few players who were in the national team from the very beginning.
Yeah, that's it's a great team still going around. 85 for 4 then after 8 overs. So every chance they could make that 100-plus score, which I just think it brings a bit of respectability to the scoreboard for the Gladiators.
And that's it shows to you cannot stop 10-run rate per over any point of the game.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Even though you are losing wickets, you can still have this 10 runs per over.
So we go to over number 9. Rahim Gul is going to grab the ball. He starts with a wide. We mentioned that Abdul Asif is off the field currently, but I mean, he'll be hopeful that he'll be able to take his place. He has been selected in match 8, but I mean, there's always the chance if there's an injury in the second half of this game that he may not be able to take his place in the starting 11. I'll let you know if that's the case. Keep an eye on our social media accounts at European Cricket. Was a little bit short, and well,
Pulled
this
it.
one is going to be another attempt for the field up. This one he won't be able to pull back in. It's 6 runs. Nice shot by Hyder.
Yeah, just short of the pitch, and he just rocked onto back, and there he just pulled it.
Yeah, it's all about finding the pace of this pitch, isn't it? And that one was certainly well struck.
And I believe the pitch map will be very interesting to see which balls are going for sixes and
Yeah.
which balls are getting out, because I probably believe 90% of the short balls are going for sixes.
Yeah, I do think, and sometimes they're not that short, but they just do sit up, don't they? And you don't feel that rushed, do you? Unless the bowling is quite quick. Not too many bowlers have that kind of pace at this level to trouble you. This is a better length, I think, and it's played back. So, still the Gladiators. It looks like they will put the 100-plus on the board. Won't speak too soon, but you know, I think.
I think it will be interesting to see ACC be chasing some point of time in this tournament, because we haven't seen them chasing.
And this one's hit high, but I don't think it's got the legs. It's going to be caught, is it? No, this is even worse. Well, it's not the worst case scenario for Mohammad Zakaria. Keeps it inside the field of play. And well, he took a very good one a moment ago, and he's certainly done the spectacular. And this time, he puts down a chance that I think he would have liked to have taken.
He also did the juggling when he just threw the ball over for 6 runs before.
This time, he just threw it away, and there was no reason. So, he'll be disappointed about that.
It was touch and go.
Yeah, I think he just pulled it back,
Just
didn't
pull
he?
it back, yeah.
He'll be disappointed about messing up that chance. One's in the air. This one should be a very, very easy catch, and it's taken.
By Ishwahan.
Yeah, and so he's done it. Isfahan Doki.
We haven't seen him bowling today.
No, we haven't actually.
Yeah.
Maybe pulled off a bit sore from yesterday. That'd be a question, but hasn't really been required, has he? This time, well, just losing his shape slightly. Easy catch for the man at point. And so, end of Hyder.
This brings Pavel Florin to the crease.
There he is, 94 for 5. Well, you know that when anytime Pavel enters the arena, it's worth watching.
And I think we can see some of the reverse hits from Pavel today.
Well, you know he's going to try it at least once, don't you?
Yeah. And that's the first the short hit ride in ECL.
Yeah.
It's the first ball.
Of course. Yeah, I mean,
You were there.
Zahid Chima. Zahid Chima. He's the man that he hit off. He's a pretty good bowler, actually, Chima, in Italy.
And he had a broken leg. He had some issues with the leg, and he still went for the reverse hit.
Yeah, well, not on strike at the moment. 2 to come in the 9th. So straight off the pad, I think.
Pretty close to the leg stump.
I think umpire just saying, well, you're dreaming. Have a look at this. I mean, you got no chance in LBW when it pitches here. But see, that's just off the leg.
I think umpire didn't even saw what happened, because the bowler was there in front of the umpire.
That's one thing. That's cardinal sin. You can't get in the umpire's way. You just won't get a decision that way at all. And 1 ball left in this over. Gould's bowled a pretty good one. He's got 1 for 9. Last ball of the 9th coming up. This one's a little edge. Should be cut off. Should just be 1. And will take us to the end of the 9th over. It's 95 for 5.
Now just the formalities has left one over remaining with 63 to chase. Let's see what we can see from Pavel in this over, Vinny.
Yeah, well, it won't be on strike for the first ball, but you know, Pavel is it's a very interesting story, isn't it? And, you know, it's not just Pavel. I mean, you know, you guys having to travel so far to play a cricket game, it's pretty significant, isn't it? Because if you drive here, how long is the drive from Cluj?
So it's 7 or 8 hours. Right. So it's 600 kilometers.
Depends how fast you're driving.
Depends how fast you drive.
I think.
And then we are also playing double headers of T20 on Saturdays.
Yeah. Well, you certainly want to get your money's worth if you're going to come all this way.
So Rahim Gul got the chance to bowl as well after that so much fielding.
Yeah, well, he deserves it. So he starts, and now they will get a run here. Zakaria starts with a dot, but they will get a bye off it.
That will bring Pavel Florin on the strike.
The crowd wants to see. And so, well, no one knows what's going to happen next.
It's next will be a switch hit.
Oh, you know, he's consistently unpredictable. That's the only consistent. Here we go. Goes the regular paddle. He's got really his two favourite shots, the kind of paddle and the reverse paddle.
Paddle and the reverse, yes.
These fielders down the ground, long on, long off.
You don't need them.
You don't need them. They might as well take a newspaper out for them or something because they won't be required. Still persisting. Napoleon strike. That's one. It's a good ball. Gets through him. It's nice to see Zakaria getting over because he certainly has been busy in the field and it's a great opportunity to get him into the game.
Yeah, definitely. They're in a comfortable position. I think the match is just over. It's just the formalities and getting one over. That makes sense.
Goes after this one. It should be a catch for Doki and he takes it. So that's a great reward for Zakaria, who's given everything in the field today. He hasn't held everything, but he's always given 100%. And it's the veteran, Isfahan Doki, that takes the catch. And the Gladiators, we thought they'd make it to that century mark. They're still a couple short, 97 now for 6. 2 balls remaining in this innings. But that's a nice bit of bowling. Again, he just put it in a good spot where it wasn't going to be an easy shot for the batsman. He miscued it. Doki did the rest.
Yeah, it was not. I mean, he was not comfortable on the wicket, getting beaten by the ball, and that was only where the ball was going.
Yeah, so I see that we've just reached 220,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel. It's amazing, actually. I think we were only around 100,000 at the start of the year when we started ECS. This is week 23 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series this year.
And we should not forget, it's just 2 years ago it all started.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 balls to go. Here's Pavel. Yeah, he wants to run anyway. If he hits, he'll be gone, and he will be gone, I think. Well, the umpire doesn't make a decision straight away. Well, I called this from here, but I have to say the umpire's in a better position than me. We'll have a look at this on the replay. You got to hand it to Pavel as well. He decided to take it on. Have a look at this one. The umpire really getting completely side on. I think for me that was pretty clear cut. And I think the umpire now giving the decision.
South.
He's just short of his ground. Again, it's unselfish play. They're trying to get every run they can. It could be important at the end of the week. It's a good piece of fielding.
Yeah, I think if he would have done run straight, because he went diagonally,
yeah,
I mean, he would have been there.
That's right. Well, I suppose artificial pitch. Different umpires have different thoughts about the danger area and whether there is a danger area on an artificial surface.
And he also went for a different shot, just front in the wicket.
It was a long way from where he hit the ball anyway, because he hit it from a mile outside the leg stump, wasn't it? But, Pavel, unlucky for him. He does get a run along the way.
So now the captain is on there.
Yeah, he's on striker's end though. And there's just 1 ball left now in this match.
Pretty close to the bowler itself for a cotton ball, but just from single.
Yeah, just a single, and that will finish proceedings. And they're going to finish 98 for 7. So they don't quite make the triple figures, but still, I think the Gladiators, it'll give them some confidence they could get close to that 100 score against ACCB. And ultimately, the ACC juggernaut, it just keeps on going. They're 3-0 now in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Romania. And well, Taran, thank you so much for being with us. And we might just take this opportunity. You can help us talk us through these highlights. And well, that was one that was missed. But you knew the Gladiators were going to come out and they were going to throw the bat. And certainly, Moyes did just that, opening the batting.
Few big hits from Moyes, and for the first 2 overs they were screwing through 2 overs for 30 runs.
Yeah, and Prabhat was out there too, but I mean, it was all about taking the opportunities, and ultimately it was ACCB more often than not that held on to them. I also liked the work of Zakaria out at deep mid-wicket. Couldn't do much about that. That was miles into the bush, but I just like the way that ACCB go about their business. They've got some good players, and look, this man
He's a
can't do anything wrong.
busy man all day.
He's everywhere, isn't
He's
he?
everywhere.
Century yesterday and an 80 today, and he's caught everything that's come his way. He always knew that this target of 158 was probably going to be beyond the Gladiators. It was a matter of them getting as many runs as they could. That was a spicy one. The captain couldn't hold on to it. Sukhvinder at mid-wicket.
Again, he's there. Go ahead.
Manan, do not look away. He's going to have leather poisoning. He's getting so much of the ball.
That
And
was the
I
hat
see,
trick.
well, he ended up going as well, holding out. That was a nice catch from Zakaria. He wasn't finished with his acrobatics either. The veteran hider came to the crease. And this one looked to be headed for 6 for all money.
Brilliant
Hey,
save.
you know what we call that in Australia? Drop catch, $2. But it was certainly great to see him in action. And again, he was in the hot zone, wasn't he? Plenty of balls went that deep mid-wicket region. And this is one I think that he probably should have taken. But in the end, it was all academic for ACCB as they were able to restrict the Gladiators to 98. And Doki chipping in as well. Good fielding. Well, the foot fives, they were everywhere. Zakaria, well, he got his opportunity with the ball to pick up a wicket. And then this one, Florent, run out. You can't fault the effort from the big man. Put in the big dives. The boy who came to the crease was just a spectator for the last ball as the Gladiators fell just short of that 100 figure. And gives us a chance to look at what's coming up next. And it's match 8. ACCB, once again, they've won the toss and elected to bat first. And so, once again, they'll be hoping to put a big score on the board. Have a look at the figures from Abdul Asif. 255 points when that graphic was put together. I'm sure he'll be eyeing off a few more, but he does have a little bit of an injury. But look at Gohar Manan. He's been in amazing form.
He's like
once
right
again.
there, 10 in the fan code.
Yeah, well, he cost you 10, and he's probably worth every penny as he's accumulated a lot of points, not only his batting, but also his fielding. But, you know, Gladiators, they've got some players to watch. I mentioned Mihai Akim, the young Romanian bowler, and we saw Zavoyu do some good things. And you know, they've got Kohli, Masih, Moiz Mohammed, so don't count them out either. And we'll have that action for you in around about 15 minutes from now. It'll be the final match of the day in Romania. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Chasing 158 for victory. You knew it was always going to be tough for the Gladiators. Well, they tried hard. They swung the bat from the get-go. And look, promising signs. They had 5 players in double figures. Moyes, the top scorer, with 34. But I guess ultimately they knew they had to take these risks, and it was going to carry the risk of dismissal. And really, ACCB, they held a lot of their chances, and that's how they took the 7 wickets in the 10 overs.
Yeah, they knew the target is too difficult for them, but they still, I think, went for the good hits. It's good for them. Probably for the next match, they will see if they can manage to pull it off.
Yeah, well, Saeed Ullah was the star, 3 for 15 of his 2 overs. Also single wickets for Sukhvinder Singh, as well as Rahim Gul. And even Zakaria chipped in for a wicket at the end. A confirmation of the result of match 7. Well, it wasn't too lucky for the Gladiators. They went down 157 to 98. Thank you very much, Taran, for your work in the commentary box this afternoon.
Thanks,
really,
Vinny.
really
Thank you for having
enjoyed
me.
having you here. And we might get you back before the end of the week. So
Yeah.
it has been great to have you here. And, well, all of you out there, please join us in around about 10 minutes. The Biostrath coin toss, take you into the last game of the day. Take a chance to go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and check out the match preview for the last match of the day, and also our social media. That'll be chock-a-block full of highlights at European Cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more cricket action. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Wild Blassia Cricket Ground, and we certainly have had a lot of big hits in action today. It's time for the coin toss for match 8, and this coin toss is brought to you by Biostrath. Biostrath are big supporters of European cricket. We're so happy to have them on board. Make sure you take your Biostrath. Go to biostrath.com for more information. And now it is time for the Biostrath coin toss. Rob Kemming, the match referee, is with the two captains, and it's ACCB taking on the Bucharest Gladiators in match 8. Let's head over for the coin toss right now. Heads is the call. What would you like to do, Sukhvinder? Well, there you go. It's ACCB who have won the Biostrath coin toss, and they once again have elected to bat first. They certainly put a lot of runs on the board in match 7. Let's see if they can do it again in match 8. Let's go over to the commentary box and get ready for the last match of the day. So we're all set for the last match of the day, and it is match 8. We've got Prabjeet Singh. Well, Taranjeet Singh has just nicked off for a second. Let's give us a chance to talk to you. And Prabjeet, I've got lots of things I do. It's part of my role. I'll put that there. Yeah, and how you like my office? You're saying, do you like my office?
Yes.
It's a little bit unusual, is it, for an office, isn't it? What's unusual about my office? It's not really a room, is it?
To talk to the headset.
Yeah, you have to talk into the headset. No, don't touch it with your hand because I want to hear your voice.
I
Now,
talk.
I want to hear from you. Now, what do you like about cricket? What's your favourite thing that you like about cricket?
Yes.
Do you like watching your dad play cricket?
Yeah.
Now, your dad is a very special player, and he opens the batting for Romania. And it's a very special thing to represent your country. Or maybe one day you will grow up and play for Romania as well. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah, and I know, and tell us again, Prabjeet, how old are you again?
I'm 4 years old.
You're 4 years old, and you speak so beautifully as well. I know it's very nice, but don't get too close to it. But now I want to know, what's your favourite thing to eat on a hot day? What do you like to eat? I saw you eating one before. Did you get an ice cream before?
Yes.
Yeah, you got an ice cream, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure that was pretty cool. And well, you know what, Prabjeet, we're going to settle in for the last match of the day. I don't mind being on babysitting duty. All coming back to me now. We're going to have a look actually at these two teams, the final match of the day, and it's going to be ACCB taking on the Bucharest Gladiators. ACCB, a handsome win in match 7 of the day, and it was 157-98 the final in that one. And they'll be planning to do the same thing again. They have a good side on the park, and we know that they're capable of scoring some big runs. And Gohar Manan, he's been almost unstoppable so far. He made 83 in the first match today, and it's going to be probably Gohar Manan to open the batting, you'd imagine, early in match 8. But you know, the Gladiators take nothing away from them. They tried hard, and it was the Romanians, the native-born Romanians, that took 4 of the 5 wickets too, to Mihai Akim, the Romanian teenager. Left armour. The other 2 that went to the ethnic Romanians were to the captain, Cosmin Zavoiu. He bowled the 8th over. And Pavel Florin has picked up a wicket today. Did pick up 4 yesterday, and it'll be interesting to see if and how they use him in this innings. And well, you see there, the players are now going out onto the field. And you see that is Mihai Akim on the left and Cosmin Zavoiu, the 2 players we were just talking about. I think one thing that's really encouraging, something we've seen over the past couple of weeks, is that we've seen a lot of native Europeans involved in the European Cricket Series. Not just bit part players either. I mean, it takes us back to Barbarians last week, the way they performed it. Look, they were so close to getting a medal. They ended up going down the golden ball in the 3 versus 4 game. And right now, you see that they've certainly got their work ahead of him. Work ahead of them in match 8, the last match of the day. And Imran Haider behind the stumps once again for the Gladiators. And they're electing to open with Peter Massey. He is going to be the first bowler. And you can see that it is going to be Gohar Manan. He is a colossus, isn't he? ACCB just have been hammering runs for fun so far in this series. And look, even when Manan's gone cheaply, Andrew Begg, the umpire, as Prabjeet is very usefully pointing out to me, he's in the central position. And the umpires, take your hat off to them as well.
got a difficult job. It's very kind of sticky conditions at the moment. 31 degrees officially, but I can tell you it feels a fair bit hotter than that out in the middle because it's very, very sticky conditions. Munnan on strike. Well, he doesn't waste any time, but he might go first ball here. This is Florin who goes back and it's caught. Well, it's a team catch. Can you believe it? And Munnan goes first ball. It's Florin with the assist. He knocked it up in the air. Nepali finished it off. And well, have a look at this on the replay. It was outstanding work. And well, if you're going to drop them upwards. That's what I'd say. And well, what a start to game 8 for the Gladiators. This went a mile high. And Florin, well, he doesn't shy away from a challenge, does he? He goes back up in the air. Nepali, well, he anticipated it. Oh, he ends up, well, that's Hulk Hogan style. Gets him with the wrestling pin. He's one man you don't want to wrestle with, Pavel Florin, and that time it worked perfectly. And Munnan goes very first ball. What a turn. And this is why you can't turn away from this Fancode European Cricket Series. You never know what's going to happen next. And you don't even want to miss one ball because it can make all the difference. Let's have a look at this again. Florin goes back and he actually gets in a pretty good position. But you see, just at the last minute, bounces out of his hands. Look, he might have caught it himself because he was in a good position and he had a good look at it. But Florin, well, he's a one-man highlight reel. And Nepali, credit to him for tracking that and then pouncing on the rebound. Well, what a start. So, after all that, no runs, 1 wicket, 1 ball. Abdul Asif comes out at number 3, but he is a dangerous hitter, and they want to get rid of him as soon as possible. He's the non-strikers in at the moment. Karthikeyan is on strike. This is cut away nicely. That'll be a bit of a chase for the deep backward point. Won't have a chance. And so it'll be 4 runs. Karthikeyan, just a cool head in amongst the chaos. Just leans on this one. It wasn't a bad ball, but look at the way he just manipulates that. Uses his wrist, gets a fair bit of the middle of the bat on it. And the result is 4 runs. I tell you what, you couldn't make this stuff up. Florin to Nepali, catch assist. Next ball, outside the off stump, it will be called a wide. And good thinking, says Imran Haider behind the stumps, always encouraging. 4 for 1 now. You've never seen anything like this. Fancode European Cricket Series. Leads on this one. Third man's back now. Slightly mishandled, but I think they would have got a single anyway. Now I think nothing against Karthikeyan, who's a decent player in his own right, but I mean, we've seen how damaging Abdul Asif can be, and he's the kind of guy that can go at a strike rate of 300. The longer he's there, the more he's going to hurt the Gladiators. And at the moment, Messi, he's got the big wicket of Munnan. He's now got to try and double down, I think, and get Abdul Asif. And Asif did go off the field with a bit of an injury in the second half of match 7, but he appears to be okay. And he's out batting in number 3 position. A bit of extra bounce this time from Messi. And the Gladiators, I think, look, they did go down by a fair few runs in that last game, didn't they? They went down by 59 runs, but I think it's not a bad thing for them to get back out there and just put that last result out of their mind. The scores, of course, start again here in match 8. She's driven away, but straight to point. There'll be no run here. It's a pretty good start from the Gladiators. I mean, you couldn't have had a better start than getting Munnan first ball. Such was the importance. It's a run machine. Gohar Munnan, but he's gone now. They've got plenty of batsmen that can pick up the slack, that's for sure. It just seems to have brought a bit of confidence to the Gladiators. There's a misfield there. The batsmen weren't really aware, and they'll settle for a single. So end of a very eventful over to start the final match of the day here on Tuesday in Romania. ACCB, after one, they're 7 for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, it's an amazing, amazing piece of cricket. So now, see who bowls his second over. Have a look at this again. What a way to start the match. Hamill went back. You see there, I think he was every chance to maybe take it himself on the second attempt, but Nepali said, well, I'm not taking that kind of a chance. And he jumped all over him. And then a double thumbs up from Pavel. Thanks for saving me. Kohli going to bowl over number 2. Again, the threat of Asif is present. This is in the air and just over the fielder. Oh, that's a real teaser. And Prabhath, he was on the right line, but I mean, he can only be so far back because he's right on the edge of that 30-metre circle, 30-yard circle. And enough bat to get it over him. Well, Mohamed Moyes knows what that feels like. He's had a few teasers himself this week. That one just not too far away. Asif has to work out his approach. I still think it'll be all-out attack. That's the only way. He knows how to play this format of the game. He works this one away for a single. And look, the Gladiators, I mean, if they can manage to get these key players and keep it to around the 100 mark, they've shown they can score those kind of runs against ACCB, I should say. And so I think that they would fancy a chase for about 100, but once it gets over that mark, it does get pretty tough. This one, now, some indecision. It was Karthikeyan that wanted the single, especially after it bounced off the bowler. He was sent back by Asif, who maybe still is struggling with that injury, and I'm not sure what sort of injury it was that took him off the field in match 7. Kohli, he's been doing a good job for his team. Always gives 100%. This one gets away from him though. It's good effort by Hyder, but I'm not sure it'll be good enough because I think it'll still go down the leg side for 5 wides. And look, when you're playing so well, you don't need these because it just gives the momentum back to the batting team, not making them work for their runs. Hyder did well, got half a glove on it, but the result's 4 runs. One chipped in the air. Florence hunting it. 100% effort from the bodyguard. Can't prevent the single. That's one thing about the Gladiators. Doesn't matter about that situation. They'll always give 100%. See Pavel attacking, picking that one up with one hand. They just love their cricket. But not easy conditions to field at the moment. Hottest part of the day. Kohli, actually pretty good bowling. I think he saw Asif coming, and so he just put it a little bit shorter. Got a bit big on Asif. The last game, Asif went 6 and out. And he faced the 2 balls. He's got a lot longer to bat today. Well, this game, I should say. This one's a slower ball. It's in the air. Well, it'll be a long chase for Zavoy, and he won't get there in time. And this one hung in the air a long time, but ultimately there's no chance for the Romanian. The Gladiators captain takes us to the end of the second over, and at the end of it, it's 19 for 1. So we certainly hope you're enjoying the action today, no matter where you're watching around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And really enjoying bringing the action to you on the European Cricket Network. Start of a new over. It's Moyes. Someone's taking off the stumps. And I think it'll beat the fielder. And that one's just placed straight to the gap. And Pavel was off after it. And he wasn't going to be able to rein this one back in. And Asif, again, looking dangerous. This one may be a bit of a risk. It was certainly not a ball that was really on the leg stump, but he keeps it all the way along the carpet, gets plenty of bat on it. He certainly is seeing it very well at the moment, Asif. Moyes bowling for the first time in this match. Just outside the off stump, it's a big swing from Asif. And he knows one way, doesn't he? And he's a key wicket here. They can get Asif, at least, you get the middle order in a little bit earlier. At least under some pressure. There's one thing to bat without the pressure. Where you can play those kind of big shots with immunity. Well, this could be the chance. Well, you'd have to be a long way back to stop it. I think this has gone probably 8 to 10 metres over the boundary. Maximo! What a hit by Asif. He hasn't necessarily hit the ball as well as he has yesterday, but this one, rightly said, I'm going to hit this one to the moon and back. And there's every chance when it comes down, it'll be the other side of the line. Just was given the length to work with from Mohamed Moyes. This one, I think he might have just hit the ground here. A bit of a noise. And I think some of the fielders were fooled. Asif, we'll get this one on the replay. Yeah, just flicking the ground with his bat. Moyes thinking that was pretty close. Back to live action. Now this one's going to be more runs. He just leans on this. Nice bit of timing. I think this one's gone all the way. Maximo! Asif, where he gets sixes, 2 of them in the third. He's putting the power in the power play. And this one, again, once you get too straight to him, he'll say thank you very much. Look at that though. There's players that are feeling very, very confident at this stage. Can they pull something out of the fire here? In the end, it's more or less what I'd call a power play. 35 to 40, that's what I said. Well, it'll be closer to 40. In fact, it'll be over 40 after this. And this is an knee-high full toss. And Asif, and he wasn't going to miss out on it. And they finish the power play with a bang. Back-to-back Maximals. And in the end, that over goes for 22. And the score at the end of 3 overs, it's 41 for 1. Well, it has been a highly entertaining day of cricket so far. And we're so excited to be here at Moira Vlasier ground, and it's obviously somewhere I've always looked forward to visiting. I can tell you it's wonderful in person. And then we have a look at the score so far. Of those 41 runs, 29 have been scored by Abdul Asif. And he's a man that, if he gets any kind of extended run in the crease, then they can go big. Keanu Nolan, the chat saying, well, if Mandan can score another century at some stage of the tournament, he'll join Iqbal and Bajwa back in Barcelona, the players who have scored 2 centuries in an ECS this year. I would also say Ahmed Musaddiq in Kiel, he scored 2 centuries, or was it just the one? Maybe. I think he may have been out just short of one in one of the games. Here's Mihai Akim, the Romanian teenager. He's going to start with a no ball, and he's probably going to run away for 4. So we've probably seen him just get a little bit too full at times, the youngster. And this one, at the end, it'll be no ball plus 4. And, this will happen. I would say you want to be, that'll be too full and too short, but this one is just way too full. You see, it's miles above. It's probably chest or shoulder high, and you consider he's jumping there. Karthikeyan jumped all over it. Next one will be a free hit, but also it means that Akeem needs to be careful because if he bowls another one of those, then he won't be able to bowl in this innings anymore. There's something to keep an eye on. Free hit, but it's a good comeback from the bowler, Akeem. So it'll just be a single. I tell you what, he hasn't minded getting the big scalps today. And Akeem would love to pick up the wicket of Abdul Asif. This is well bowled by Akeem. Can't do the fielding himself. Just a single. What do you think about the fact that you get to see some native European talent? Something that people are always asking. There's no easy answers about how you get more native Europeans involved in cricket, and sometimes just by chance. And Andrew Beck has worked a lot with Mihai Akeem over the past few years. This one is another full toss, but it'll only cost him a single. And that Keanu is already checked. Yep, Ahmed Musaddiq just scored the one in Kiel. Well, of course, I wouldn't doubt you for a second, Keanu. And tell us, Keanu, how was the rest of your 30th birthday yesterday? I hope you had a fantastic birthday. Oh, we're thinking of you last night. This one's clipped away on pads. Also Luke Belgium, who's in the chat, and looking ahead to that the United game tomorrow. I have those fixtures shortly. Of course, it's only the second day of 6 days of action from Romania. It's a little late from the umpire. I think just making sure everything's right, making sure everything's working, the communication's working. This is a long day out in the middle for the umpires. I think they've done an outstanding job for the most part. Well, breaker. Mihai Akeem, though, he'd like to pick up a wicket. He's a wicket taker. I mean, left-handed bowlers are always a handful for the right-handed batsman. Maybe just something in the background which is shining. So it's just in the eye line of the batsman. So that's the hold-up. 50's up, though. ACCB in the 4th over. So despite losing one on first ball, they still have scored at a very good rate. This one, I think just below the waist. The batsman misses out. Karthikeyan will be upset with himself about that, I think. So, a bit of a conference between the umpires, but I think everyone's okay. We'll get to see the last ball of the over from Mihai Akeem. And after that horror start, it's just been singles and then that dot off the last ball. This one will be a leg by to finish the over. It's a good comeback from the young man. And the score after 4 overs, it's 50 for 1. And gives us a chance to look ahead to tomorrow and start the day with Cluj versus Banasa. Well, Cluj have had a flawless start to their competition, sweeping United in those matches this morning. Banasa, they had the day off today, but they'll have a tough task against Cluj tomorrow, matches 9 and 10. Then in the afternoon, well, this is going to be an interesting clash, isn't it? ACCB are taking on United. United, they're 2-2 now, in the middle of the table, but they would love to pick up a win against ACCB. I think they're two pretty evenly matched teams, and so that's what we've got to look forward to on tomorrow, Wednesday, the 3rd day of 6 days of action here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, Romania. Right now, here's Cosmin Zavoy. I like this. It's a good attacking move. He picked up 2 wickets earlier. This one probably is going to be called a wide. And you can see he's coming on the 5th. He does have the protection of 5 outfielders. This one a little bit short. It's cut away, but there's protection down there. It'll just be a single. Zavoy picked Got 2 wickets in the last game. Bit of a surprise packet. We didn't see him bowling on day one. And Cosmin Zavoy, he's got a bit of cricket under his belt now. He has the honour of being the first Romanian-born cricket captain of a club. This is pretty well bowled as well. Well pitched. Bit of a Tortuga bounce for Kohli, but he cleans up without incident, and it was just a single. Loses down the leg side. Zavoy, can he get that wicket to break this partnership? This one, again, just losing down the leg side. So this will happen sometimes. It's not really a regular bowler, Cosmin Zavoy, but it has been effective. So I don't think they've got anything to lose at this stage. Bring him on. He certainly was effective last time. Wow, this is straight, but it's going to disappear straight as well. Maximo Karthikeyan flexing his muscles. And Zavoy was kind of like a challenge ball. It was that kind of a length. So, well, if you miss hit it, we might get you. But I tell you what, he didn't miss hit it at all. That one had some distance on it. 6 more to the total. Look at the power pose here. Karthikeyan just watched it. This time, it's more of a flat bat. Down to Kohli at long on. And I guess the question is as well, do you go to Florin now? Is that a risk it's worth taking? I mean, I'd love to break this partnership. A lot of cricket left in this game. Once again, down leg side, so this will be another one to the total. Well, this is the false shot, and wow, how about that? Just couldn't get in quick enough, could he? The fielder. And that's Samir Mushtaq. That one just was on his heels, wasn't he? And it came off his heels. Next one down leg side, we called a wide. And this partnership now, we're at 64. Of course, they came together after the very first ball of this innings. Last ball of the over. Kohli hunts it. And will be end of 5 overs. Players will stop to have a little bit of a drink. And gives us a chance to have a bit of a chat. End of 5 overs. The score is 67 for 1. It is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, today for the European Cricket Network. And what a day we've had. And it hasn't been great to have some guest commentators in as well. We had Pavel Florin this morning. And of course, we've seen him on the field now. How about that catch? Pretty incredible stuff. Also, thanks to Taranjit Singh. Speaking of that catch, this is how this game started. And it was Pavel Florin going all the way back. And then getting in the right position, kind of crocodile style. But the meal went to Nepali. He was hunting him, and then, well, Pavel, he wasn't going to let him go without a fight. It's not often you take a catch and end up in a headlock. That's exactly what happened to Binod Nepali. That's just the kind of action excitement that we have come to expect in this Fan Code European Cricket Series. And look, what a year it's been so far. This is actually week 23 of action, and I've been so honoured to be a part of every single one of the series so far. And, you know, we started with 5 weeks in Spain, in Barcelona, then went 5 different locations in Italy over the next 5 weeks. We still have the Italian Super Series to look forward to, and that's scheduled for November. That's the winners of those series, the best performers in those series that we'll see again in November. And then we spent 2 weeks in Austria, 2 weeks in the Czech Republic. We had 4 weeks in Germany, 2 in Krefeld in the west and 2 Kiel in the north before we headed to Malta. And then, well, we were meant to go to England after that, but we have had to make what we call the Danube Detour. And we spent a week in Hungary, a week in Bulgaria, and now here we are in Romania for a week. Now, next stops, as you might know, we're planning to spend 4 weeks in Sweden, 2 in Stockholm, 2 in Malmo. Then we'll be in Dresden in the east of Germany for 2 weeks, then 2 weeks in the Netherlands. But then after that, well, the ECS has to be put on hold for 4 weeks because we will have the European Cricket Championship for the first time. We'll see who will win that. And it's basically the easiest way for me to describe the ECC to you. It's like the Euros, but for cricket. So if you enjoyed the Euros, and a lot of people were, particularly the Italians, I think they were pretty happy in the end with the result. That we have the Euros for cricket, the European Cricket Championship coming your way for 4 weeks. And that actually starts 2 months today on the 13th of September. But we're really looking forward to that. And you know, we'll just show you a little bit about what the surrounds are here as well. And there's nowhere I'd rather be in the world at the moment on a balmy summer's afternoon than Morav Vlasia, just a little bit north of the capital, Bucharest. And you can have a look at that. It's pretty as a picture. And out in the middle, it's quite pretty as well, particularly if you're an ACCB supporter. I've been piling on the runs today, and although the Gladiators had a couple of highlights, we showed you just one of them then, but they've had a hard time just sustaining any kind of momentum, especially through their fielding innings. And Pavel, at the moment you wonder, will he get a bowl? Probably just in the captain's ear saying, yep, I'm ready anytime you like. And, well, might as well show it again. It won't be the last time you see it, I'll tell you that much. It'll be all over our social media at European Cricket. And Pavel, like I say, one-man highlight reel. And he said, well, maybe that's how he planned it all along. But incredible entertainment. Kohli looks like he's going to bowl the 6th over. Now, they just need to put in a couple of overs. Look, they need to break this partnership, don't they? And they've shown that they're capable of scoring 100. The Gladiators, or pretty close to, but looks like it'll be a few more than that. Kohli. Good bit of bowling. And I've said this before, but I mean, the Gladiators, individually, they have a lot of talent in their team. And look, Kohli, I think, is a good player. I mean, talked as well about Masih and the raw talent of Mihai Akim with the ball. They've got the all-round skills of Mohamed Moyes, who hasn't really come off yet, but, you know, just wait when he gets going. And, of course, playing for United last year was very effective in the series. It was hit hard. Very well struck, but straight at the fielder. He almost leaves it behind, but it will be Masih. Keeps it to a single. And Kohli, probably not the most famous Kohli to play cricket, but he won't mind. He'll just be happy to be out there. Oh, big swing and a miss. Let's see if he's aiming for the stars. Keanu's got an interesting question. He's asking in the live chat, what do I think of Pavel bowling in the power play overs? He thinks he might be effective. The batsman just starting. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's one thing that you would consider. I think he's certainly more effective to batsmen that aren't set. So I think you do make a good point there, Keanu. I'll just be a leg by, I think. One thing I would say though, Keanu, is I think with Pavel bowling, he kind of needs the protection of the 5 outfielders because he gets a lot of wickets caught in the outfield. So I think, although you might not be set, I think as a batsman I'd be more confident playing him in the power play because then you only have to clear the infield for the most part. There's only 2 outfielders patrolling the boundary, so I think that would be a big risk. But I still think it'll be interesting to see it. This one's going to be 4, and it's just slashed away. That's a deep backward point, but it was nowhere near him. There's plenty of bat on this. I love this shot. I mean, every time you see the batsman go down on one knee, I suppose it's a bit of a romantic shot. He just carves that away. It was always heading for 4. ACCB, they're pretty happy in the shade at the moment. Let the men out in the middle do the hard work. And like I said, pretty humid conditions. 32 degrees officially. Feels a lot more warm than that out in the middle. A good comeback from Kohli though. It's full, straight. And like Belgium's also mentioned, ECC starts exactly 2 months from today. Yeah, we're counting down to it now, aren't we? Keep those questions and comments coming. Makes it very interesting for us in the commentary box. 74 for 1 the score after 6 overs. And see that run rate above 12 and over. They're on track for something just above 120 at this stage. Phil G in the chat as well. And asking Luke, is he planning on watching the ECC live in Malaga? I can tell you that if you are interested in coming to watch the ECC live, and why wouldn't you be? You just log on to our special website for that. ECC.cricket is the landing page for everything to do with the European Cricket Championship. This one's hit pretty well, but is it well enough? Well, it is, because it's been tapped over the boundary. And we'll see, well, I think he did have a bit of a shot at that one. Didn't really get in a power position. He was still on the move. Mohamed Moyes, he's had a few of these of himself. One on the boundary. And he just ended up kind of side on with the ball. Karthikeyan, he's up and going now. Both batsmen are 33. Asif has had more of the strike since he's been out there. This one does not miss by much. And both these batsmen now are all square, 33 off 19 balls. And Moyes, he just cannot take a trick so far early in this tournament. I mean, there are 8 games. The thing is that both of these teams will be halfway through their group matches after this game. This one full toss. And it's just the ball that's cost Moyes today. He's just overcooked it slightly, and he's probably trying for the straight Yorker, but it's a little bit too high. It's just drifting onto the legs. In the end, it's a top of the pad high full toss. And it's easy pickings for Karthikeyan. He just rolls with it. And he gets 4. And so, Moyes. She's in the air, but once again, evades the infield. It'll be a single. Well, Luke's saying he might be a chance to attend, but he thinks maybe the ECL, the Champions League in 2022, might be a better option. And it was mentioned on the chat as well that it will be Belgium versus Spain. Well, who knows? I don't know who's doing the fixtures, but maybe Luke Belgium was at the top of their mind when they decided to put Belgium in match 1. Well, this one is absolutely muscled out of here. And this is a really good hit. Maximo! And I think now, as if he really has all restrictions removed on how aggressive he can be as we head into the final third of this innings. Have a look how cleanly struck that was. And that was a mile over the boundary. That was 6 on any ground. Once again, he's got pure power in those forearms. Once again, Moyes goes so close to getting a wicket, but he cannot hit the target. I mean, he's so close. The gods are against him. It's the end of 7 overs, and the score is 91 for 1. So just mentioning that schedule again, I was talking about it in the drinks break. I was talking about all places we've been, all places we're going. And these are 2-week series coming up from Monday. We'll be in Stockholm, and we'll be in Malmo in the south of Sweden. Before we go to Dresden and Capelli in the Netherlands for 2 weeks apiece before that first ever European Cricket Championship. And look at that website. We just mentioned it, didn't we? www.ecc.cricket. And you can find out how you can be a part of the first ever European Cricket Championship. Well, this one's in the air. And, well, Zavoy is going back. He's going back. Well, he's not able to rein it in. It'll go for 4. It was a good effort by the captain, really. It was a really difficult catch. It was very high. He was going with the flight of the ball. And Mihai Hakim, well, he could have had a second wicket. It could have been an all-Romanian connection. You can see there, he chases it. In the end, it almost eats him up. The result's 4 runs. So, Gladiators, that would have been another sensational catch. Yeah, well, nice work by Hakim. You see the bundle of energy. That is the Romanian teenager. He's debuting in the European Cricket Series this week. And again, this would have been a highlight. Again, certainly points for effort for the young man. And good bit of bowling, full and straight. I think the key for Mihai Hakim is just trying to replicate that kind of a delivery, trying to get the consistency, and it's only the bad balls that have let him down. I mean, it's good ones. They're good enough to get good batsmen out. This one's hit, but should just be a single. And Luke just mentioning the chat, the Sweden was nice last year, and Dresden and Capelli were outstanding ECS tournaments in 2020. Yeah, I think that we're all looking to go there again. This one's hit square of the wicket. It's going to be a chase for Pavel Florin, but unfortunately, he won't be able to stop it. And again, you can't doubt the endeavour from the Romanians. They're trying really hard. Once again, Hakim. He's hit to the leg side, and Pavel, well, he got there, didn't he? But then it just kind of flicked his boot on the follow through. And when he looked up, he found it the other side of the boundary. So Florin couldn't come up with any magic that time. 102 for one. This one keeps low. I think it's just heading down the leg side. Hakim again trying hard. It'll be a leg by. It'll finish the 8th over. 103 for one. ACCB. Have a look at this though. I mean, on a hot day, when things aren't really going right for you, still don't see the effort being put in, and Hakim throwing himself round, but no reward. Still, Hakim is pretty good. Only conceded 20 runs off his 2 overs. That's Worm and a couple of bumps along the way. Now 103 with 2 overs remaining. I think they'd be eyeing off something like, well, I think about 130 once again. We saw a lot more than that in the previous match between these two teams. This one's hit down the ground, it's in the gap, and it's going to be 4. He's come back, and once again, it's Abdul Asif. He hits him down the ground. Nice straight bat shot. And so he might try and bring another man straight down the ground. So obviously identified that that's his hitting zone, but I don't think Asif will worry where the fielders are, because I think he'll plan to hit it over the top of their heads if he has his way. This is the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. This is hit very well. And, well, in the end, I guess that counts as a catch. Didn't hit the ground. And so, that one's straight at me. And, well, once again, you see that you can be too close to the action. And the result is a big Maximo. And nothing was broken. I've been in the action last week. And this one, it was going to be more of the same. This time he goes onside. Maximo, 6 more. Well, he is unstoppable at the moment. And so, what can you say about this player? Especially when he gets to the end of the innings and he really has no inhibitions on his stroke play. He'll just keep picking up that length and sending it out of the ground. This one's hit hard, but it could be a chance for Florin. And he holds it. Oh, how about this? And the highlights keep coming for Pavel Florin. And once again, it's the juggle. He gets the big wicket of Abdul Asif. Catches him out on the deep forward square leg boundary. And, well, it's been a day. It's been a tough day for the Gladiators, punctuated by some highlights. And that one, I think Pavel's saying, well, that's why I do all my exercises and my chest's so big. If the ball bounces off it, then it turns out that he can get it on the rebound. And at the end of a very, very good innings, Asif, he went above the half century in the end. It's happening so quickly. And so he goes for 60. Excellent knock from him. Second time he's reached 60 in this series. And the score is 119 for 2. Oh, Pavel Florin, one-man highlight reel. And actually, thanks everyone for all the messages coming in. I can tell you the laptop's okay. I did take the sting out of it. That's my emergency training taking over. Number 1 is protect the equipment, especially if it belongs to me. Kartikian had to kind of play second fiddle, but he's played very well in his own right. 44 off 24. Still 8 balls remaining. Let's see. This one's in the air, and Pavel might be hunting this, but he'll have to be the other side of the rope. Maximo! Asad Abbas. He comes into the crease, and he's a big man. And speaking of muscles, there's plenty of muscle behind this one. It's not a length. He sends it square. Pavel dancing around. He couldn't stop that one. It just shows you the threats. So many of them for ACCB. And Massey, well, he'd know all about this. This is the kind of ball that he would like to hit for 6. That kind of length ball angled in at the body. Next one's a big swing and a miss, though. And this will take us to the end of the 9th over. The score is 125 for 2. Once again, the Gladiators, it's been one of those days where there's been plenty of individual highlights, but they don't seem to have had any consistency to their game, and they don't seem to be able to get a run on for any extended length of time. I think now we might be seeing Pavel Florin bowling the 10th as he goes towards the bowling crease. We haven't seen him bowling this innings yet. Obviously, Zavoy is saying, well, nothing's really been working for us, so we'll put the big man out there. That last over went magical, didn't it? Despite a wicket, there was still 22 off the over. And so Florin will be bowling his unique kind of brand of slow bowling, as he calls it, to Karthikeyan, who's on 44. He's only one swing of the bat away from his half century. Well, Pavel gets a wicket. Watch out. Make sure we get the camera on him, because you know he's got something planned. This is in the air. Oh, it could be a chance, and it is taken. Well, that just shows you the man's a wicket taker. And you can see that he is all over it. Florin does what the other bowlers couldn't, and he removes the opening batsman, Karthikeyan. And Ananda Karthikeyan batted very well for his 44, but his 25th ball would be his last, and it was an excellent catch by Mohamed Moyes. And Pavel, well, you know, he's thrown the grenade and said, watch out, take cover. And this is why, like I said, because he does have the ability to take wickets, and he can be expensive. That's why I do think it's worth bowling him a bit earlier in the innings, because if you can remove a batsman earlier, look, I know it's a gamble because he can go for runs, but you know, you would take him out a lot earlier with more time left on the clock. Florin picks up his 5th wicket of the series. Certainly has been in the action in this 10 overs. 5 balls remain. He did cross, so Asad Abbas will be on strike. And this one gets launched. I think this one does have the legs. Maximo! Out there to 6. And Florin. This is the other side of the coin. You know you're going to get action from Pavel. This one, you know, the ball goes missing out of our screen for a second. And he says, come on, anyone back there? And again, it was just a bit too long. And says, good shot. Let's have another one. This one is a wide. And I mentioned he doesn't bowl too many wides, Pavel. He's worked very hard in his control. And he knows he's got a unique brand of bowling, but he's certainly improved his accuracy. This one's hit straight. You see, makes the batsman make all the pace. Emma's just able to this down to long off. It was a great catch by Moyes. And Luke enjoyed it as well in the chat. Why wouldn't you? Certainly always special when you see the bodyguard in action. 3 to come now. This one's to the moon and back. Oh, this one's very close. This one might be out. Wow, Pavel saying, what are you watching? I don't know if Pavel was in the way of the umpire. We'll have a look at this. Now look at this. Look at that. Pavel is right in the way, and this is probably as out as you can get. But, Pavel, you're not made of glass. You've got to get off the pitch. And you see, The umpire was saying it might have been a bit of batting it, but not so sure about that. You've got to get off the pitch. Again, that's just a fundamental. I'm sure Florin won't make that mistake again. This time, batsman it's across. And they are going to think about two. Good throw will have him here. And he will get him. And that's an excellent piece of work in the deep. And the wickets are coming now for the Gladiators. This time, handy bit of work in the outfield. I think that's Cosman Zavoyu out there. Otherwise, have a look at this on the replay. Oh, in fact, it was Coley. It was Coley that threw it in. And I said a good throw would have him, but it's unselfish running at this stage. Still have to make the play as a fielding side. And another wicket goes down. It's now 135 for 4. Or 134 for 3, I think, actually. Still 2 to come. Look, these guys just love their cricket, as Phil G says in the chat. Certainly means a lot to them, and why wouldn't it? I mean, take a guy like Pavel Florin. He drives 9 hours. That's how far he lives out of Bucharest to come to the only cricket ground in the country to play his trade. So it's very difficult to practice where he is as well. He has to be quite unique with his methods of practicing his bowling. It's 135 for 4 actually now. That's right the first time. Last ball innings coming up. Once again, should just be 1, but it'll be 4. So, well, the innings started with an outstanding piece of fielding. And it'll finish with something that's not quite as spectacular from a fielding point of view, but I guess you can forgive Coley because he did have that run out the ball before. And in the end, it's going to be a fairly good score on the board for the ACCB team. They're going to finish this innings 139 on the board. And with 4 wickets down, and once again, you know, whenever you see the Bucharest Gladiators, in particular Pavel Florin on the field, you're going to see action. They didn't have to wait too long to find it, as the Gladiators trying to avenge their performance in match 7, and they didn't have to wait too long. The big man, Manan, he was gone first ball. The catch is this from Pavel. Well, he didn't catch the ball, but he did catch Binod Nepali, his teammate. And he said, well, 2 thumbs up. All's well that ends well. And then in amongst it all, there were a lot of big hits. This brought Karthikeyan and Abdul Asif together. And their partnership was crucial in the context of this innings. It was worth 119 in only 51 balls. And you just knew with those 2 there that this innings was in safe hands. And it just shows you that ACCB, the defending champions, there's so many ways they can hurt you. And even when the big man went off the very first ball of the innings, they didn't really panic. This one, Zavoyu, well, it would have been an outstanding catch. Fortunately, it bounced off and went for 4. And it was always 100% effort from the Gladiators. You wouldn't expect anything less. And unfortunately for Pavel, he wasn't able to stop that one. Then, well, it was really go time, wasn't it? They put down the afterburners and balls started disappearing left, right and centre. And this is one that Pavel did take though. And he was very happy to remove Asif for 60. That one bouncing off one of the biggest chests in world cricket. But still able to be caught on the rebound. This one wasn't caught though, it went a long way. And well, Pavel came on to bowl the 10th over and he did take a wicket immediately. And that's what he can do. Karthikeyan, he hauled out for 44. Excellent catch by Mohammad Moiz. And then take cover. He said the grenade was being launched. And from there, batsman. This one, I think that's plumb LBW, but Pavel just in the middle of the pitch in front of the umpire. You can't call what you can't see. And ultimately, this innings finishes with ACCB putting on 139 runs. And it looks like a big score, but I still think it's maybe only 15 more than par on this surface. Have a look at the scorecard. And Manan, he went first ball. In fact, tremendous assist catch from Pavel Florin to Binod Nepali. Masih got his wicket. He also picked up Abdul Asif, who was caught by Pavel Florin. But as far as the batting went, 44 from Karthikeyan was handy. 60 off 28 balls, like 6 Maximos and 4 fours for Abdul Asif in his innings with the ball. See there, We had 2 for 29 for Massey. I thought Akeem bowled very well. Again, didn't have a lot of luck, none for 20 off his bowling. And Coley, 2 overs, none for 18, was the most economical of the bowlers. Also wickets for 2 for Massey, 1 for Pavel Florin, who bowled the last over, went for 14. So that's always a quick changeover, last game of the day. And a lot of people in the chat are reacting to Pavel Florin. Rajiv Sharma saying it's only a few minutes of watching Pavel. He's already loving him. What a fun character. Well, he certainly is. And we're all about fun and excitement here at the European Cricket Network. So join us in a few minutes for the run chase. It'll be 140 runs for the Bucharest Gladiators. They're going to pitch match 8 off the ACCB team and stop the ACCB train. So far, they're 3 out of 3. They'll hope to make it 4 out of 4. Right after this, we'll see you in a few minutes. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly. Keep watching for more Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Moira Valencia Cricket Ground in Bucharest, Romania. And we're coming to the conclusion of day 2 of this 6-day Vancouver European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network today, and it's wonderful to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. We certainly have seen a lot of action and a lot of highlights today on the cricket field and off the cricket field for that matter. And it's been so wonderful to bring you the action. And this is actually the 23rd week of the Vancouver European Cricket Series this year. 23 consecutive weeks of cricket action. And, we're climbing all closer every game to 600 games. And we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of T10 action this year on the European Cricket Network. And certainly at the moment we have 5 teams in Bucharest that are going toe-to-toe with each other. I think it's been an interesting kind of series. The Gladiators, it's their first time in the Vancouver European Cricket Series. They had to qualify for this series, and at the moment there has been a little problem with consistency as far as the Gladiators have gone, but they certainly have pulled out a few highlights, and there's a lot of raw talent in their team. That's why I think they'll be a lot better for the run. But this score that they've conceded, 139, when you look at it in its entirety, I think it's probably only about 15 runs above par. And so if they can get a couple of their batsmen going, and they certainly have a lot of firepower. They've got Mohamed Moyes at the top of the order. They've also got the kind of batsmen like Petras Masih, Mamit Kohli, and if they can get going, anything's possible. That's not to even mention Shalitha Prabhath, who hasn't really been able to keep it going for an extended period of time so far in this series, but he's very, very capable with the bat. As we see, they've gone for Kohli at the top of the order. I don't mind this at all. And he's going to get a chance to bat at the top of the order. Mohamed Moyes is who we'll be batting with. And here is the first ball reply. 140 to win. And it's an uppish stroke. And this one might actually go all the way to the boundary. So they start with a 4. And this one, well, I suppose a little bit of a chance from Kohli. He flicked it away, and there was a mid-wicket in place, but it's just wide of him. That new ball, I think it just skates across the outfield a little bit quicker with a shiny ball. Doesn't hold up in the surface as much, and Samiullah chasing it. Couldn't track it. It's a good comeback, though, from Abdul Asif, and we know what a good player he is, and he's been very impressive, not only with the ball, but with the bat in this series. And ACCB, they did win the previous series back in September 2020. They were playing as Indian CC Bucharest back then, but now they're ACCB. One is driven away quite nicely, but good bit of fielding. Obviously, he talked a lot about the Gladiators throwing themselves around the field, but ICCB, or ACCB I should say now, they were certainly putting in 100% effort themselves. That was Karthikeyan, the man who batted all the way through to the 10th over. Put in a good effort to get down to that one. I mean, this score, basically 140, doesn't take a mathematician to tell you. It's 14 and over that they need. So how are they going to get them? That's the question. It's hit hard, but it's going to be to the other side of the long on. It's going to be another boundary. So this is really well struck. Moyes' first ball. He's a bit hit and miss, isn't he, Mohamed Moyes? But when he hits him, well, he certainly takes some stopping. I think there's every chance that Samiullah at long on took a little bit of a step to his right after the first ball. This one was right back probably where he was originally. This one will be more runs. It's probably going to be 4 more. Could be lucky, and they're going to need some luck. The Gladiators, if they're going to chase down 140 runs, it's not too far off the biggest chase we've seen, successful chase. It was Kings 11 week 2 in Italy in Bologna against Baracca Prato. Chased down 150 in a crucial semi-final matchup. Knockout game. This one's in the air once again. I think I'm going to be in trouble here. That one's gone straight into the microphone. Wow, that takes some doing. Don't worry. It gives me a chance to say hello to Gohar Manan. And, well, boys might have to come and check the camera after that, because that one's gone straight into it. It's Not a big target. And the score at the end of 1 is 19 for no loss, and it's game on in game 8. And Abdul Asif getting a bit of his own medicine, wasn't he? Moyes 14 off 3. It just shows you, if you're wondering why the camera looks like this now, that's because the ball just hit it. That's why we're in the danger zone here. So, can you get a good shot of the roof now, at least? And well, sure the boys from Spring Productions will be on that before you know it. They do a fantastic job producing the action for you. So watchable, isn't it? So a good start from the bowler who's bowling the second over. And it is Ulla. He's coming around the wicket. And we saw him at line last over, didn't we? Sammy Ulla, he'd love to get a wicket. I mean, they want to be around 28 after this over. Gladiators, this will help. This will be a wide. I think it's just so unforgiving. I mean, I often use that mechanical ball kind of analogy where you kind of can stay on for a little while, that 14 and over pace, but the longer the innings progresses, if you just have 1 or 2 overs where you don't get the 14 or more, suddenly it's getting harder and harder to stay on. This one's in the air, and Manan, he's going to have to go back. He's going to have to go way back, and in the end, it's going to be 4 runs, just pitching inside the field of play. And we'll have a look at this again on the replay. And Manan, if he was back, I think he catches this easily. But he's in the circle. And look, even Manan couldn't turn that into a catch. He's a very good fielder. And we will stay back at long off. So long off and long on in place, the 2 outfielders. And this one, I don't think this will be out. Pitched outside the leg stump, I fancy. Look, to get at 14 and over, I do feel you kind of need 10 runs and over in boundaries. I mean, this one probably is hitting the stumps, but it's all about where it bounces. As soon as it bounces outside the leg stump or anything pitching or bouncing to the right of the line of the wickets, you can't be out LBW, so that's good umpiring. Well, it hits this hard, hits into a gap, and it's going to be 4 more. And that is a supersonic blast from Moyes. And he is in the mood. You know, he scored a lot of runs for United in the previous series. And he wouldn't put it past him. We know in this format, only can take just one Herculean performance to take the game away from the other team. So, can they hunt this down? This one's a good comeback from the bowler, Sammy Ulla. And we know that the longer that Moyes stays there, he's going to give you a chance. But I mean, he also can hit boundaries and can hit them really quickly. It's all about keeping those wickets in hand. Last ball of the over. This is hit hard as well, but it's hit straight at the man at deep mid wicket. And this should just be a single to finish the second over. It's 30 for no loss. So still on that pace. We talked about how many they need an over, 14 and over. So they'd want to be 28 up to this stage. So they're a couple ahead of where they need to be. But again, it's just having that consistency, and it's not going to get easier because Abdul Azif, after giving up a few runs in his first over, 19 of them to be exact, he'll be coming back to bowl out in the third. And Abdulaziz, well, I think the batsman wants a wide. We'll have a look at this on the replay. I think this angle can be a bit more forgiving for the bowler. You see that one not even close when it went past the popping crease. Always does favour that leg side, doesn't he? Let's see around the wicket. Well, this one is absolutely nailed, and that one might have gone to Mars. That is a big hit. Maximo! What a hit. Asif getting some of his own medicine this time. This one, Moyes just clears the front leg and says, get this ball away from me. That one was straight over the banner. And look at that, the pace. It really pinged off the bat of Moyes. He's a man on a mission. The Gladiators, without a win in their first 3 games. Could they pull off an unlikely victory, an upset victory here in match 8? Moyes certainly thinks so. He's 25 off 8. Edged, and it doesn't carry to the man in that kind of fly slip position. This one, I've seen a slip in place sometimes, and it's a matter of where you put him in this form of the game, because I think he does have to be a bit deeper because of the kind of edges you get. Look at this, just out of reach of the keeper, and then not bouncing. I should say is bouncing, not carrying to the man in that kind of short third man or fly slip position. Does well to stop it though. That could have easily run away to the boundary. Moyes this time offers a chance, but it's going to loop over. It's a very difficult one, and in fact, it's going to go for 4. So everything rolling the way of the Gladiators, who haven't had a lot of luck so far in this series. And they're up to 40, and it's an excellent power play. I was talking about kind of 35 to 40 as the kind of par in the power play. And they're going to get a couple more than that, and what to boot, they haven't lost a wicket yet. So, what's going to happen next? You can't look away for a second, can you? So, what are you going to see here with 2 balls remaining? Moyes up and going, 29 off 10. Short, and this one's going to disappear as well. And you can forget that one. Get a new ball out there. Maximo! They keep coming for Moyes. And that is his 3rd Maximo of the innings. He's 35 off only 11 balls. And he's going at the pace required. And speaking of pace, this one left the arena pretty quickly. And watch out for the snakes. There's a lot of venomous ones in this country, so I've heard. Last ball of the power play. Well, once again, doesn't quite get it. They won't get a single. It's probably poor running, I think, because he's the man you want on strike. One might have just caught his arm. It's the end of the 3rd over, and the score is 46 for no loss. And once again, they say above the rate required. 3 overs down. We've been very lucky today to have a couple of guest commentators in the house, and we had Pavel Florin at the start of the day. We've had Taranjit Singh as well. And just popping in for the first time today is Manasa, acting captain, at least, so far, Abdul Shakur. Abdul, thanks so much for joining us in the commentary box today.
You're welcome, Vinny. It's my pleasure to be here and really excited. Looking forward to my first commentary gig, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what, you might get a few more gigs this week because I've been lucky to have quite a few guest commentators that are stepping up. And yeah, you're a very interesting player for me. And we saw you leading Manasa yesterday. Day 1. Oh, this one, it's a real fingertip up for the bowler. We've seen a few of these today. I don't think we've seen one held as far as one of these flat, caught and bowled opportunities. It's hit very, very hard. But if you can take it again, it might just change the match. But have a look at this one. It's hit hard and does well to get a fingertip on it. Sammy Hawlett coming back to bowl his 2nd over. Yeah, Abdul, certainly enjoyed watching you playing yesterday for Manasa. I've got a couple of questions for you. We see this next ball. Oh, this is another 6, and you can forget it. This one is out of here. Maximo! And no doubter. And Moyes, he is up into the 40s, and he's only faced 13 balls. And anything on length is disappearing. Quite often he gives you a chance early, but now he's in and he's set. He's seeing the ball really well. And isn't he hitting him well, Abdul?
Yeah, he's one of the best T10 players around in Romania, you can say, you know. So
certainly That ball disappeared quickly, but how long can he keep going? This one is driven, but it could be trouble for the non-striker. I think this would have been out because Coley had to turn on his heels and he just slipped and lost his footing for a second. And I think this was a bit of a half opportunity. It's Saeed Ullah at cover. Let's have a look at this. And so he just slips over here. And I think if this hits, he's gone. He would have been. Anyway, Moyes stays in the driver's seat right now. Going to be booked for speeding soon. This one's hit hard. I mean, awkward stop for the field. And he's not going to stop it. It's 4. And this is just that awkward kind of... And you know what this feels like, Abdul? When you get an awkward bounce in front of you and you don't know how high it's going to bounce. And although we tried to get behind that one, Raheem Gould wasn't able to stop it. And the result was 4 more.
Yeah, I got a few yesterday and I was really embarrassed because I couldn't get hold of them.
I think one thing is when you're fielding on the boundary, you're actually a lot closer than you'd normally be fielding on the boundary, so you don't actually have that much time to react, do you?
That's right.
2 balls to go in this 4th over. And this one, has it got the legs? Well, it should be caught. It is caught. Big moment in the match. And this man, Mohamed Zakaria, he's been dynamite at deep mid-wicket so far. And that's a man that they needed to see the back of. And Moyes doesn't get his half century in the end. He falls for 45, but what an innings. 45 off 16 balls with 5 4s and 4 6s in there. But in the end, it's a very good catch from Zakaria that removes him. And this is what I was talking about. The ball is actually on you a lot quicker than you expect it in the outfield because you are a lot closer because of these small boundaries. That was an excellent catch by Mohamed Zakaria.
Yeah, I think it's Zakaria's first day in ECS.
Yeah, I don't think we saw him yesterday.
Yeah.
Certainly has been in the action. But Abdul, how did you find going out there as well? Of course, you're a national team representative as well. You batted very well for your 49 not out. And of course, you went from 43 to 49 off the last ball yesterday. But, I mean, obviously you didn't get the results as a team going your way. And maybe after this ball, you can tell us kind of a couple of things you said to your guys and how you think you can improve in the areas that you can improve. But right now we'll see the last ball of the 4th over. Success for Sammy Ullah. He has 1 more ball in his spell. He's got 1 for 21. And it's Prabhath batting at number 3. I think this can be out. I like the appeal though. Again, you know, it's funny when you're out there, it seems like everything's out, doesn't it? But I mean, if you have a look at this one, where does this pitch? If it pitches anywhere outside the leg stump or to the right of the stump, it can't be out. We're just maybe 80 to 90 centimetres outside the leg stump. Look at this, mate. You know what? I have a thing in cricket. I say, there should be no half appeals. I think if you're going to appeal, you're going to give it everything. And certainly Sammy Ullah really pressing his case. But I'd hate to be his defence lawyer because I don't think he had a defence. End of the over, and it's 57 for 1. And well, Abdul,
yeah,
I was going to ask you, and some of the people in the live chat might have some questions for you as well. But my question for you was, what other things that you're working on as you head into your remaining games in this tournament?
Well, as you said regarding the yesterday's game, that's not over yet. Regarding yesterday's game, what we took from that, as you said, after the first, second over if you're going to win this game or not. So we tried to score as many as possible to have a good run rate on the table.
Yeah, I think that's just smart. And I call that tournament management, really. It's edged away, and this will be a good stop. In fact, he won't be stopped by Mohamed Ishaq. He tried to track it down, but he wasn't able to. And once again, an edge resulting in a boundary. And that's actually one part of the ground that's very difficult to defend, isn't it, Abdul?
Yeah.
That third man just fly away very quickly. But yeah, I think that's smart. That you got to look at the tournament in its entirety and not get too caught up in just one game. This one's flicked away in the air, but it's into the gap. And I may think about 2, but they'll settle for 1. But how about batting? And I asked Taranjit Singh this question. What is different about your mindset as a batsman playing T10 cricket versus T20 cricket? Because it is, by definition, it's a compressed version of the game. Does it affect the way that you start your innings?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's the effect of the shorter boundaries which you have in your mind as a batsman when you come into the crease.
Well, this one's probably a no ball. That's hit him.
Yeah, that's hit him on the face, yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nasty one. And no intention from the batsman. Well, he says he's okay. Again, he's not wearing a helmet, so yeah, that's a nasty one. That's a really nasty one.
On the jaw.
It's a top edge, yeah. And And I think I think that can stun you for a second, and I think that, you know, you actually don't feel it because of the burst of adrenaline. And there is, sounds strange, there are some bits of your head that are harder than others, and you know, it depends where it hits you. And so you can see there, Prabhath is a pretty tough unit, isn't he?
Yeah.
But I think it makes sense to at least
Well,
to take a moment and to get some attention.
yeah.
I'll probably actually decide to take the drinks break at the halfway point of this innings. But yeah, tell us.
Well, regarding Shalitha, I think
Yeah.
he's in good hands because Cosmin is a dentist, you know, the captain. So
Well, you wouldn't want Cosmin to be too busy putting his teeth back together. But I mean, you know, we talked about the different mindset. And you've had a good career, obviously, playing for Romania and having some success with the reigning national team. What's the last couple of years been like for you, especially since there's been more of this televised cricket, and it must be a whole new experience for you.
it's totally different after we switched to white ball, like 4 years ago when we became the associate members in ICC. So it's a different game now with white ball, and we've been really doing well over the years. In the neighboring countries, we are on top. We are 15 in Europe, which
Yeah.
is a big achievement for us, you know. And we look forward to countries like Denmark, Germany, Spain, you know. Maybe plans for next year to get into a tournament in Germany, you know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's been a tough couple of years as well because of the COVID. It's kind of thrown the schedule into chaos, hasn't it, around Europe? And I'm sure you had aspirations of playing more international cricket in 2020, and even this year so far. You know, it's been difficult to organise international matches. But you know, I'm sure the ECC is something you're really looking forward to, and we're really looking
Yeah,
forward to it. And
yeah.
today is actually 2 months until the first game of the ECC. Now, you guys will be in Group B, and you're playing week 2 of the tournament. And
Yeah.
I suppose an ECS, there could be no better preparation for the national players than to participate in this, because these are the field dimensions and the kind of format which you will have to be playing in during that ECC tournament.
Yeah. As we were talking in office today in the federation, it is the biggest event for us in this year in terms of national team.
Yeah.
It's in our calendar, and we were planning today after we got the fixtures and everything. So it is the biggest event which our national team will participate since we are associate members.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's fantastic to hear that. Of
Yeah.
course, ICC sanctioned tournament, and
Yeah.
you know, we just had finished the Euros of football, and of course that had a very
Yeah.
exciting conclusion. And so the easiest way to explain to you what the ECC is like, it's basically the Euros of cricket, isn't it? And
Yeah.
invitations going in to the top-ranked European countries, and it's going to be really exciting. 24 matches a week, 96 matches of T10 action. Now we're going to come back, and often you start with a free hit after a drinks break, but that's what we're going to get here. I think Prabhath, he's okay, still off the mark, and survived that blow and seemed to just hit him on the kind of back jaw side of the head, but he's okay to continue. And here's a free hit. Can't catch up with it. And this is what I was talking about. I mean, the rate, actually flying as far as the rate, but they'd want to be 70 after this over. And I think Moyes, that's a big loss for the Gladiators, but certainly Prabhath's very capable. They've got Kohli as well. I mean, they've still got Patras Masi to come. And this one isn't a free hit. It'll be catchable, but who's going to catch it? Well, they're coming from everywhere. Now, is anyone going to catch it? No, nobody's going to catch it. And well, that was an extraordinary decision from Abdul Hasif. He came from the other side of the field, and obviously it's one thing to want the ball, but I think the other fielders are a bit bemused. I mean, one of them was the
Yeah.
bowler. One of them was Rahim Gul, who's coming in from cover. And in the end, the chance goes begging.
Yeah, I think Asif thought that he has the best chance, safe hands.
Look at him, it came from the wrong side of the road. We're back to live action. The next one's down to third man. Well, if I was the traffic police, I'd be booking Abdul Hasif for going the wrong way down a one-way street because he wasn't where he was supposed to be. In the end, he didn't get the result either. And that's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 65 for 1. And this is one thing as well, Abdul, that has really interested us. And, what I enjoy about this tournament in particular is we're seeing a lot of the native-born Romanians contributing, and I've really enjoyed watching the Gladiators, and I've loved watching Mihai Akim, the young teenager, and it must excite you And also the fact that Cosmin Zavoiu is leading the Gladiators, the first Romanian-born captain of a club, must excite you to see some Romanian talent getting involved in the local scene.
Yeah, definitely. We've been working on schools in Romania, and these are our grassroots development plans from which these kids have evolved, like Mihai Akim, Marian, and some other kids.
Yeah, I think it's sensational. This one's a big hit, and I think it's going to carry. And, well, it's back, it's gone. Maximo Coley. Now, the other Coley would have been proud of this one. This was right off the middle of the bat. And they just had fallen behind the rate momentarily, and they'd want to be around about 84 or so after this over. And this will help. But, yeah, no, it's sensational to see the Romanian talent. He's going to go again, but this time he's totally miscued it. It'll be a really awkward one. And in the end, another one goes begging. And well, they run well, and they get two. So just a couple of breaks for Coley. And this is always an awkward one, isn't it? It's between the infielder and the outfielder. And it's very difficult for the man running with the flight of the ball to take this one.
Yeah, those are really difficult to judge.
But the running was very good. You see this? This is where you need to be alert. And they certainly were. Came back for two. So, you know, that's just something that, I mean, I know Pavel gets a lot of the headlines for the exposure that he got back in 2019 playing in the ECL, but, you know, it's there's more examples. I think the fact is it's good that he's not an outlier. He's actually, there's a real effort, and you know, there's a lot of people that work very hard to develop cricket in not just Romania, but a lot of countries we've been to, and most of the time it is a bit of a thankless task. I know it's a lot of work behind the scenes. And
yeah, he puts a lot of effort, and all of the guys from Cluj, you know, and Timișoara, they travel 7 hours because this is the only ground in Romania where we have major events. Yeah. So it's a big effort from Cluj and Timișoara.
Yeah, it certainly is. Zachary out this time. Well, it's going to be touch and go, but it's going to be another 6. Maximo! Well, Coley, he's picked up where Mohamed Moyes left off. What I like about this, it's a good cricket shot. It's through the line of the ball. He's not hitting across it. Again, with these short boundaries, they're hard to defend for the fielding side. And Coley, well, he has taken the bull by the horns. Now he is up and going. He's on 30 off 15 balls. And this one could be more runs. It's probably going to be 4 more, and it will be. So there we go. We talked about them falling slightly behind the rate. Now they're right up with it again. And that's the beauty of this format, isn't it, Abdul, is that, you know, these teams on paper, you'd probably say that, or you would say that ACCB, they've got a lot more depth. But in this form of the game, just 1 or 2 outstanding individual performances can change the result.
Yes, that's what I was saying to my team, that if 4 guys perform, you have a good chance to win.
Yeah, certainly, we've seen a lot of highlights for the Gladiators today, but they've still got nothing in the wins column. And this one will be called a wide down leg side. And I'm not sure if you saw it, because I know you just arrived at the ground, but I think Pavel Florin, first ball, well, there was an assisted catch. Gohar Manan hit it up and it bounced off Pavel, and it was Binod Nepali that caught Manan first ball. Well, this one, it's going to be into the gap. It's going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more runs. So, 4 carreras más para Bucharest Gladiators. Watch out for them. Here they come. And, well, Zakaria getting an initiation now. He bowled pretty much when the game was over in the last game, but now this over goes for plenty. It goes for 24 in the end, this over. So a magical over for the Gladiators. Just what they needed after the loss of Moyes, and it's 88 for 1 after 6. But, yeah, we saw a couple of highlights. Another one that Pavel caught off his own chest, just bounced off his massive chest.
Really?
And he caught Abdul Asif for 60 in the first innings. Again, that just kept the innings under control. And I actually think, you know, we're going to see high scores compared to some of the other venues that we've seen in the ECS this year. We've been to a lot of different venues. But I think here, 125 or so, I think for me, is about par. Is that something you'd agree with? Or?
Yes. I mean, it's above par here because usually, normally it's 80, 90 in a T20 game, but people are pushing now because of the format. So 120, 130 is a good winning score, you can say. I mean, it's a...
Well, I'll tell you what, this was happening. There's a wicket, and it's spin coming into the attack. Sukhbinder Singh. He just has a knack of picking up wickets, and we just spoke about him in his very brief innings. But Gohar Manan at long off, he has not looked like dropping one so far. But it wasn't the established batsman that went. It was Prabhath, who's come and gone. Again, he's a good hitter, but he departs for only one on this occasion. So the 7th over starts with a wicket, and the score is 88 for 2. Look, I often say, if you can't be good, be quick. You don't want to use up too many balls. He goes for only 1 of 5 deliveries, so he used up a couple, but it doesn't really hurt the Gladiators too much because they've got a very able replacement in Pathras Masi coming to the crease, and they did cross, so this is the matchup we want to see. Kohli facing ACC back to B captain Sukhbinder Singh, and he knocks him over, and this is the big moment in the match, and then he says, "That's me, Singh, the power of the lion," Sukhbinder Singh, and he gets one straight through the main man at the moment. There's Kohli, who was 38, and off the 18th ball he receives, he just swings and misses, and quite often spin can change the game, Abdul.
Yeah, Sukhbinder is very enthusiastic. He's one of the oldest members here, you know, and he loves cricket. And he's been doing well throughout ECS, yeah?
Yeah, and really effective, and he seems to have a good knack of when to bring himself on as well. And I think he just realised that, especially the way that the batsman was hitting him, Kohli, but it was against the faster men that he was scoring his runs, and so he just knew that maybe a change of pace was in order. And now he finds himself on a hat-trick. He's got 2 for 0. He's only bowled 2 balls. And Imran Haider, another veteran.
Yeah, he'll be bowling to one of the most experienced batsmen in Romania, Imran Haider. He's been around for a long time.
We've had a lot of bowlers on hat-trick, but we haven't had hat-trick taken so far this week in Bucharest.
Yeah, if he gets that, he'll come up with an application for the national team, and that will be an issue for us, you know.
Yeah, well, he's putting his hand up, and well, it doesn't matter. We've seen quite a few people of various ages playing T20 international cricket since the restrictions were lifted on what countries qualified for T20 internationals. But right now, Sukhbinder Singh is going to bowl to Imran Haider, 2 veterans of the scene, and it's Sukhbinder Singh who's on a hat-trick. Haider carefully pushes this away. Now look at that run rate required. It's pretty much where it started, but I mean the issue now is you've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, and I think Haider, he's able to hit the occasional big shot, but it's not really his A game. But Masi, he will swing for the fences, and he won't be shy. We'll probably see it from ball 1. Here he is, facing up for the first time. He tries. This one, I think, was heading down the leg side. He'll scramble through, and now he's really have to take every run. This will be a leg by. Again, have a look at this one on the replay. This one, to me, it seemed to be sliding down. I think that's a good decision.
That's a good decision.
The umpires have been pretty good as well, I think. I mean, they've got a tough job at the best of times, but when you consider they've got millions of TV viewers analysing their every move, with the benefit of the replays, they've done great. It's worked away nicely. They might be able to push for 2 here if they run hard. It's a slight fumble, but they won't get it, so it's just 1. And after 7 overs, they'd want to be around 98, so now they're about half a dozen behind the rate, so that's what Wickets does. That's certainly the quickest way to get the run rate back under control, is to take wickets and take those key batsmen, get them back in the shed. Nice ball of a very good 7th over from Sukhbinder Singh, and a good finish to it. So talk about your game-changing overs. There's one. He takes 2 for 2 off his first over. Great work from the ACCB skipper. The score after 7, it's 91 for 3. Now coming up tomorrow, you'll be interested to know this. I'm sure you're aware, you'll be in the morning. Cluj versus Banasa in matches 9 and 10 before we see ACCB versus United. But, you know, you do have Cluj tomorrow, and they certainly look pretty good in their first 2 games this morning. How do you think you'll go against the Cluj team?
Well, the first thing is to get the team on time to the ground,
you know, important.
Being punctual, messages going through. Yeah, well, we'll try our best, you know. Cluj is a very good team, a very talented bunch of guys, but we will try our best, and in this format, you never know.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that right now. I mean, Bucharest Gladiators has been right in this game, but with 3 overs remaining, it's a lot of runs to get. 49 required. And right now, we're going to have another veteran, Isfahan Doki.
Yeah.
55 years of age. And this one is completely mistimed by Haider. And he's not the quickest bowler, but he's pretty accurate, Doki. Let's see what this one hits. Well, I think at the very Q end of the bat.
Yeah.
So it went nowhere. I see the only avenue back into this game is a bunch of Maximos, and he can do it. This is hit reasonably well, but he's picked out the fielder. It should just be one. Neutralises the threat of Messi, who gets off the mark, off the third ball he faces.
It's fine, been doing well in this tournament, except when Mashal got hold of him and smashed him for 4 sixes yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's exactly how quickly it can change. We didn't see within one match, one bowler being very economical, and then second over, he gets smashed out of the park. We saw that with Sathisen yesterday. Now, speaking of smashed out of the park, that's where this one's gone, and you can forget it. New balls, please. That's over the hill and far away. Maximo Haider. We mentioned that. A bit more of a traditional kind of a batsman, but I tell you what, when it's in his zone, he can hit the ball a long way. Great shot.
Yeah, that's his favorite shot, I think. And his game is to usually what he does is to stabilize the innings. Usually, he comes in the middle order. So let's see how he adjusts to the T10 format now. But he knows what he's doing.
The time to be careful. Well, that's gone now. 41 off 15. Halfway through this 8th over. Goes again, and I think this has got the legs to be 6 more. The field is back, he's back, but it's a Maximo. Gladiators up and about. And, well, they believe, and they still believe. And Haider, the veteran, is coming to the party as well. Just gets the length he wants from Toki, and it's something that he can swing across the line. You see he hits the length, and on this pitch, it's not particularly fast. Just sits up, and he hits it high and handsome. Over mid-wicket, 6 more. The 100's up in style. Back to live action, slower ball, and he goes offside. The fielder's back here. Should just be the one. And that's actually a real boost, because I thought with these two at the crease, it might be Haider that just kind of gives a strike to Messi and tries to encourage him to go for the big shots. But I think Messi's been a little bit off with his timing so far. It's great to see Haider playing the big shot so effectively. So last ball of the 8th over. It's hit well. Once again, it should just be a single out to the man at deep cover. So Messi, he will keep the strike, and it's 107 for 3 after 8 overs. This game's still alive. I mean, they needed, you know, at least a decent over, and they ended up getting 16 off that one. And you know, especially when you consider Sukhbinder Singh's over, only 3 runs in total off that over in over number 7, and in the 8th over, they end up getting 16. And have a look at that worm. It's actually ahead at this stage. I think the issue is the batsman in the shed for the Gladiators. That just shows you where they're at in this game. And this is the point of the game where Messi bowled the 9th in the first innings and conceded 22. Sukhbinder Singh's back. 9th overtime. This one's just over the fielder, and it's in the gap. I don't think this is going to be cut off. It's going to be 4 runs.
That's 4 runs,
With every boundary, the Gladiators, they believe a little bit more. Now, 29 required off 11 balls. And Messi, well, this is a confidence booster for him. And this just shows you how quickly things can change. There's a lot of runs between these two teams in the first time they played this afternoon. But this one is a lot closer. This one swing and a miss, but Haider will call him through for a bye. This one's a bit nasty. This is why, that's why God gives you gloves as a wicketkeeper. You're meant to use them. I think this one just hits him on the side of the knee. Ouch.
Oh.
Just misses the bat. He goes down like he's been shot. That's it of us. Now, the Gladiators, there's a real nail biter. Hakeem, not many fingernails left. Goes over the top. And this one will take some catching as well. It's running away, and it's... Oh. And well, I think he's just pulled that in. Let's have a look at this, because it looked, my instinct was he just able to stop it. That's the wrong one.
Yeah.
That's not the replay I'm looking for. I think this will be the one. That's it. Slow it down as he gets closer. This one. Oh, it's touch and go. Let's have another look at this one. I think that's 4. I mean, you see the rope move there. And I think that's a good decision. They're going to give it 4 in the end.
I think that's a boundary.
You could actually see the rope move, couldn't you? So whether it was the foot or the ball, because the foot was in contact with the ball, so they do get 4. It's a handy break for the Gladiators. Once again, we're going to see 4 more. This is a blast through cover, and Haider has set this ground on fire since he's come to the crease. He's got 20 off 7 balls, and now, would you believe it, Now it's down to 24 in 9. And we talked about how your second over can have a lot of a different feel to your first. Sukhbinder Singh certainly under the pump now in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th.
That's one of the best shots of the match, I think. Yeah.
I think so. And he's had some length to work with. And this pitch is not particularly fast pitch. So if you do get the length, it gives him a chance to set himself. And this was a pure cricket shot. Back foot drive for 4. 2 to come then for Sukhbinder Singh. Can he come back? It's well bowled. It was a good comeback. Hyder will have to hustle, but he will get 1 run. And that's the benefit, I suppose, of these two, because they can both hit boundaries.
Yeah, I think the secret is bowling full. If you realize Sukhbinder Singh is bowling full, and every delivery he bowled full, it went for a single or a dot.
Yeah, and that one was a good length, but just lost the line. It's smart batting from Masih. We've seen batsmen get in a tangle before and kind of back away. And that's the kind of ball that can hit them in the pads, and the bowler gets away with a dot or a leg by, but does take the wide. And once again, he'll take another one. So we're down to 17 now of 7, and it's definitely in the zone of possibility now.
It's really
for the Gladiators.
getting really interesting, this
That's
one.
why,
Yeah.
Abdul, I think it's the most exciting form of the game. You just can never look away, and you never know what's going to happen next. Last ball of the 9th over coming up. That's a very good one from Sukhbinder, and there's nothing the batsman could do with it. So, well, they're close enough if they're good enough. The Gladiators, they'll need 17 off the final over of the day if they're to cause a boil over in match 8. It's the end of 9 overs. 123 for 3. End of a good spell from Sukhbinder Singh. 2 for 17 off his 2 overs. But, I mean, there were 15 runs off that over, and after there were only 3 in total off his first over, it certainly was a different story. But Hyder's the man on strike, and I think if you could choose at the moment who you want on strike, I think Hyder is the man you'd want on strike. But look, to get 17, I still think you need to get 12 to 14 in boundaries, don't you?
Yeah.
Which means you kind of 2 6s or kind of a 6 and 2 4s. So you need 2 or 3 of these balls going to the
Well,
boundary.
it's touch and go, I think,
Yeah.
3 balls.
One thing you would say is, they will take the single here because both these batsmen are capable of clearing the ropes. So we've got Saidullah that's going to be under the pump. He's bowling the 10th over. The last over of the day. His first over was a good one, and it only went for 8. Here's the last over from Bucharest. And the first one, I think it's going to go all the way, is it? Well, it's just 4, but still, it's a great start to the last over. I thought for a second it might go for a Maximo. Then I thought maybe the fielder could come around and hunt it down. But Samuel couldn't do anything about it. And it's a great start to the last over for the Gladiators.
That's in his zone, and that's his favorite shot, and he's doing really well. I mean,
Gets that length to work with, doesn't he? So 13 off 5 now. Oh, it digs it in. They got to run hard here. Oh, this is one of those ones that I thought maybe they could run hard and maybe push for 2 on the fumble, but Hyder's probably not the quickest between the wickets. So I think here the key is you can't afford dot balls. Dot balls kill you at this stage. 12 of 4. How do you get that? I mean, 6 and a 4. I think 2 of these balls have to go to the boundary or over. And here's 6 of them. And well, there's half of them. And this one has disappeared. That's in the long grass. Maximo! And the Gladiators, well, they've toiled so hard so far over the first 2 days. They've got nothing to show for it. And this game certainly started with a bang. It was that man that was in the action, Pavel Florin, the first ball of match 8. And this one disappears. There's half of them. 6 to win now. Oh, this is crazy stuff, Abdul.
yeah,
Now,
it's really...
I mean, they can win it with one swing of the bat. And both these, we know we're going at least to the last ball. Maybe not if they get them quicker, but this game could change in an instant. I mean, a wicket now changes things dramatically. Masih, well, he doubles his score to 12. So
3 balls, I mean...
3 balls left. I mean, again, you don't really want a dot ball here. 6 to win. 3 balls remaining. And there'll be runs here. How many, though? Will they push for 2? I think they think about it. And no, they're just going to settle for 1. I think that's a good decision. I mean, I know you might say, well, you go for 2, maybe you get away with it, but maybe you don't, and then you've got a new batsman at the crease. And I think, with these 2 there and the way they're hitting them, they're certainly capable. Now, this is a crucial ball. It's 4 to tie, 5 to win. And it sounds obvious, but whatever you get off this ball, you don't need off the last. So I think this is where you do start thinking you hit the outfield and you probably take on a 2, especially if you think the throw's going to the bowler's end and you keep one of the established batsmen on strike. So Hyder, again, he can end the game with 1 swing of the bat. So are we going to see a boil over the Gladiators? They are fighting hard. 2 balls left in the day. 5 to win. Well, he doesn't get it. And while they're going to throw, they will. So they'll get 1. So, well, it's going to be a big finish. Now, this kind of takes the tie out of it for me because it'll be 3 to tie. I don't see many threes, although I have seen it before on the last ball.
And the ball almost gave it up with a full toss, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's exactly right, Abdul. I mean, if he hits that to the boundary, then they're not losing in regulation, the Gladiators. So now, I mean, you're still going to run it hard, but pretty much the equation's simple. If the ball stays in the ballpark, I think ACCB hold on. But if you can hit it to the boundary or over, it'll be the Gladiators that win match 8. It'll be quite the turn up for the books. And think of the bowler, Sayedullah, at this stage. Last ball of the day, 4 to win for the Gladiators. Well, he's hit it. Is it going? He's done it. He's done it. They win it off the last ball.
Yes, he's
Can
done
you
it.
believe it? And, well, they are so happy about it. And what an upset in match 8. And what a finish. Massey's the hero. And that last one, I'm pretty sure it went for 4. But, well, Cosmin Zavoy, it's the first win for him as skipper as well. The Bucharest Gladiators, well, can you believe it? The
That's
new kids on the
unbelievable.
block. They beat
Yeah.
the defending champions in ECS cricket. And what a way to finish the day. And look, all those people that might have written off the Gladiators after match 7, they certainly win for a surprise here in match 8. And what a sensational finish to the day.
New team just formed last year and winning a game in ECS. That's unbelievable.
Oh, this is what a way to get your first win in ECS cricket. And here's the last ball. And it's just something that he likes. He likes that kind of one. We can swing the bat. There was no fine leg. I mean, and then have a look at this. The Gladiators, they win in a boil over. And they are warriors. And you can see all the Gladiators, they are super pumped to win
That's
game
a
8.
big booster for them. I mean, that's what they need.
Now, this shows you anything's possible, Abdul. And, we'll have a look at the highlights. It seems a long time ago that we started this innings, and it was 140 required for victory for the Gladiators in 10 overs. And just knew that they have to have a good start. And they certainly got that. They got 46 for no loss in the power play. And it was Mohamed Moyes out there. And I think Kohli at the top of the order. I think that was a really inspired move from Cosmin Zavoy. We talked about, sometimes we call it hunch-based captaincy. Don't be afraid to try things. And certainly they decided that he was the man that could do the job at the top of the order. He repaid them with 38 runs off 18 balls, scoring very quickly, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Moyes was the man, though, that really muscled a few balls out of here. 4 big maximos in his innings of 45. And, well, nobody was safe at this stage when these two were going. And that opening partnership really set things up. It was worth 57, coming up on only 23 balls. But then that catch from Zakaria, it just had the chance to change the match. Knew that with Moyes gone, it'd be pretty tough. Now, speaking of tough, that man, well, he didn't make a lot of runs, he lent a lot of toughness points. And ultimately, he thought this might be the end of him. But well, somehow, we had Abdul Asif wandering over there, and he wasn't able to take the chance. Here's a man that doesn't miss too many, Gohar Manan. Well, that brought Patras Masih to the crease. And, well, especially when you saw the wicket of Kohli, Sukhbinder Singh bowled a sensational over. You thought, well, it looks like ACCB were right back on top.
Yeah. I mean, 2 quick wickets in 1 over. That can change the game easily. But Imran Haider really did well.
I mean, when those two came together, 88 for 3, and there's a lot of runs still to get. They would end up putting together an unbroken partnership. And this was big in the context of the game as well.
Yes.
And it just flicking the rope. And so those runs turned out to be crucial as well, didn't they? But that last partnership, 52, and coming up in 22 balls, unbroken partnership. And, well, Pavel, he was pretty excited. And you see that the last ball, well, they needed 4 to win, and it was a boil over. And it's a great chance to see what happened. And let's have a look at the scorecard of this one. It went all the way down to the last ball, and it was 140 for 3 off 10 overs. And Mohamed Moyes set it up, and Kohli, I mean, that opening partnership, we talked about it. Moyes with 45 off 16 balls, and Kohli 38 off 18. But when he fell, you thought there might be a bit of trouble, but what a partnership it was. It was 52 unbroken. 17 from Masih, who was the hero in the end, but 31 from Haider. And we said Haider, well, maybe he's going to play second fiddle to Masih. It certainly didn't work out that way, Abdul, in
For
the
me,
end.
Imran is the hero here, you know. Yeah, he took the game till the end.
No doubt. And have a look at the bowling figure. Sukhbinder Singh, look, 2 for 17. He bowled a very good first over. They got after him in the second. And Sami Ullah chipped in with a wicket as well. But you see, no one was really safe in that bowling analysis. So that is now confirmation of the result of match 8. 139 to ACB. ACCB, they were hunted down with a very fast delivery. It was the Bucharest Gladiators, 140 for 3. Well, Abdul, we've been ambushed. It's an ambush from the Gladiators.
Yes.
And much like the previous times in Europe, we know there's a bit of history of this, but there's been an invasion from the Gladiators now. And I tell you what, here's the team. And look, it probably spells trouble for you because you still got to play them, Abdul. But, you know, what you would say about this team is they've toiled very hard. And we got, where's Cosman? Is Cosman in here? Cosman's there. Cosman Zavoy, the captain. It's his first win as captain as well.
Congratulations, Cosman. Yeah.
Their first win in the European Cricket Series. And like, what you would say about this team is they've toiled really hard for 2 days in the field.
Yeah.
And, you know, you probably can't even hear what I'm saying now because you can see what it means to these guys.
Yes.
And what a sensational effort. And they never gave up from the first ball to the last. I suppose that's the kind of inspiration. I'll probably inspire you, Abdul, to do some amazing things yourself and perhaps cause an upset tomorrow morning against Cluj. Oh, Pavel said, you'll see me tomorrow. And, well, and this is a man that doesn't drink, ladies and gentlemen. But what I would say is that it makes the table wide open. And, I mean, you've got a couple of games in hand, Banasa, I should say as well, Abdul, and you'll get a chance to get some more wins. You still have 6 matches to go, but
6 matches to
certainly
go, yeah.
has thrown a spanner in the works, hasn't it, that win by the Gladiators?
Well, this is a major upset, I can say, in the tournament. You know, beating the top. Is ACCB on top of the table now, or is it Cluj?
Yeah. We can see that you got ACCB, but Cluj, they haven't lost yet. So, I mean, Cluj will play you guys tomorrow morning, Banasa, in the first 2 matches of the day. So, ACCB, they do hold on top spot, but Cluj have 2 games in hand. Look, there's still a lot of cricket to play. We're only 8 matches down out of 20 matches. Well, luckily the plunderers have left the building now, but you know that's what it's all about. And I suppose you were talking about the last couple of years with ECN on the scene. It really has the ability to make some memories, and I'm sure that's a game that the Gladiators will never ever forget.
Yeah, I mean, we were very excited. We initially had this planned for October, but when in European cricket decided to have it in July, it was a big booster for us, you know, and we were really excited, and we just say yes, you know. And we just had 2 weeks, and we just prepared everything, you know.
Yeah, well, that's because we were meant to be in England actually for these 3 weeks, but of course a bunch of complications, weren't able to stage the England event as yet. So I know it was quite short notice, but I mean the weather has been fantastic. A little bit hot, but I suppose it is a summer sport, isn't it? So I'm sure where you grew up playing cricket, it was pretty hot as well.
We played in 45 degrees in Emirates, and this is acceptable, you know. This is, I mean, it's a fantastic place to play cricket.
Yeah.
One of the best grounds in this region, in the Balkan region, and a lot of effort put by the teams. By everyone is working. All of them are like, some of them are daily wages, some of them work in corporates, and on a short notice, everyone agreed, you know, and everyone was really enthusiastic about this, and especially the Gladiators. They won the qualifiers, so we had many teams in Romania, and they were fighting for the 5th spot, and they won the qualifiers.
And so, yeah, I think you're exactly right. I mean, to win the qualifiers and then to beat the defending champions, I mean, that's the stuff dreams are made of.
Yeah.
And ACCB, I mean, they weren't planning on slipping up. And it just shows you that anything's possible. And like, that should probably inspire you, actually, because, I mean, we know you guys, you've got some very good players of your own, and you're very capable of beating absolutely any one of these teams on your day.
Yeah, I just have to work on my catching, that's all. We win the game.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that you'll be working hard on that. And it's all about trying to improve those skills. And look, finally, I just want to say thank you to all of you guys out there, all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching around the world, and whether you're new to watching the European Cricket Network or whether you've been watching for a long time. We certainly hope that you return. And look, how could you not when you have that kind of action? You know, it's a great chance tonight to go to our website, europeancricket.com, and you can have a look at the daily match previews, which are an article every day on our website, europeancricket.com. You can also go to our social media at European Cricket. I'm sure it will be chock-a-block full of highlights, especially from today. And Abdul, you won't believe when you go back and see some of the stuff you missed in the first half of that game. It certainly is worth watching. But on behalf of everyone at European Cricket, it's wonderful that you're part of our family. If you're watching this on YouTube, please click the subscribe button and turn on notifications. It will tell you when the cricket is happening, and I'll give you a clue. It's happening all the time, 6 days a week, Mondays to Saturdays in the Vanguard European Cricket Series. Thanks once again to you, Abdul Shakur.
Thank you,
good
Vinny.
luck to you tomorrow in your two big
See you
matches
tomorrow.
against
Thanks,
Cluj.
guys. Bye-bye.
You'll have to make up the ground on the Gladiators. But for now, from all of us at European Cricket's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Abdul Shakur. And we'll see you tomorrow for more cricket action. It'll be day 3 of action in Romania. You don't want to miss it. See you tomorrow, 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 p.m. in India. But for now, from everyone at ECN, it's Mr. Maxo, Vinny Sandhu saying goodbye for now. See you tomorrow for more Fancode European Cricket Series. Good night.
Goodbye, everyone. Bye.